Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy becomes Necro Mancer? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter What First Mate? I'm just logistics. See Circle Calendar 1520, East Blue, Navy 153rd Branch. Two figures lay prone on the wall of a Navy base, their gazes fixed on the parade ground. There, a disheveled man was bound to a cross. Reiner, is that the swordsman you said uses 3 blades? Luffy glanced at the man beside him. The man had short golden hair, wore a sky blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and khaki slacks altogether looking like a business professional. Green hair, 3 golden earrings. Reiner carefully studied the figure on the parade ground. That's him, no mistake. Let's go. Francis Reiner. 1 year ago, he crossed into the One Piece world, met Luffy in Fusha village, and today was their first day setting out to sea. Reiner had led Luffy straight to the 153rd branch. The goal, naturally, was to claim the newbie bonus, 3-sword-style Zoro. Luffy grinned, planted his hands on the wall, leaped into the base, and swaggered forward. Unhurried, Reiner lit a cigarette and followed after. You're here for me, huh? Zoro had already noticed their approach and glared warily. Who are you people? My name is Luffy. I'm the man who'll become the Pirate King. I've come to make you our crewmate. Luffy grinned broadly, making his intent clear. As he spoke, he started untying him. Zoro was dumbfounded. Do people really talk this nonsensically these days? What kind of joke is this? Hey, don't untie me without permission. He had turned himself in to save a mother and daughter. He had made an agreement with the Navy. If he endured without food or water for 1 month, they would spare the mother and daughter and also release him. But Luffy wasn't listening, and his hands kept fumbling. Except. It's getting tighter, you bstrd. Zoro roared, the rope biting into his flesh. Reiner. Killing off a crewmate on the very first day out to sea would be ridiculous. Forget it, Luffy, let me handle this. With a thought, a rift split the air, and a ghastly, pallid skeleton stepped forth holding a dagger. Startled by the sudden scene, Zoro snapped, what the hell is that? I'm a devil fruit user. I can summon undead creatures. Reiner took the dagger from the skeleton and gave a light slash. The rope fell instantly. Then he laughed. In short, Kiki, I'll cut to the chase. Come with us, nothing to worry about. Huh? Zoro was stunned, brows furrowed. He didn't understand it, but the man sounded absurdly confident. Reiner casually shoved the dagger back into the skeleton's skull, dismissing it, then grew serious. I heard about you in town. Do you really think you can last a month without food or water? TCH, none of your business. Zoro sneered, though he didn't refute it. In truth, he was already near his limit and this was only the 9th day. In short, after today you'll be wanted. Either become a pirate, or sit here and wait for death. Reiner flicked his cigarette to the ground and stamped it out. Or, if you've got no ambition, just find someplace to hide. Then our trip here would have been for nothing. If survival means groveling, I'd rather die right here. Zoro spat, rubbing his wrists. I've still got important things to do. He knew his situation was exactly as Reiner said. Once he was wanted, even avoiding piracy wouldn't change anything. But he still had goals. And since they had indeed saved him, why not sail with them? With that thought, Zoro's expression turned solemn as he looked at Reiner. You came prepared. Looks like you're set on recruiting me. Are you the captain? No. The captain's him. Reiner pointed with his thumb at Luffy. Zoro looked over. Luffy was grinning like a fool, eyes clear. He doesn't look very reliable, does he? Some strange instinct rose in him. He turned back to Reiner. Then you're the first mate? No, I'm just logistics. Reiner waved his hands, full of resistance. First mate? No way. That title was too high profile, not his style. He wanted to grow quietly, then shock the world. People treated a first mate very differently from a logistics man. He preferred to fight from the shadows. Nobody understood battle better than him. What, you call it cowardly? Yes. That's me. Logistics. Zoro frowned oddly. Sounds weak. A devil fruit user yet not strong? Reiner noticed his look and inwardly smiled. Exactly. That's the reaction he wanted. He could unleash his ability and cut Zoro down in an instant. At that moment, uninvited guests arrived on the parade ground. Prepare to fire. A rough bellow rang out. The 3 turned toward the source, a burly man with a giant axe for an arm, Axhan Morgan, captain of the 153rd branch. Behind him, a troop of Navy soldiers aimed their rifles. Luffy stepped forward, arms wide, shielding the others. Bang! Bang! Gunshots erupted, dozens of bullets flying toward them. "Look out!" Zoro shouted in alarm. But in the next instant, something impossible happened. The bullets sank into Luffy's body, his back stretching until he looked like a spiky hedgehog. A moment later, the bullets all bounced back, ricocheting toward the navy. "What kind of monster is he?" "Dodge!" Amid the chaos, Luffy laughed triumphantly, hands on hips. "Shishishi! I ate the gum-gum fruit. I'm a rubberman, bullets don't work on me." Zoro looked dumbstruck. "What the hell, he's a devil fruit, yeah. Where'd he go?" Before he finished, he realized Reiner had vanished. "DMN, my swords were taken by the navy." Zoro grabbed at his empty waist, eyes flashing with anger. Meanwhile, Morgan glared at Luffy. He'd been base commander for 3 years, he wasn't inexperienced. He roared to his men. "Don't panic. Try blades. All of you, attack." Even if blades didn't work, sheer numbers could restrain him. "Yes, sir." At the order, the soldiers drew their swords and swarmed Luffy. Zoro joined in, beating down a few soldiers barehanded, then seized a blade and began displaying terrifying skill. Watching the two tear through his men like beasts, Morgan scowled. "Let them tire themselves out first. Then I'll ambush." What a coincidence. Reiner thought the exact same thing. A shadow crept up behind Morgan. At some point, Reiner had sneaked over, padding softly toward him. Click. A gun ped. Morgan froze, a chill flooding his body. He spun with dread. A golden-haired man stood aiming a pistol at him. Staring at the black muzzle, Morgan panicked. "Spare me, sir." "Wait." Bang. Reiner didn't hesitate. He pulled the trigger, smirking as Morgan collapsed in a pool of blood. Wait. If some twist happened, wouldn't that be bad? He'd said it. No one understood battle better than him. He stepped forward, placed his hand on Morgan's body, and let blue flames gush from his palm, enveloping the corpse. 30 seconds later, the flames withdrew into his hand, condensing into a flickering wisp of fire. Chapter the Blade of Devil? What the hell, so weak? All that size for nothing. Reiner sighed at the small flame in his hand, disappointed. "I thought I could get an elite monster out of it. Such trash." Reiner's devil fruit was the mythical Zoan, type human fruit, model, undead monarch. In addition to enhancing his physical abilities and granting 3 transformation forms, it also allowed him to acquire another's physical template through contact, which he could then use to create undead creatures. The undead's attributes were identical to the templates. While they could not inherit devil fruit powers, they retained certain traits and techniques. Unfortunately, the stronger the target, the longer it took to copy, and he could not copy someone vastly stronger than himself. Otherwise, before setting sail, he would have made an undying, unkillable Garp+. Still, I'll just wait for Zoro's template. Been eyeing that body for a while now. Reiner pulled back his thoughts and glanced at the center of the training ground. No one seemed to have noticed them yet. He turned and slipped into the Navy base. After wandering around, he retrieved Zoro's swords and then signaled for Luffy and Zoro to make their escape. Inside a small-town tavern. Burp, yeah, lasting a month really was pushing it. "By the way, you two, are both devil fruit users?" Zoro leaned back on the sofa after finishing his meal, chewing on a toothpick as he asked. Luffy stretched his cheeks with a smug grin. "That's right. I ate the gum-gum fruit and became a rubber man. That one's at least easy to understand." Zoro nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Reiner. "But your ability looks a bit freaky? It's actually not that complicated." Reiner tapped the ash, then stood and placed his hand on Zoro's shoulder. "Don't move." As he spoke, a cyan flame flared from his palm, engulfing Zoro's body. "What the hell?" Zoro jolted and instinctively tried to break free, but when he realized the flame had no heat, he calmed down. About 3 minutes later, the cyan flame withdrew into Reiner's palm, becoming a flickering ember. His overall stats are actually on par with Luffy's arm strength, even a notch higher. Reiner marveled at the information within the flame. On second thought, it made sense. Zoro had trained relentlessly since childhood. That his physical abilities rivaled Luffy's wasn't surprising. He gave Zoro a longer look. As expected of a swordsman, such terrifying arm strength. In the East Blue, probably only Arlong could compare. Reiner had already planned out Zoro's template. With a thought, a rift tore open in the air. A black figure slowly stepped out from the void. It stood over 2 meters tall, broad and muscular, wearing a black hat, black suit, and a sweeping black trench coat. If you ignored the head, it was the very image of a mysterious, dashing man in black. But hidden beneath the hat was a hideous, terrifying face, a bloodthirsty maw lined with fangs, and a long blade piercing straight out of its forehead. Its arms ended not in hands but in 2 long blades, tips scraping against the floor with a cold gleam. there were no hilts, each blade fused seamlessly with its forearm. Yes, Reiner had modeled this after the Blade of Devil from Chainsaw Man. Though only the appearance resembled it, the fit with Zoro's three-sword style was near perfect. What the hell is that? Zoro's eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me you just pulled that thing out of me? Wahahaha, so cool! Luffy's eyes sparkled as he shouted in excitement. This was exactly why, back when Luffy first saw Reiner's power, he had obsessively begged him to join the crew. Who knew what went on in his head? The weirder something looked, the more it fascinated him. That's right, Reiner admitted bluntly. I'm a devil fruit user. By doing what I just did, I can copy a person's body data and create an undead from it. His ability could spawn many kinds of undead, but they couldn't deviate from the template's traits. Using a dog as a template to make a humanoid skeleton, for example, would result in something too unstable to even stand. Only by following the template faithfully could their strength be fully realized. Reiner dismissed the Blade of Devil. Luffy, where are we headed next? No idea. Luffy grinned without shame. How about you decide, Reiner? I don't know anywhere anyway. Reiner. Zoro. Is this captain really reliable? Zoro muttered under his breath. Reiner remembered that in the original story, Luffy's next destination was the small town where Buggy had his base, and where he would meet Nami. But he couldn't recall the town's name. Just point somewhere on the map. Reiner spread out a chart and tapped a spot. We're here. You can pick any nearby location as our route. He decided to rely on Luffy's miraculous luck. If they didn't run into Nami, they could always go straight to Kokoyashi village later. Zoro? Slamming his hand on the table, Zoro's face froze in shock. Wait a second. You don't sound like just a support crew member at all. Reiner chuckled. Don't be so jumpy. Letting the captain decide the course is normal. Normally, yeah. Zoro paused. But are you too normal? Reiner sheepishly picked up the chart and looked where Luffy's finger had landed. Syrup Village, huh? He thought for a moment. If memory served, that was Usopp's hometown. Perfect chance to recruit Kuro. Before long, the three left the tavern full and satisfied, heading to the harbor. This is the ship you were talking about? Yeah, what about it? A pirate ship? Zoro eyed the small sailboat tied with rope at the dock, rubbing his chin. He seriously weighed the feasibility of cutting Luffy down right there. With a sigh, he muttered, should have seen this coming. Still, it was better than the little raft Luffy originally planned to use. At least this one had a cabin for shelter, and that was thanks to Reiner saving up to buy it. Being Luffy's support really meant playing both dad and mom. Meanwhile, in Orange Town, where the Buggy Pirates were based, a chase scene was unfolding in the streets. Stop, you bstrd. You little thief. Don't run. A girl with short orange hair, a delicate face, and a slender, shapely figure sprinted ahead, mocking as she went. Catch me if you can, idiots. Her name was Nami, a thief specializing in stealing from pirates. Today, she had snuck into Buggy's base and stolen his Grand Line chart. Several of Buggy's men had spotted her. Lucky for them, they were the first to find her. Bringing her back would mean a great achievement. But, DMN it. Why is she so fast? If we don't catch her, the boss will be furious. As the distance widened, anxiety filled the pirates' hearts. That chart was their captain's treasured prize. Failing this mission meant being used as test subjects for Buggy's special cannonballs. DMN it, stop right there. They chased her all the way to the harbor, only to watch helplessly as Nami leapt into a small boat and began sailing away. See ya, Nami waved cheekily from the deck, drawing their ire to the max. Watching her silhouette fade across the water, the pirates' faces twisted into despair. Chapter Nami. White clouds drifted across the deep blue sky. A small wooden boat floated on the calm, azure sea. Luffy sat at the bow while Zoro leaned against the railing. We still need to find a navigator, Reiner said lazily, lying on the deck and staring at the sky. A navigator? What's that? Luffy blinked. Zoro. A navigator is the one who plots the course, Reiner explained to Luffy. If we run into bad weather at sea, it's dangerous. We need someone who understands navigation. This was a serious matter. The Grand Line was filled with bizarre weather and unpredictable seas. Even here in the East Blue, getting caught in a major storm meant almost certain death. Even someone as strong as Golden Lion Shiki couldn't resist the force of nature. After a while, they suddenly heard shouting from afar. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Following the voice, they saw a small boat heading toward them. On its deck, an orange-haired girl was paddling with all her strength. She was being chased by a pirate ship flying the Black Cat Pirates flag. The prow bore a huge black cat's head. Pirates crowded the deck, shouting angrily at the small boat ahead. DMN it. She dared to steal our treasure. After her. The one being chased was Nami. After stealing a navigation chart from Buggy, she had happened upon the Black Cat pirates at sea. As a thief who specialized in robbing pirates, Nami couldn't resist sneaking aboard and swiping some of their treasure. Just as she was about to escape, she was discovered. Why would anyone walk backward, DMN it? Nami yelled in frustration. She had nearly gotten away. Hiding in a corner, she waited for someone to pass so she could slip off behind him only for that man to be walking backward. She burst from the corner and ran straight into him. On the pirate ship, Django heard Nami shout and smirked. "This is my choreography. Hasn't it completely conquered you? Conquer my butt." Nami paddled desperately. Spotting a small boat ahead, her eyes lit up. She shouted, "Help! Help!" No, this was clearly an attempt to drag others into her mess. "So, do we make a move?" Zoro asked Luffy. Standing at the bow, Luffy looked at the pleading Nami, then at the pursuing pirates. A mischievous grin spread across his face. "Everyone get ready for a fight." With that, he grabbed the prow, stretched his arms back like a slingshot, and launched himself toward the Black Cat pirate's ship. Zoro grabbed Luffy's leg and flew with him. Reiner stayed behind to guard the boat. He had already recognized Nami, and her boat was drifting closer anyway. Boom! Luffy and Zoro slammed into the deck like human cannonballs, knocking down several pirates at once. "Who the hell are you? Are they the thief's accomplices?" A stylish man with heart-shaped sunglasses stepped forward and said coolly, "Who cares? Capture them first. Attack." "Yes, Captain Django." At his command, the pirates charged, and battle erupted. 3 years earlier, after Captain Kuro staged his retirement, Django became acting captain. Now that Kuro's plan was about to be set in motion and they were sailing for Syrup Village, they had lost half their treasure to a thief along the way. If Kuro found out, he'd skin them alive. But Luffy and Zoro's strength was overwhelming in the East Blue, and with the Black Cat pirates having lost their captain, they were no match. The first pirates to rush in didn't even see what happened before they were sent flying. What's going on? These two aren't normal, everyone, together. Faces hardened, the pirates swarmed. But against such a massive power gap, numbers meant nothing. Like a tide, they surged forward again and again, only to be blasted back each time. "They're so strong." Nami couldn't help but marvel. She'd only meant to drag trouble onto someone else. At this rate, these two might wipe out the whole crew. Whoa, that's a lot of money. At some point, Reiner had boarded Nami's boat. He opened a sack on the deck, revealing a dazzling pile of treasure. The sudden voice made Nami jump. She whipped around to see a blond man crouching by the treasure she had just stolen. Panicking, she rushed over and snatched it back. Thanks for saving me. I'm Nami. Nice to meet you." Flustered, she hid the treasure behind her back, trying to change the subject. "You're celebrating too soon," Reiner said flatly. He extended his hand in a hand-it-over gesture. "I'm a pirate. This is a robbery." "What?" Nami froze. She'd only approached because their boat had no flag and looked harmless. Pirates really? Had she just walked into the wolf's den? She pulled a 3-section staff from her top, snapped it together, and eyed Reiner warily. "He's alone. If I'm careful, maybe I can take him down." Thud. Thud. 2 figures landed on the small boat, one tall, one thin, both wearing sharp, clawed gloves. They were the Nyaban brothers, Sham and Butchie. "Kihihi," Sham sneered, sizing them up. "You dared to steal from our ship. Have you thought about how you're going to die?" Panic flickered across Nami's face. A thought flashed, and she turned pitiful eyes on Reiner. "Boss. They're the ones chasing me." Trouble, dragged onto someone else again. Reiner raised an eyebrow at her antics. "Pretty face, dirty play." He calmly lit a cigarette, shot the Nyaban brothers a mocking glance, and said, with a laugh like that, "You won't live long, kid." "What did you say?" Sham snarled. No one had ever spoken to them like that. He liked the steel claw and flashed a cruel look. "We're the Nyaban brothers with a 7 million berry bounty. You looking to fight us?" Screech, screech. A sharp, grating sound rang out as 2 more figures stepped from the cabin. One wore a long black coat, fanged and feral, a long blade jutting from his forehead and 2 more from his hands. The other wore a white shirt, gray-black trousers, a tie at his chest, and sneakers, an ordinary-looking young man. Yet the sight of him made both the Nyaban brothers and Nami tremble. The ear-piercing sound was coming from him. 3 terrifying chainsaws extended from his hands and forehead. "What the hell are they?" Nami screamed, collapsing. She trembled as she backed up until she hit the railing. Gulp. The Nyaban brothers swallowed hard, eyes wide with fear. This wasn't a question of whether they could win, they were too horrifying. Especially those buzzing chainsaws. "If we get touched, we'll be ripped apart," they both thought. Reiner flicked his cigarette butt to the deck and crushed it under his heel. He smiled pleasantly at the Nyaban brothers. Allow me to introduce them. This one's Blade, and this one's Saw. So, you two are worth 7 million berries? Wait. Cold sweat beaded on the Nyaban brothers' foreheads as they trembled and backed away. Watching the two demons draw closer, they screamed, "Stay back!" Chapter Blade and Saw. Whoosh! The Chainsaw Devil and the Blade Devil dashed forward in unison. The Blade Devil, fast as lightning, appeared before the Nyaban brothers in the blink of an eye, arms crossed for a horizontal slash. In desperation, the Nyaban brothers reacted on instinct. Butchie, the larger one, crossed his claws over his chest, while the smaller Sham leapt up. Clang! Sparks flew as cat claws met long blades. Butchie gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into holding the blades back as a harsh grinding screech rasped in his hands. Now, Sham! Feeling the crushing power pressing down and knowing he couldn't last more than a few seconds, he shouted to his partner. Sham's eyes blazed, his claw flashed for the enemy's throat. But someone moved faster. The Blade Devil let Sham's strike come without dodging or evading. While Sham thought he was restraining him, he himself was being restrained. Bzzz. Behind the Blade Devil, the Chainsaw Devil burst up from below, grotesque saws roaring as they tore toward Butchie's bulky frame. Rip! Ugh! 2 great sprays of blood erupted. In an instant, Butchie's chest was carved with 2 ghastly gashes. His grip faltered. The Blade Devil tore his swords free, cutting toward Sham midair. Clang! Sparks scattered. Butchie! Sham shouted in panic, but he had no time to glance back. The Blade Devil's arms, heavy with force, flung him upward. Sham twisted his core and rolled, flipping to land behind the Blade Devil. Before he could touch down, the shrill buzz of chainsaws screamed again. The Chainsaw Devil was already on him from behind. Sham spun, claws lashing out. Just before his claws could connect, the Chainsaw Devil shifted, twisting through with a double horizontal sweep, one saw high, one low. Ah! A piercing scream. Though Sham twisted instinctively, the whirring blade still ripped an arm clean off. Horror-struck, Sham had no time to counter. The Blade Devil was already at his side. Wait! Sham cried, terrified. SHHK. SHHK. Ignoring his plea, twin blades flashed sliding through Sham's body as effortlessly as slicing tofu. Sham lowered his head, stupefied, staring at the cold steel skewering his torso. Blood pattered onto the deck without end. For a moment, the scene was breathlessly still. Clang! The sword slid free. Sham's body sagged and thudded onto the deck. From first clash to last breath, only a few heartbeats had passed. The Nyaban brothers lay in their own blood, the deck stained crimson, 2 demonic figures standing with blades and saws dripping red. I told you laughs like that don't last long. Reiner's cool voice broke the silence. He walked toward Nami, who sat trembling on the ground, terror blanching her face. He extended an open hand. I'm a pirate, this is a robbery. Oh, okay, it's all yours. Just don't kill me. Nami's voice shook. Her palms were slick with sweat as she moved out a bag of treasure. The Nyaban brothers worth 7 million berries had been butchered in the blink of an eye. Faced with such horror, she had no will to resist. Seeing Reiner not take the bag, she dropped it to the deck and yanked her hand back to her chest. Ah, no, I'm not robbing money. I'm robbing people. Reiner chuckled, kicked the bag aside, took a drag on his cigarette, and dismissed the 2 undead he'd summoned, the ones of blades and saws. He sat cross-legged. You said your name is Nami, right? Do you know navigation? A little. Nami answered softly. The demon's sudden disappearance shocked her, but she still let out a breath of relief. Reiner's tone turned amiable. He already knew Nami could navigate. We're pirates. We're heading to the Grand Line. Be our navigator. Nami hesitated. She didn't dare refuse, but the thought of Kokoyashi village clenched at her heart. Her hometown still suffered under Arlong's brutal rule. She had to save 100 million berries to buy the village's freedom. If she left now, the villagers would never see the light of day. What do I do? Agree first, then run later? Nami's thoughts raced. It should work. There are only a few of them. They can't watch me every second. I'll find a chance to escape. She was about to feign agreement when Reiner cut her off. Planning something? Reiner stroked his chin, watching her. Pretend to agree, then bolt when you get a chance? Maybe even set us up? Nami's pupils shrank in shock. Reiner understood her too well because he was the same kind of person. By now, Luffy and Zoro had already finished off the Black Cat pirates and even dragged Django back. Pointing at Nami, Reiner shouted, Hey, Luffy Navigator. I found one. Eh? Really? Luffy's eyes sparkled as he looked at Nami. Hi, I'm Luffy. Hi, Nami stammered like a frightened lamb. She had seen with her own eyes how strong Luffy and Zoro were. Reiner looked the least dangerous, but he could command those terrifying demons. With all three here, she had no power to resist. It really was the unluckiest day. Oh right, Reiner. Luffy hoisted Django by the collar. This guy says he's headed to Syrup Village. Claims he's got a secret for us. Bruised and battered, Django forced a grin. Reiner remembered he was a hypnotist. 3 years ago, Django had hypnotized Morgan into thinking he'd captured Captain Kuro. Morgan rode that to a captain's rank, while Kuro slipped into Syrup Village and began a 3-year scheme for Kaya's inheritance. Let me live and I'll make sure you get a fat reward. Django rubbed his hands, grinning slyly. Talk, Reiner said. He'd already guessed the secret Kuro's plan. Under their hard stares, Django spilled it all. Kuro would use Django's hypnosis to make Kaya write a will, leaving everything to him, then kill her. In short, you can team up with Captain Kuro and split the inheritance, or tip off the navy and stop him. Kaya's family will pay you well either way. Django's eyes gleamed as he tried to play advisor. That only made Luffy angrier. Thud. That BSTRD. Doing something that vile? Luffy knocked Django out cold, fist shaking with fury. Reiner didn't care about Kuro's little plot. He wanted Kuro's body as a template, scheme or no scheme, he was going to find him. Besides, Kaya's mansion had a ship, the very one that would become their first pirate vessel. And there was Usopp, the man whose lies were his weapon. Syrup Village was a day away. A quest packed with rewards. Reiner was already itching to farm Kuro for loot. Chapter Syrup Village. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly and the sky was cloudless. For the time being, they had joined up with Nami, and the four finally arrived at Syrup Village. As for Django, he'd been tossed into the sea to feed the fish. If he survived, then his time simply hadn't come yet. The island where Syrup Village sat had peculiar terrain. Sheer cliffs ringed it on all sides. Only on the eastern side was there a port, because a long slope led straight inland from there. After docking, they disembarked. Luffy, excited, rushed up the slope first. Reiner tied the mooring line to a wooden post on shore, secured it, and then followed. Seriously, I can't stand that captain, Nami sighed, watching Luffy hair off on his own. Although she'd been badly rattled yesterday by the 2 demons Reiner summoned, her opinion of the group had gradually begun to change. The fact that they'd stepped in to save her left a surprisingly good impression. And after hearing the secret Django revealed, Luffy's reaction struck her as downright unbelievable. He'd spent the whole day shouting about going to beat up Kuro. Were there really pirates who liked to fight for justice these days? The pirates she'd known since childhood were the Arlong pirates. Their brutality left her with deep loathing for pirates. To buy back Kokoyashi village from Arlong, Nami had become a thief, but she only targeted pirates. In her eyes, a pirate's wealth was ill-gotten. She never claimed to be a good person, but she could steal from pirates with a clear conscience. She still had no intention of becoming a pirate, but tagging along with these people for now was something she could accept. Stop right there. A shout drew everyone's attention. A long-nosed man with an afro jumped out from the side and blocked their path. His skin was bronzed, and a pouch hung at his waist. Reiner recognized him at a glance. God, Usopp, the man who wavered between bravery and cowardice. Truth be told, Reiner admired Usopp. Compared to Zoro's almost unreal, perfectly cool image, Usopp was a reflection of ordinary people. Yet despite his cowardice, he could face his fear at critical moments, stand up, and fight to the death for his comrades. Miracles bloomed on this unremarkable little figure. Looks like the weakling trio could be formed ahead of schedule, Reiner thought. As for the third member besides Nami and Usopp. Yes, it was him. He was just a logistics officer. The strong ones were his undead. What did that have to do with him? Besides, at present he only had 2 undead who could really fight, the sword devil molded from Zoro's template, and the chainsaw devil molded from Luffy's template. Luffy didn't know 3-sword style, but his fighting talent was exceptional. He was agile, and his moves were varied and unpredictable. Combine that with 3 massive, menacing chainsaws and just watching made you wince. Once the fight started, anyone would balk. Pulling himself from his thoughts, Reiner strolled over. How do you know I'm Yasopp's son? Ha ha ha, you look way too alike. For a second I thought Yasopp himself was standing here. Usopp was already chatting with Luffy, who recognized him at first glance. Father and son did look similar, especially the afro and thick lips. You know my dad? Usopp, both shocked and delighted, hurried after Luffy to ask about Yasopp. He should still be on Shanks' ship. You mean red-haired Shanks? How do you know? What? That's a great pirate. Huh? Is he? Luffy scratched his head with a goofy grin. Our captain never bothers with the news, Reiner said, speechless. This was the man Luffy admired most, yet he'd never bothered to look into Shanks at all. They kept chatting as they walked, with Luffy telling Usopp all about Yasopp. Back when Shanks anchored at Fuchsia Village, Luffy often listened to Lucky Roo and Yasopp brag. Now he was repeating Yasopp's tall tales to his son. Soon the five of them reached the village and ducked into a random restaurant. You really admire Yasopp, huh? Of course. Usopp climbed onto a chair, put one foot up on the table, and declared boldly, my dream is to be like him, to become a brave warrior of the sea. Sounds great. Then join us as our crewmate. Luffy grinned, flashing a row of big white teeth. In that case, I'll be your captain. No thanks. ×4. The group lowered their heads and kept eating in silence. Hey, wait, don't reject me so fast. Think it over. Usopp protested, struggling a bit. By the way, we're looking for a ship, Reiner said, setting down his utensils. Usopp, do you know where we could find one? A ship, huh? Usopp rubbed his chin, thought a moment, and said, there's probably only one place around here that would have a ship. Eh? That's great. Usopp, take us there. Luffy perked up. Usopp suddenly remembered something and hurriedly changed tune. No, you can't go there. The group looked puzzled. Usopp then explained about the mansion in the village and its mistress, Kaya. Wait, Kaya? Isn't that exactly what Django mentioned yesterday, Kuro's plot? Reiner already knew, but Nami was the first to catch on. He planned to lay it out for Usopp and then expose Kuro with force. Django? You guys know about Kaya and Kuro? Usopp was baffled. He'd only mentioned Kaya, how did they also know about Kuro? Reiner patiently explained how they'd run into the Black Cat pirates yesterday and learned of Kuro's scheme from Django. Hey! You're not lying to me, are you? Usopp slammed his palms on the table. You're not making this up just to get a ship, right? Reiner pulled out the wanted poster he'd taken from Django and handed it to Usopp. It showed Kuro's bounty from 3 years ago. By now, only people like Django were likely to still have it. After all, officially Kuro had been captured, and the Black Cat pirates had largely disappeared from public view. This is. Usopp's face went pale. He recognized Kuro immediately. Whenever he sneaked into Kaya's mansion to see her, Kuro was the one who drove him out. DMN it. Usopp stuffed the bounty into his pouch, spun on his heel, and bolted for the door. He had to warn Kaya at once. A pirate with a 16 million berry bounty had been lurking by her side for 3 years. Wait for me. I'm gonna beat that BSTRD up too. Luffy sprang to his feet, scooped up the food and plates, and dashed after him. Reiner and the others followed. Kuro was not to be underestimated. His Shikushi speed was something none of them could match right now. Which was exactly why Reiner coveted him. That explosive speed for sneak attacks was just too DMN cool. Chapter Kuro, I want you to help me train. Usopp hurried anxiously to Kaya's mansion. Avoiding the guards, he snuck in and climbed up the tree outside Kaya's room. Not good, Kaya. Usopp saw Kaya lying by the window, quietly reading a book in bed. His heart finally eased. It wasn't too late if he told Kaya the truth now and took her away. What's wrong, Usopp? Kaya brushed back her golden hair. She was delighted to see the boy but grew worried when she noticed the panic on his face. Kaya, listen to me, your butler. Kuro? He's a pirate. Usopp quickly spilled the information he had just learned. Come with me first. I'll explain everything later. Ha ha ha, what are you saying, Usopp? Kaya blinked in surprise, then laughed. Is this today's story? Ever since her parents passed away, Kaya had fallen into depression, and her health had worsened as well. Usopp had always been by her side, often visiting to tell her grand stories. Kaya knew they were lies somewhere, even from books she'd read before. But she never exposed him. Instead, she played along, smiling at times, sometimes because the stories were funny, other times simply because looking at this boy made her inexplicably happy. The tension on Usopp's face deepened. He knew Kaya thought his words were just another tale. His voice grew louder. No, Kaya. I'm serious this time. Suddenly, he remembered the wanted poster he'd gotten from Reiner and hastily pulled it out of his pouch. Knock knock knock. A knock came from Kaya's door. Kaya-sama, it's me, Kuro. I've brought you lunch. The sound of Kuro's voice made Usopp jolt, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This is bad, Usopp. Kaya grew flustered. Hurry and leave, or if Kuro finds you, he'll have the guards throw you out again. No. Usopp's hand trembled as he spread the wanted poster before Kaya. Look. I'm not lying. This is real, come with me now. I'll carry you out the window. Believe me, Kaya. This is. Kaya stared at the face on the wanted poster, her expression filled with disbelief. Aside from the outfit, the face was identical to Kuro's. How could this be? Kuro, he's... Kaya struggled to accept it. That gentle, refined butler suddenly revealed to be a pirate with a 16 million berry bounty? Kaya-sama, are you alright? I'm coming in. Outside, Kuro sensed something was wrong. Today he was supposed to meet Django, but the man never showed up. Kuro's rage was already boiling. And now Kaya's reaction. He clearly heard noise inside, yet Kaya never responded. Even if she didn't want him to come in, she should have said something. A bad premonition crept into his chest. Could it be? That useless Django. Kuro, famed for his cunning, immediately pieced things together. Bang! With a loud crash, the door was violently kicked open. Kuro's face darkened as he saw Usopp at the window, carrying Kaya to escape. Kuro! Usopp and Kaya gasped. From his suit pocket, Kuro drew out his long, clawed gloves and slid them onto his hands. Usopp shivered uncontrollably at the sight. Why? Kuro's eyes turned icy as he spoke calmly. How did you find out? Don't tell me you, a weakling, defeated Django? Yo, we're the ones who told him. A clear voice suddenly came from outside the window. Luffy squatted on a tree branch, a half-finished plate of food in his hand. Stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth, he looked calmly at Kuro. That weird glasses guy was beaten by me. And who are you? I'm Luffy. I'm the man who's gonna be king of the pirates. King of the pirates? So you're a pirate too? Kuro's gaze sharpened. Why? I have no grudge with you. Or are you trying to play the hero? Hero? No. I already said I'm going to be king of the pirates. As for why? Luffy set the plate on the windowsill, rubbed his fists together, and grinned wide with shining teeth. I don't like you. So I came to beat you up. Simple as that. Stretching out his arm, Luffy grabbed Usopp and Kaya, pulling them down to the ground. What the? His arm stretched? Usopp and Kaya were stunned as Luffy's long arm wrapped around them. That's it? Kuro's face twisted into a snarl. 3 years. My 3 years of careful planning. All ruined because of this ridiculous reason. Just because you don't like me, my entire plan is gone? You DMN well deserve to die. Kuro roared, spreading his claws wide, a cold gleam flashing. Whoosh! In the next moment, Kuro vanished, his shikushi technique, a silent, high-speed step. When he reappeared, he was already before Luffy. So fast. Luffy was shocked. That sudden burst of speed caught him off guard. Slash. Blood sprayed as the claws raked across Luffy's chest. DMN it. Luffy gritted his teeth. He had instinctively pulled back but still took the slash, flipping backward and landing on the lawn. But Kuro didn't stop. After drawing blood, he pressed forward relentlessly. His claws slashed down again. Clang! Sparks burst in the air. A figure clad in black, sharp-fanged, blocked Kuro's claws with a blade. What the hell is this? Kuro's eyes widened in fear at the sight of the blade devil. No, that thing wasn't human. The appearance was far too grotesque. Bzz. An ear-piercing whine rose as another strange figure appeared. Even more terrifying than the blade devil, 3 roaring chainsaws spinning wildly. Ah! Kaya screamed, covering her face as though unable to look at the horrors before her. How rude. Reiner strolled up from behind, with Zoro and Nami following. Glancing at the panicked Kaya, Reiner lit a cigarette and said coolly, Little Blade and Little Saw will be hurt if you call them scary. That's a creepy name for those things, you idiot. Nami rolled her eyes. No matter how many times I see them, they're disgusting. Anyway, he's our target, right? Looks like a decent opponent. Zoro drew his swords, eyes glinting with interest at Kuro. Roronoa Zoro? Kuro's face darkened as he recognized the swordsman. Though he had been in hiding, he still kept up with outside news. The famed pirate hunter of the East Blue, the 3-sword-style swordsman, Zoro. Kuro knew the name well. Looking at Luffy, Zoro, and the 2 abominations? Kuro's expression grew grave. This situation is really bad. Reiner commanded the 2 devils forward while he himself hung back, casually slinging his rifle off his back and loading bullets. 4 against 1? No, 5 against 1. This wasn't a duel. Nobody cared about fairness. Kuro, I want you to help me train. Chapter The Black Cat's Demise. Thank you. Usopp raised his head and expressed his gratitude to Reiner and Nami beside him. He had thought he was done for, since the opponent was a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries. Although he bragged all the time, deep down he knew exactly how weak he was. Yet Luffy, Reiner, and the others, people he had only met the day before, were actually willing to risk offending the once infamous Captain Kuro for their sake. You've misunderstood. Reiner pulled back the rifle's bolt, glancing at Usopp and Kaya sitting on the ground. First, we came here for Kuro, it has nothing to do with you. Second, there's a ship here. After a pause, he continued, so, let's call it a deal. After we defeat Kuro, the ship will be ours. Kaya looked at the man before her. His expression was one of lazy indifference, she couldn't tell whether he was genuinely helping or only after her family's ship. But as long as she could survive this crisis, it didn't matter if his intentions weren't pure. After all, he had just saved both her and Usopp's lives. The result was what mattered. I understand. Once again, thank you for saving us. Kaya was much more tactful than Usopp. She knew that even if the other party harbored ulterior motives, she had no choice. Reiner grinned, baring his teeth. Oi, Luffy. We've got our ship sorted out. Shishishi. Then that's all the more reason to beat this guy up good. Luffy laughed as he stared at Kuro, cracking his fists together before charging in. Zoro followed close behind, and Reiner didn't hesitate either. He commanded his 2 demons to rush in as well. The clash of blades rang out again and again, sparks occasionally flashing through the air. These guys. Each one more outrageous than the last. Kuro was gritting his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. He felt the pressure in his cat claws with every exchange, secretly astonished. Each of these 4 alone is about as strong as me. How is it that I've never heard of such a powerful pirate crew before? It wasn't surprising, though. It was only their 2nd day at sea. They had just caused an uproar at the 153rd branch yesterday, and now they'd already reached Syrup Village by morning. No matter how well-informed Kuro was, he couldn't possibly know that fast. After only a few exchanges, Kuro was completely suppressed. Suddenly, Luffy landed a heavy punch square in his abdomen. Kuro clutched his stomach, only to be slashed across the back by the Chainsaw Devil. Arg! The searing pain ripped through him. Kuro gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure as he stomped the ground, using Shikushi to retreat and open up distance. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, sliding along his cheeks. A shadow of malice flickered in his eyes. I'll have to use that technique. Shikushi, Kuro's strongest move, an advancement of his silent step. At such blinding speed, even he couldn't see what he was striking. Once activated, it was do or die, lasting until he exhausted all his stamina. Kuro pushed his glasses up with his palm, arms crossing as his cat claws glinted with a chilling light. Shikushi! In the next instant, his figure vanished. A fierce gale tore across the lawn, a storm of killing winds sharp as blades. So fast. We can't see his movements at all. Luffy and Zoro were both shocked by his speed. Slash. 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 Deep gouges suddenly appeared in the ground, then across walls and tree trunks completely without warning or pattern. Hey, we need to get away from here. Reiner's brows furrowed, his expression turning grave. One arm guarded his neck while the other shielded his chest, protecting his vitals as he stepped back. Usopp dragged Kaya away. Nami, already sensible enough, had hidden herself earlier. She knew full well the strength of these fighters. If they couldn't handle him, she would only be a burden. Clang! Suddenly, sparks burst from the Blade Devil's weapon, his leg slashed several times out of nowhere. Luffy! You two fall back and let them tank it. Reiner shouted to the pair. Shikushi's speed rivaled Saru. Right now, they had no way to track him. Their only option was to gamble. Either wait until Kuro's stamina burned out, or catch him mid-attack. Assuming the blow wasn't fatal. But with Reiner's 2 undead creations, the problem became simpler. Just let them take the hits. Undead had no concept of life. If they broke, he could repair them. It only cost him some energy. Got it. Luffy and Zoro immediately pulled back. This wasn't some honorable duel. They weren't about to stand there and be sliced up. On the field, the Blade Devil and Chainsaw Devil raised their weapons high. Even as slashes carved across their backs, they didn't flinch. The very next moment, the Chainsaw Devil's chest was ripped open with several cuts, and both men instantly reacted, swinging their weapons down fiercely. Arg! A scream rang out as blood sprayed in midair. The Blade Devil's strike had landed by sheer luck. Kuro stumbled, tripping and crashing hard to the ground, rolling several times. My hand! He stared in horror at his missing right arm, trembling violently from the unbearable pain. The Blade Devil and Chainsaw Devil's figures blurred forward, their blades sweeping in low from the ground. Seeing them rush toward him, Kuro actually felt relieved. He knew his life had reached its end. Is it over? His expression dimmed. He no longer had the strength to move. This is why I hated this life. Every day, it's either worrying about strong foes coming for me, or being pestered by worthless gnats. So tiresome. If I had known, I might as well have just stayed like that. Slash. 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 Blood gushed forth. Kuro's vision blurred, his weakened body pitching forward onto the blood-soaked lawn. Reiner felt nothing at his death. There were countless ways to live a peaceful life. Even hiding away in Kaya's mansion forever wasn't a bad option. In the end, Kuro was simply greedy. Every choice came with a price. He failed, and that was all there was to it. Is he dead? Yeah, dead as can be. Reiner answered Usopp, then stepped forward to extract Kuro's body data. The man's explosive leg strength was impressive, and his frailty could be patched with Reiner's power. While his raw strength was lacking, with weapons his offensive power was enough for the early stages. Reiner had high expectations for this template. Soon, Kaya's guards arrived to clean up. The group was invited into the mansion as guests. Led by the butler Mary, they passed through the grand doors, down a corridor, and into the drawing room. The room was vast, a massive round tea table in the center, surrounded by luxurious leather sofas. Overhead hung a glittering crystal chandelier, and ornate tiles spread beneath their feet. Reiner leaned against the sofa, surveying the chamber filled with priceless art. At least a dozen paintings hung on the walls alone. No wonder Kuro had been tempted, just the furnishings of this one room were worth far more than his life. I knew she was rich, but not this extravagant. Reiner mused silently. Looked like he'd have to squeeze a bit more out of this deal. Surely they had fine liquor and tobacco stashed away. For Kaya's health, he'd better help her dispose of them. What? Shameless? Yeah, that's me, shameless and proud. Nami was quietly weeping. So many treasures right in front of her, and she couldn't take a single one. Maybe just steal a few. Just a few. No. I promised I'd only steal from pirates. No, but we saved her life. Taking a little isn't too much. No, Nami. How's that any different from being a pirate? But I am a pirate. Nami was arguing with herself, leaving Reiner struggling not to laugh. Why don't you all stay for dinner tonight? Kaya entered with a warm smile. Later, I'll show you the ship. Mary once designed it himself. This trip's been a real haul. Reiner leaned back contentedly on the sofa. Chapter: The Going Merry and Usopp. At the lively banquet, Luffy and Usopp were standing on the table fooling around. With a pair of chopsticks stuck in their nostrils and a dustpan in hand, they danced a strange jig, making Kaya laugh out loud. This captain really has no sense of dignity. Nami sighed helplessly. By the way, where are we going next? You're not planning on using that trick again, are you? Zoro couldn't help glancing at Reiner. He still remembered how Reiner had once let Luffy randomly point to a spot on the map, and just like that, Syrup Village became their destination. That trick? Ahem, I already have an idea for our next stop. Reiner yawned and, under Nami's puzzled gaze, said, Don't you think we're still missing an important crewmate on this ship? You mean that? Yeah. Without someone in that position, it won't really work. Zoro and Nami both touched their chins in agreement. So you think so too? Luffy joined in with a grin, looking at the group. Then it's decided we'll find a musician. It's a cook. A cook? Why don't you donate your brain if you're not going to use it? If it's a cook we're talking about. Reiner paused and looked up. The Sea Restaurant Baratai. Let's go there. But that's already near the Grand Line. Before that, I was thinking of heading to the Konomi Islands to deal with Arlong. Konomi Islands? Where is that? Arlong. Unlike the others' confusion, Nami suddenly cried out in shock. She never expected to hear that name from Reiner's mouth. Arlong. Those two syllables were her nightmare. Every time they were spoken, they dragged up the terror and hatred in her heart. She would never forget that day when Belmere was killed by Arlong before her eyes to protect her and Nojiko. Nami, what's wrong? Do you know this Arlong? Seeing Nami's face go pale, Luffy couldn't help but ask. Nami remained silent, her expression dark. The cheerful atmosphere froze all at once. Reiner was the first to break the silence. Arlong was once a member of a fishman pirate crew from the Grand Line. He slowly explained to Luffy and the others about Arlong's arrival in the East Blue and his brutal rule over the Konomi Islands. Sounds like a real BSTRD. Reiner, Nami, do you two know him personally? Luffy asked, puzzled. Even Nami looked toward Reiner in curiosity. Could it be that Reiner had some sort of deal with Arlong? What are you thinking? Noticing Nami's odd look, Reiner explained, Did you forget about my ability? I just want his body template, that's all. Oh, so that's it. Luffy was relieved and grinned. Then let's go beat him up first, so Reiner can collect a new undead. It's an undead, not a monster. Hey, wait a minute. Nami suddenly became anxious. Do you even know how strong Arlong is? She stopped mid-sentence. Arlong's power was etched into her memory. All these years, countless Navy squads who tried to capture him never even made it to shore before their ships and themselves were sunk to the bottom. Hearing that they intended to provoke Arlong shocked her. But Nami raised her head to glance at the group. Luffy, Zoro, and Reiner's undead against Captain Kuro, who had a bounty of 16 million berries. They had been so casual, almost carefree. If it's them. Could they really? Could they really defeat Arlong? If so, then the people of Kokoyashi village could finally be freed from his endless darkness. No, impossible. If they failed, Arlong would kill them all without hesitation. Her heart wrestled with the choice. She had once struck a deal with Arlong. If she could save up 100 million berries, he would sell Kokoyashi village back to her. But 100 million. After all these years, it was still a distant dream. Nami, what's wrong with you? You've been acting strange since just now. The group didn't understand, aside from Reiner, who knew her grudge. I know Arlong. Nami finally decided to confess. She then told them, through gritted teeth, about her past. Many years ago, after Arlong's crew arrived in the East Blue, they ruled the Konomi Islands with overwhelming strength. Everyone was forced to pay protection money just to survive. Her hometown, Kokoyashi village, was among them. So that's why you became a thief. Zoro pieced it together from her deal with Arlong. That BSTRD. Luffy clenched his fists, furious. I've decided our next stop is Arlong. Wait. You don't understand, Arlong is. No need to convince us, Nami. Reiner interrupted her. No matter what, we already consider you our navigator. If our crewmate has been hurt, and we don't stand up for them, then what kind of pirates are we? And besides, with Arlong still around, you wouldn't be able to sail with us in peace, would you? Reiner stood up, looking down at Nami. Luffy doesn't like him. I want his template. And he hurt you. Any single reason is enough for us to crush him. That's just how pirates do things. Nami covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. She had grown used to living on her own, never thinking that after Belmir's death she would ever find people she could rely on. Thank you. You. This is too touching. Usopp sobbed loudly. One day I'll go out to sea too, and become a pirate like you all. What? You're coming with us. Eh? Usopp froze, stunned by Luffy's words. I remember inviting you already. Wait. That was serious? Not a joke? Yeah, totally serious. Luffy grinned wide. I really like you. Usopp looked around at the others in a daze. What are you standing there for? Reiner lit another cigarette and teased him. Hurry home and pack. We're setting sail after dinner. Miss the boat, and there won't be a next one. Wait. Usopp scrambled to his feet and bolted out the door. Reiner glanced at Kaya and smirked. Sorry for stealing your little boyfriend away. Don't blame us, okay? And no, not at all. Kaya's cheeks flushed red as she stammered, I always knew Usopp would set out to sea one day. Though she said it, her eyes still carried a trace of sadness. Soon after, they finished eating. With Kaya and Mary leading the way, they reached the port. Usopp was already waiting, and beside him was a single-masted sailing ship. At the bow stood a white sheep's head figurehead. A massive mast rose from the deck, and at the stern a triangular sail stood above 2 tiers of cabins. This ship may look a bit old-fashioned, but I personally designed it. Mary gestured toward it, introducing proudly. It's a fast-sailing ship, and I've named it the Going Merry. Even before Mary and Nami finished their introductions, the group had already scrambled aboard, unable to contain their excitement. Ha ha ha, this is amazing. Luffy sprawled over the sheep's head, arms and legs spread wide as he hugged it. He looked up and laughed. From now on, this will be my throne. Chapter Reiner's Logistics Life. Reiner stood on the deck and looked around, stomping his foot. The wooden planks went creak creak. Looks like my logistics life is about to begin. He climbed the rope up to the crow's nest. Looking down, he saw Zoro already sitting along the deck, leaning against the railing, dozing off. When he lifted his gaze, the vast blue ocean filled his sight. Turning back toward the island, his eyes passed over the forest. In the village he could faintly make out scattered houses. The view is pretty good here. He propped his hands on the rail, smiling as he looked down. Then I'll take this spot. From now on, the lookout duty is mine. Ah, fine, Luffy replied with a laugh. Reiner jumped down from the crow's nest and opened a huge blue backpack. These were supplies Kaya had given them. Besides food, there were daily necessities and a small amount of medicine. Shampoo and body wash too? Mary really is thoughtful. After sorting and checking everything, Reiner began exploring the Going Merry. He opened the trapdoor at the deck by the mast. Below were the men's quarters, 2 sofas and several hammocks in the corner. Nothing much to see, Reiner sighed at the simplicity of the quarters. The bow cabin held the cannons and cannonballs. On the deck stood a 2-story cabin. The first floor was a storeroom with a few cannons mounted on either side. Reiner stowed some supplies there. Below the storeroom were the women's quarters. A glance showed they were clearly more luxurious than the men's sofas, tables, bookshelves, wardrobes, even a bar counter. Back outside, staircases on both sides led up to the second floor, a general living area comprising the kitchen, dining hall, meeting room, and so on. After a short look around, Reiner summoned several skeletons and had them sort and arrange the supplies. Not bad, Reiner. Nami walked up the gangplank, smiling at him as he leaned against the second-floor railing. Your ability can even handle this kind of work. Looks like things will be much easier from now on. Piece of cake. I'll have them do a thorough cleaning inside and out later, Reiner said with a wave and a grin. For combat, his undead currently used only Luffy, Zoro, and Kuro as templates, but he still had plenty of small fry, including Morgan. Those were perfect for chores, no need to feel the slightest hesitation. He had shaped Kuro's template after Wolverine. Since they were undead, they looked a bit creepy, but at least vaguely human. In battle, they were fine for small fry, but when facing enemies with any real name, he wouldn't personally step in. He wanted outsiders to distinguish him from his undead. Until he had top-tier undead combat power, he needed to keep his own role hidden. Not that he lacked any fighting strength thanks to his devil fruit, his physical attributes weren't bad. But overall, his combat ability was mediocre. Compared to Luffy and Zoro, he couldn't even match his own undead. He had only crossed into this world a year ago. No matter how hard he trained, progress had limits. He wasn't some hard-work fruit, user effort alone wouldn't let him defy the heavens. Unless he transformed into the undead monarch lord, but that would draw too much attention and wasn't suitable for a cautious early stage. In that form, each of his stats would be determined by whichever undead had the strongest corresponding attribute. For now, that meant Kuro's speed, Zoro's arm strength, and other attributes balanced by Luffy's overall capability. In short, his strength depended on his undead. Crossing over hadn't come with extra perks, and becoming invincible through effort alone? That was a pipe dream. Even so, his devil fruit had an extremely high ceiling. What he lacked was time. As for what Master Kai said about only Haki reigning above all, he took it as a joke. He himself was a devil fruit user. Who wins depends on the person. Didn't Enel call himself a god? Luffy still knocked him flat. By that logic, only fate reigns above all, right? Anyway, it all came down to human effort. Pulling himself from his thoughts, he stubbed out his cigarette. After Usopp brought everything aboard, they raised the anchor and prepared to set sail. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, Usopp. Goodbye, Kaya. When I come back, I'll tell you adventures even more amazing than my tall tales. Usopp waved farewell. Today, he finally took his first step toward becoming a brave warrior of the sea. Kaya and Mary stood silently on the shore, watching until the ship vanished over the horizon. Miss Kaya, some time ago I heard a few things from the villagers about Usopp. Mary smiled gently as he began. When his mother was passing away, Usopp kept running through the village shouting, "Pirates are coming," and rushed home. He shouted to his mother that his father had returned to take them out to sea together. Maybe it was loneliness. After his mother passed away, he still shouted, "Pirates are coming," in the village every day. The villagers said his lies were mixed with a strong wish, hoping that one day his father would come back for them. Kaya listened quietly, gazing at the sea as if in thought. "Mary, I want to learn medicine." "Is that so? That's quite a big decision all of a sudden." On the Going Merry, the crew was celebrating. "Let's toast to the Going Merry and to Usopp. Cheers." "You don't have a pirate flag yet, do you?" Usopp glanced up at the bare mast. "A flag is the soul of a pirate crew. Tell me whatever ideas you have, my drawing skills are top-notch." "Really?" Luffy's eyes lit up. "I didn't know you could do that too. I often painted on the village walls. I've been practicing since I was a kid," Usopp said proudly. Soon, Reiner brought out a length of black cloth, several cans of paint, and a few brushes from the storeroom. Usopp got to work with broad strokes, and before long, a pirate flag was finished. A white skull wearing a yellow straw hat, with 2 crossed bones behind it. "Not bad, Usopp." Reiner took the flag and couldn't help praising it. "I'll hoist it up there. You sketch an outline on the sail, and I'll have the skeletons do the painting. Leave it to me." Very quickly, with Usopp and Reiner working together, the sail bore the same huge emblem as the flag. Everyone looked up and couldn't help smiling. The Straw Hat Pirates were officially formed. "Nami, how long until we reach Kokoyashi village?" Reiner suddenly asked. 2 days, Nami answered without hesitation. "But, I still have to ask, are you really sure? Arlong's bounty may be 20 million belly, but I suspect his true strength is far beyond that. In the past, many Navy men came to hunt Arlong. Without exception, they all failed. He's secretly colluding with a certain branch, covering up many of his crimes, so his bounty hasn't gone up." Hearing this, Zoro furrowed his brows slightly. As a former bounty hunter, he understood the Navy's bounty rules. A bounty reflects strength to some extent, and in the East Blue, 20 million belly is already extremely high. From Nami's words, Arlong's strength was likely far greater than they had imagined. Chapter Kokoyashi Village. 20 million berries, huh? That was quite a hefty bounty, Reiner couldn't help thinking. Unfortunately, they were pirates, so they couldn't claim it. Still, with Arlong constantly hoarding wealth, there should be plenty of treasure to reap. As for whether they could defeat him, well, in the original story Arlong was indeed very strong, but Reiner thought it didn't matter. He was confident even if they had to take him head-on, just sending out a Wolverine would be enough. Since the undead had no concept of life, no matter how damaged they were, he could always repair them. Even if one was captured and bound, Reiner could simply recall and resummon it. With their high-speed, high-power traits, as long as they could deal damage, they could grind Arlong down to death. Through Nami's calm narration, the group gained some understanding of Arlong's strength. He can flip a house with his bare hands? Usopp collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest with both hands stacked over each other. It's bad I've come down with a disease that'll kill me the moment I step off the ship. Arlong's all yours. Are you all right, Usopp? Luffy turned around to see Usopp suddenly collapse, and he panicked, circling him and shaking him frantically. Seeing these two clowns, Nami and Zoro both darkened in the face, covering their foreheads with sighs. This idiot. In any case, Arlong is really strong. Nami's voice carried worry. Even though I know you're all strong like monsters, to be honest, I'm not certain either. If you fail, our end will be death. Don't worry, Nami. Reiner smiled and reassured her. They're very strong, and on top of that, I have my undead. There won't be a problem. This is in the bag. Besides Arlong, his subordinates also have a few worth noting: Hachi, Kurubi, and Chu. Nami began introducing Arlong's officers. Of those Nami mentioned, Reiner didn't remember a single one, aside from Hachi. Still, their numbers weren't small. Fishmen were born with 10 times the strength of humans. Collecting them one by one to serve as grunts wouldn't be bad at all. And they were all expert swimmers, rare and valuable assets at sea. The thought of this made him happy again. Life at sea was boring, and now with chores all handled by Reiner's undead, the crew had little to do. Luffy and Usopp passed the time by fishing. Nami stayed in her room, drawing sea charts with the fine paper and ink she had gotten from Kaya. Reiner and Zoro trained with weights together. He was diligent about working out after all, his ability couldn't collect templates from those far stronger than himself. For example, Garp. On top of that, to reach the threshold of learning hockey in the future, training his body was indispensable. Speaking of which, Zoro, your strength is outrageous. Reiner eyed the massive barbell in Zoro's hands, sighing. A rough estimate put it at 2 tons, yet Zoro was doing nearly 1,000 squats with it. That was insane. I guess it's because I've been training since I was a kid. Zoro glanced at Reiner. On the other hand, your endurance is insane. Reiner's barbell was only 1 ton, nowhere near Zoro's weight, yet he had already done 2,000 squats. Because when my undead act, they consume my stamina, so I put extra focus into endurance training. Of course, mainly because I have the boost of my devil fruit. My recovery is far beyond a normal person's. Really? So devil fruits can do that too? Yeah, Zoan-type devil fruits greatly enhance the user's physical abilities. In the East Blue, devil fruits were regarded as legends by most people, their classifications were completely unknown. Reiner patiently explained them to Zoro. Wait. If that's the case, wouldn't Logia types be invincible? Zoro was astonished. Being able to turn your body into elements, it sounded utterly absurd. Not quite invincible. There are ways to counter them. Reiner went on to explain Seastone and hockey, leaving Zoro dumbfounded. Well, you'll see for yourself in time. I see, the sea truly is full of wonders. Zoro spoke with great interest. That man must also have the kind of power you mentioned. To think I had planned to challenge him once I set sail looks like I'm still far from it. You mean the world's greatest swordsman? He probably wouldn't even need a sword to beat you, haha. If he appeared in front of you right now, would you challenge him? At that, Zoro looked at Reiner, pondered a moment, then said, I don't know, but probably, yeah. I see. That's just like you, Mr. Hardhead. Ha? No, nothing. Reiner yawned, silently mocking in his heart. In ancient times, people spoke of warriors who were fearless in every battle. But you, my friend? You are made of nothing but that same fearless spirit. 2 days passed like this, and the Going Merry finally carried them into the seas near the Konomi Islands. This area was composed of more than 20 small islands, each with a village. All, without exception, were under Arlong's rule, forced to pay tribute or be killed if they couldn't. Several villages had already been wiped out entirely. Let's head to Kokoyashi village first. If we go straight to Arlong Park, they'll likely destroy our ship before we even arrive. Nami's voice was low and cold. Her mood was written on her face, and the others stayed silent. Reiner summoned 2 undead to steer the ship, and under Nami's guidance, the Going Merry slowly sailed toward Kokoyashi village. Pirates! Pirates are coming! Go call Genzo! Wait, look! Nami's on board? The villagers, seeing the Going Merry, grew frantic. Then they noticed Nami standing at the bow. I'm home, everyone! It's Nami! Nami's back! Quick, tell Genzo and Nojiko! No need, we'll just go straight there. Alright, but Nami, those pirates behind you. The villagers at the port eyed the group warily. Nami smiled and waved. Don't worry, they're not bad people. They're all my crewmates. Is that so? Well, as long as you're safe, Nami. Then I'll see you all later. With that, Nami led them into the village. Here and there, they saw houses completely overturned. Even though Nami had already told them, seeing it with their own eyes made them marvel at the terrifying strength of fishmen. Hey, this is a joke, right? Are we really going to fight monsters like these? Usopp was already shivering. Leading the way, Nami didn't even turn her head as she spoke. The Arlong pirates don't know we've arrived yet. If you want to back out, it's not too late. Even if you leave now, I won't hold it against you. Ha, don't underestimate me, you stupid woman. I can handle something like this. The only one who ever called Nami a stupid woman was, of course, Zoro. Reiner had no doubt Zoro could flip a house. In terms of raw strength, even Luffy didn't match him. But in battle, Luffy could use the elasticity of his rubber body to dramatically boost his attack power. You said you'd be our navigator. We're not going to give up now. For once, Luffy's expression was serious. Reiner lit a cigarette and followed. Soon, they arrived at Nami's Tangerine Grove. The moment they approached, they heard voices raised in argument inside. Stop! That's the money Nami worked so hard to save. Save? That's stolen money. Loot. It should be confiscated. DMN it, how can you even call yourselves Navy? This is bad. Nami's face turned pale at the sound, and she gritted her teeth, rushing into the orchard. DMN it. Chapter Arlong Park. The group followed Nami quickly into the orange grove. As soon as they entered, they saw a blue-haired girl with short hair anxiously and angrily confronting a squad of Navy soldiers. You're okay, Nojiko. Nami rushed forward to her side, then immediately turned toward the Navy. Before she could ask anything, a shifty-eyed officer with 3 long whiskers on each cheek stepped out. Heh. I'm Captain Nezumi of the Navy's 16th branch. We received intel that stolen funds were hidden here. Now, those funds will be confiscated. Captain Nezumi sneered as he spoke, signaling behind him. A few subordinates dug up a wooden chest filled with treasure. Nami's face darkened. She didn't act rashly, but thought furiously. How could the Navy know? I've always been careful. Other than Nojiko, no one knows the hiding spot, and Nojiko would never betray me. Could it be? Her teeth nearly ground to pieces. Through them, she spat. You BSTRDS. Heh, what are you talking about? This captain can't quite understand. Did Arlong's pirates send you? Hey now, Arlong and his men are a legal organization that pays their taxes on time. They're no pirates. You, what kind of navy are you supposed to be? Nami trembled with rage, almost unable to speak. Nojiko quickly held her, afraid her outburst would trigger something worse. Zzz. Suddenly, the piercing buzz of chainsaws roared. All eyes snapped toward the sound. Charging at them was a hideous demon, its body sprouting 3 massive chainsaws. What the hell is that? Open fire, stop it. It wasn't just the Navy who panicked. Nami turned back, shouting to Luffy and the others. Wait! If you attack the Navy, do pirates bother with that? Luffy cut her off, raging as he charged forward. Bang! 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 Bullets poured out, but they had no effect on the chainsaw devil or Luffy. Neither slowed, and in a blink they reached the Navy line. Guns don't work on them. DMN it, what kind of monsters are these? You idiots. Protect me, now. Captain Nezumi cursed while stumbling back, trying to hide among his men, but the soldiers were useless. Gum whip. Luffy's leg stretched and lashed out, sweeping aside the front line. The chainsaw devil rushed straight at Captain Nezumi. Zzz. The screech behind him was like nails on glass, raising goosebumps across his skin. Wait. Who are you people? I'm a Navy captain. If you attack me. Slash. The whirring chainsaw tore across his chest. A ghastly wound opened, blood gushing out. Aha! Captain Nezumi. The soldiers screamed, staring at their collapsed captain, but not one dared to move. Nezumi's eyes filled with terror as he scrambled backward, heels scraping the ground. Don't kill me. I'll give you money, lots and lots of money. But the chainsaw devil advanced silently, step by step. Aha! Don't. Stop. The two roaring saws ended Captain Nozumi's life in pain and terror. Captain Nozumi's dead. Run. A demon. He's a demon. As the Navy scattered in terror, Reiner dismissed the Chainsaw Devil. He had no taste for killing for fun. Let's go. Straight to Arlong. Lead the way, Nami. Luffy lowered his straw hat, voice cold. His anger was plain. Oh okay? Nami's voice trembled. Everything had happened too fast, she hadn't caught up yet. You were careless. Zoro walked out of the grove, dragging two fishman corpses. They were clearly Arlong spies, watching the Navy to be sure Nozumi didn't skim anything. Deep sword gashes marred them, both were lifeless. Not bad, Zoro. Sharp senses, Reiner chuckled approvingly. Nojiko trembled, staring at them. Nami, who are these people? It's okay, Nojiko. They're my crewmates. This time we've come back. Resolve flashed in Nami's eyes. To overthrow Arlong. Wait, Nami. No need, Nojiko. My mind's made up. I trust my crew. Luffy, Reiner, Zoro, let's go. She released Nojiko's hand and strode forward without looking back. Nami. Left behind, Nojiko stood frozen, expression conflicted, as the group marched toward Arlong Park. Inside Arlong Park. Beneath a towering structure, fishmen splashed and played in the pool. Along a row of lounge chairs under a long awning sat a hulking purple-skinned man with a sharp, saw-toothed nose and fanged grin, a felt hat perched atop his wild hair. Bwahahaha. I wonder what kind of face Nami will make when she finds all her years of savings plundered away. Arlong laughed heartily. His officers echoed him. Boss, that trick was brilliant. But won't Nami guess it was us colluding with the Navy? So what if she does? Think she can resist me? Ha ha ha. We'll just let her save up another 100 million, then take it again. As long as the village is under my control, she'll never escape me. Ha 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 ha. His sinister laughter filled the park. Speaking of which, Hachin's been gone with Captain Nozumi for a while. He should be. Boom. Before he finished, a thunderous crash shook the gates. The entrance exploded inward, sending several fishmen flying. What happened? Hey, you guys okay? Who is it? All eyes turned toward the smoke. Arlong scowled, glaring coldly. Out of the haze stepped a familiar orange-haired figure, flanked by others. Bwahaha, it's Nami. Arlong recognized her instantly. Eyeing her companions, he sneered. Looks like you didn't come in peace. So you're Arlong, huh? Luffy barked, storming straight toward him, ignoring the ring of fishmen. Reiner's gaze swept the park. All around, fishmen in the pool and by the sides glared back. 2, 4, 88. TSK, tisk nice. He grinned to himself. Fishmen were born swimmers, and their arm strength was generally 10 times that of humans. As sailors for ship work or as rank-and-file fighters they'd be very useful. Chapter Despicable? Yes, that's me. Nami, what are you doing? I'm talking to you, BSTRD. Mere humans, how dare you ignore us? The fishmen's faces twisted with anger. Ever since they came to the East Blue, they had never seen such arrogant people. Get them. Take them down. Several nearby fishmen bared their fangs and charged forward. Clang. Zoro's lips curved slightly upward as he drew his swords first, leaping toward them. Small fry shouldn't get in the way. With a cold gleam flashing from his two blades, he appeared before the fishmen in an instant. A flurry of slashes tore through the air. Slash. 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 Erg. In just a heartbeat, the fishmen at the front fell into a pool of blood. DMNU, what have you done? Arlong snarled through gritted teeth. How dare you cut down my brethren? He was an extreme racist. In his mind, humans were nothing but lowly creatures, while his own kind stood above all. These aren't small fry. Don't let the brothers throw their lives away. Chew, Kurubi, get them. Yes, Boss Arlong. At his command, 2 officers stepped forward. The one called Kurubi was tall, with long fins on his arms, hair tied into 2 topknots, and a long braid trailing behind. What is this, some kind of bizarre strongman? Reiner's eyes shifted to the other fishman. That one was a smelt-whiting fishman, tall and lanky, with thick lips and a faint blush on his cheeks. Nami, what do you mean by this? The smelt-whiting fishman glared at her. Kurubi gave a disdainful snort. I told you this woman couldn't be trusted. We came here today to declare war. Nami glared at Arlong, clenching her teeth. Arlong. From today, I officially break away from you and join the Straw Hat Pirates. Oh? Arlong eyed her with interest, mocking, so they're the helpers you brought? Just them? Don't make me laugh, Nami. For the sake of your talent, I'll give you one more chance. Continue drawing maps for me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Heh, draw maps for you? Nami's face darkened as memories surfaced. Endless nights in that cramped, suffocating, blade-chilling measuring room. Her expression twisted, and she roared. I've dreamed of your death every single night. Arlong. In that case, all of you will die here. Arlong grinned wickedly, rising to his feet. He wrenched the lounge chair embedded in the ground out by its roots and hurled it at them. Boss Arlong is going to fight himself? These humans brought this upon themselves. Reiner had already summoned 3 powerful undead. The blade of devil cleaved the flying iron chair in half with a swing. Through the gap, Luffy leapt forth, charging at Arlong. You think you're worthy of making Boss Arlong fight? Kurubi and Chu moved to intercept. But Chainsaw Devil and Wolverine blocked their way. What the hell are these things? Some strange race? No, cyborgs. Even with their experience in the Grand Line, Kurubi and Chu were shocked. Meanwhile, Luffy had already reached Arlong. His arm stretched back, then snapped forward like a whip. Gum Gum Pistol. His fist, full of fury, smashed into Arlong's face. Caught off guard, Arlong was sent flying, slamming into a wall before sliding down like mud. Boss Arlong! His arm stretched? Arlong stood again, frowning as he wiped the blood from his mouth. A devil fruit user? Seems I underestimated you. But, don't think a devil fruit makes you invincible. He charged at Luffy, ducking past a punch and driving his fist into Luffy's stomach. But Luffy didn't dodge, his recoiled arm clenched tight as he hammered Arlong's face. Gum Gum Bazooka. Arlong's cheeks twisted grotesquely under the blow, and his head slammed into the ground. Boom! The floor cracked, leaving a deep crater. Luffy was also flung away, but as a rubber man, ordinary strikes had no effect. That was why he traded punches so fearlessly. Luffy's fighting instinct was indeed top class. GHH cough. Arlong spat blood. Seeing Luffy rush again, he braced with one hand and plunged the other into the pool. Water shot. What? A massive jet of water erupted, blasting Luffy away. Realizing blunt attacks had little effect, Arlong darted inside the building to grab his sawblade sword. Back on Reiner's side, Zoro had engaged Chu, while Kurubi was being suppressed by the blade of devil. Chainsaw Devil and Wolverine kept mowing down fishmen. As for Nami and Usopp, nice one. Go get M. They hid behind the wall, cheering loudly, and so did Reiner. At this rate, we'll win for sure. Nami's lips curled into a smile. She never imagined Luffy alone could fight Arlong to a standstill. It's about time. Reiner, thrilled by his undead's harvest, began prowling the battlefield, looting corpses. I hope Luffy lasts long enough. If the fishmen scatter into the sea, it'll be hard to catch them. That was why he hadn't unleashed all his undead at once. As long as Arlong fought, his subordinates wouldn't lose heart. And that meant endless new corpses for him. He even told Chainsaw Devil and Wolverine to hold back. Otherwise the fishmen would lose their nerve too quickly. He was basically fishing with bait. You BSTRD. What are you doing to my comrades? A muffled voice growled behind him. Discovered? Reiner turned to see an octopus fishman with 6 arms, carrying a huge water jug on his back. Hachi? Reiner blurted out instinctively. Eh? You know me? No, what are you doing to my comrades? Hachi glared at the fishmen corpses at Reiner's feet. He had been sent to pick up some rat-faced Navy officer, but after waiting at the shore forever, no one showed. When he went to check, that Navy officer was already dead. Alarmed, Hachi hurried back to report, only to find a field of slaughter. It was a massacre. Hachi, you're back. Great, help us out. Some fishmen called out to him. Reiner pointed at Chainsaw Devil and Wolverine, still hacking away. Your comrades? Those 2 killed them. I don't know them. Eh? Really? Sorry for the misunderstanding. Ah, no problem. Go take care of them. You BSTRDS. Taste my 6-sword style. Hachi drew 6 swords and charged at the undead. No wonder that in the original story, even after Zoro cut down countless fishmen, Hachi still carried him to Kokoyashi village. So easy to fool. The moment Hachi turned, Reiner raised his gun and aimed at his back. He didn't want to reveal his powers in public. Better to keep the undead secret. If he could shoot from the shadows, all the better. Yes, I'm shameless. Yes, I'm despicable. Reiner pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Chapter, do you even understand what an assassin is? Watch out behind you. Big brother Hachi. By the poolside, 2 fishmen stared at Reiner in horror. Before their warning could even reach Hachi's ears, the bullet struck first. Hachi, who had been charging forward, didn't even have time to register the pain in his back before he stumbled and crashed to the ground. Hiss hiss. Slash. Slash. The 2 fishmen by the pool were also taken care of by the Chainsaw Devil. Propping himself up with his arms, Hachi struggled to turn and look at the grinning Reiner, unwillingness written across his face. You, despicable. With that, he fainted. What was that supposed to mean? Reiner stomped forward, reversed his grip on the gun, and thumped it against Hachi's octopus head again. Who could be more despicable than you lot? Reiner said with disdain. He looked around. The fishmen were basically dealt with. Everyone who dared to fight was lying on the ground, the rest had fled. Zoro had already defeated the fishman officer Chu and had joined Luffy in battling Arlong. Reiner turned his gaze to the Blade of Devil, who was fighting Kurubi. DMN monster. Kurubi cursed under his breath, face tight as he stared at the Blade of Devil. He was being suppressed in both speed and strength, and the opponent's swordsmanship was highly skilled. That terrifying arm strength, combined with that bizarre form, was it a devil fruit user or some kind of cyborg? Kurubi lunged, swinging the massive blade-like fin on his arm down at the Blade of Devil. Fishman karate, arm lock chop. The Blade of Devil crossed its two swords and met the descending fin with a fierce slash. Slash. The blades cut through cleanly, severing the fin. The Blade of Devil didn't pause. It raised an arm and swung again, carving a fresh gash across Kurubi's chest. Arg! Reiner wasn't surprised. This one was made from Zoro's template, its physical abilities and combat skills fully replicated. Combined with the three-sword style, a perfect match for the template. Its strength was nearly equal to Zoro's. If it couldn't put down a fishman officer, that would be truly pathetic. Looks like I'll have to use that move. Gritting his teeth, Kurubi took a firm stance, one arm extended, the other at his waist. Fishman karate, 1000-tile true punch. The punch hurled forward with crushing force, ripping the air with a sharp crack. Dragging its swords along the ground and striking sparks, the Blade of Devil charged and then suddenly bent its knees, crouched, and burst upward in a leap. The two figures crossed in an instant. A flash of cold steel came with a low hum of blades. The Blade of Devil turned slowly and flicked blood from its swords. Two-sword style, II cross slash. Two intersecting gashes bloomed across Kurubi's chest. Blood sprayed, he collapsed limply. That just leaves Arlong. Reiner looked toward the great tower-like building, the only place where the fight still raged. Luffy and Zoro were trading fierce blows with Arlong, who was clearly on the back foot. Reiner dismissed the Blade of Devil and the Chainsaw Devil, leaving only the Wolverine undead made from Kuro's template to slip into the shadows. With its explosive speed, a sneak attack would be impossible for Arlong to guard against, especially while he was being pressured. On the battlefield. Shark. On darts. Arlong bent his legs and sprang like a loosed arrow, baring his jagged maw as he lunged at Zoro. Zoro didn't dodge. He raised his two swords behind him, gathering his strength. Tiger Hunt. As their figures crossed, a deep wound had already opened on Arlong's chest. But Arlong's monstrous vitality kept him going. He landed, gritted through the pain, and charged at Zoro's back again. Gum Gum Spear. Luffy's feet snapped together, driving a powerful move into Arlong's abdomen and cutting off his advance. DMN it. Arlong growled, eyes locked on the two of them as he racked his brain for a way out. At this rate, I'll die here. While fending off their attacks, his gaze swept the surroundings. Spotting Nami outside the fray, a vicious idea flashed through his mind. She's got two people with her, but they don't look strong. If I can grab her as a hostage. The moment Luffy sent him flying, Arlong twisted midair and bolted toward Reiner's group. But, slash, slash. Just as he moved, searing pain tore through his waist. He looked down in shock to see several claws driven deep into his side. Arlong stared in disbelief at the source. A ferocious-looking man, silent and cold, claws buried in Arlong's flesh. He hadn't sensed anything, no presence, not even a hint of killing intent. If the figure hadn't moved, Arlong wouldn't have noticed him at all, like a rock or a fallen leaf. Snarling, Arlong chopped his hand like a blade into the creature's neck, twisting its head askew. Arg! Clutching the Wolverine undead, he wrenched the claws free and staggered toward Nami again. However, slash, slash. The same brutal pain ripped through his waist once more. Arlong's eyes went wide. Why? But I? His pupils shrank. The man, whose neck he just hacked crooked, had somehow lurched back, and once again buried claws into Arlong's side. Even Reiner winced, and Usopp clapped a trembling hand over his mouth. Why was it always going for the kidneys? Did Kuro have this habit when he was alive? Did even his fighting style get preserved after death? Clang! The claws tore free again. Blood surged out, and Arlong collapsed, too spent to rise. He had already taken too much damage fighting Luffy and Zoro, and his stamina was nearly gone. Those last two kidney strikes were the final straw. Arlong has fallen? Nami stared in disbelief at the motionless body lying in a spreading pool of blood. That strong, brutal nightmare of a man truly defeated? It's over. Let's go. It's really over. Nami, as if waking from a dream, looked at Reiner as he vaulted down from the wall. Her eyes went misty, she forced back tears of relief and nodded firmly. Let's go. Reiner led Nami and Usopp out from behind the wall. Well done, Luffy, Zoro, and Reiner's undead. You'd better explain yourself, Nami. Fine, you're strong. That sounded half-hearted. Finally, under the great Captain Usopp's wise leadership, we've defeated Arlong. Good work, everyone. Yeah, sure thing, Usopp. Now you sound half-hearted. Reiner, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp gathered around the fallen Arlong. Reiner handed Nami his pistol. You want to do it? Nami hesitated, staring at Arlong. Her eyes hardened, and she took the gun. They watched in silence. All of them had seen blood before. At 6 years old, Luffy had witnessed Lucky Roo shoot a bandit in the head at point-blank range. Zoro had spent the last 2 years making a living by cutting down bounty targets. And Nami most of all. She had seen Belmere gunned down by Arlong while protecting her and Nojiko. She had been only 8. No one naively thought being a pirate was child's play. They had each staked their lives on the sea for their own goals and dreams. Click. Nami racked the gun and pressed the muzzle to Arlong's head. Facing the murderer of her mother, the demon who had plunged Kokoyashi village into endless night, Nami's eyes blazed with resolve. She had dreamed countless times of Arlong's death. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. It was as if a boulder that had pressed on her chest for years shattered and vanished in that instant. Nami exhaled. Her body went slack, and she collapsed to the ground as the gun clattered aside. Wipe the blood off your face. Reiner handed her a handkerchief and patted her shoulder. Crouching, he summoned green flames that washed over Arlong's body. Chapter Who says the undead can't be weapons? Nami, we came to save you. Let's fight Arlong and his crew. At this moment, outside Arlong Park, crowds of villagers surged forward, faces full of anger, clutching crude weapons in their hands. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned to look. Leading them was a man in a black-brown guard's uniform with a windmill pinned to his police cap, his body covered in stitched-up wounds. Genzo? Nami turned in surprise. Why is everyone here? Did Nojiko? That old guy's weird, he's got a windmill growing out of his head. Luffy, wearing his straw hat, commented curiously. Reiner understood immediately, guessing the villagers' intent, and slipped toward Arlong's tower. Nami, you handle things here first. I'll go see if there's anything to loot. After a while. Inside Arlong's room, Reiner looked at the scattered piles of cash he'd gathered. After counting, it came to about 400 million berries. Scratching his golden hair, he sighed, way less than I imagined. It was definitely a fortune, but indeed much less than he expected. Arlong's crew controlled more than 20 villages here. Aside from a few destroyed completely, the rest had been under his exploitation for years. 10,000 berries per adult, 5,000 per child every month, even the smallest village would have at least 100 people. After all these years, he'd only saved up this much? Thinking of this, Reiner couldn't help but curse under his breath. These BSTRDS really know how to spend money, huh? Forget it. At least it's enough to feed Luffy. He couldn't help recalling how one banquet with Luffy could wipe out 100 million. Sigh. Reiner packed up the money, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and left. As he stepped out, he ran into Nami coming in. Nami, what are you doing here? I came to get the sea charts I drew before. And that backpack you're carrying. Nami's eyes locked onto Reiner's bag, a fiery look flashing within them. Reiner, 50-50? No way. 60-40? No way. Soon after, following the villagers, Reiner and the others returned to the village. They went to Nami and Nojiko's home to rest. This is dried orange peel we sun-dried ourselves. Please try it. Nojiko brought over a few cups of orange peel tea, smiling as she handed them out. When Nami had led them toward Arlong Park earlier, she had immediately gone to find Genzo, hence the villagers' later appearance. Tastes good. It really is nice. As long as you like it. Our poor little village doesn't have much to repay you with. I'll pack some orange peel for you to take later. Don't talk about repayment. We've already received the greatest treasure. Is that so? Then I'm sure Nami will be very happy with you all. Relieved, Nojiko left to prepare the orange peel as thanks. After the fight, everyone was tired and hungry, slumped weakly on the sofa. Gurgle. I'm starving to death. Luffy sprawled out in exhaustion. The villagers were already cooking, preparing a meal to treat them. Reiner lit a cigarette, starting to construct Arlong's template in his mind. With a wave of his hand, several flickering blue-green flames appeared. He could faintly feel the flames representing Arlong and Zoro pulling toward each other. Should I fuse them? Reiner muttered. Yes, templates with sufficient compatibility could be fused. But attributes wouldn't stack, each stat simply took the higher value. Both Arlong and Zoro had outstanding arm strength. Moreover, Arlong's bite force was tremendous, while Zoro had trained his jaw strength due to the three-sword style. Thus, these two templates had high compatibility. Forget it. For just a bit of stats, that'd be a waste. With Zoro's growth rate, I'll just update it later, his stats will surpass anyway. Reiner had other ideas for Arlong's template. More than his strength, he valued Arlong's steel-hard nose and rock-crushing fangs. Especially the ability of his teeth to regenerate endlessly. After thinking for a while, Reiner willed a rift in the void to open. Wahahaha, Reiner, you're making a new monster again? Luffy's eyes sparkled. A robot. Make a robot this time, Reiner. I already told you, I can't make robots. Then what are you making? A weapon. Is it a laser gun? From within the rift, a silver-white hilt slowly emerged. Reiner grabbed it and pulled a double-edged sword, silver-white throughout, its sides lined with sharp serrations. At its tip was a fist-sized grim skull, with a jagged spike like Arlong saw nose protruding from it. Looks kinda lame. Luffy said with a face full of disdain. But Reiner showed a strange grin. What if I told you it can extend? Extend? Then it's just like me. Reiner pointed the bone sword at a huge rock outside and willed it. In the next moment, the blade shot forward, the serrated tip blasting into the boulder. Boom! The rock instantly shattered into pieces. Wait, that's Arlong's sharp darts, right? But this is far from all it can do. As he spoke, the bone sword suddenly curved, its tip whipping back like a snake, lunging straight at Luffy. Since it's an undead creature, you can think of it as a bone serpent. I just pinched its tail into a hilt. Strictly speaking, it was a chain sword. It could extend because the blade was composed of bone teeth, exploiting Arlong's regenerative fangs to replenish itself endlessly. Chain swords were excellent weapons, but hard to master. Reiner, however, thought why would undead need training? It could be controlled freely, at will becoming a sword, a whip, or even. The bone sword suddenly coiled into spirals, forming a silver-white round shield studded with spikes, the grim skull fixed at its center. If anyone mistook it for just a shield and rushed in close, Reiner could instantly show them what "shoot him sniper" meant. Wahahaha, it transformed. Reiner, make me one too. Reiner. He tossed the bone chain sword to Luffy, ordering the undead to obey him. Luffy rushed off excitedly to play with his new toy, but within 3 minutes came back dejected and hungry. I'm starving. Food's ready, everyone. Yay! A banquet. At the shout outside, Luffy immediately dashed out, the others following behind. Reiner, wait, I want to talk to you. What's wrong? Reiner turned at Nami's voice. Was she blushing? Could it be? That money, the one from Arlong. No way. No, not that. I mean, can we keep some for Kokoyashi Village's people? Sure. How much do you want to leave? 50 million? Take it. Then, 100 million? Fine. Then how about? Hold it. Are you sure you're not just lining your pockets with the extra? Reiner cut her off. Nami's face turned even redder. Cough, then just 100 million. All right, little miss, hiding something there, huh? Chapter Sanji. The next day, the weather was clear, with not a cloud in sight. On the boundless blue sea, the Going Merry sailed calmly. On deck, Reiner, Luffy, and Usopp sat in a circle with solemn expressions. Nami and Zoro sat outside, watching closely. Test round, play a 3. Small bet I'll press with a 4. Don't have it. You don't even have a 4? That's pathetic, Luffy. Shut up, don't think you can trick me into breaking up my hand. Usopp gritted his teeth at Luffy. DMN, this guy had gotten smarter. Most of the time, sailing on the sea was boring, especially since Reiner's undead had already taken care of all kinds of chores. So Reiner had taught them how to play fight the landlord. Usually, while Luffy and Usopp were fishing, Reiner and Zoro would train with weights. When resting, everyone would gather and play cards. Even Nami and Zoro would occasionally join. As for Reiner's luck with cards, he was basically a charity player. He didn't care, he just treated it as giving everyone pocket money. It was worth mentioning he was in charge of the money on the ship. Saving? He couldn't do that. But robbing money? That he was good at. So there was no need to save. Except when it came to Luffy. Give him money, and he'd really burn through it. Suddenly, one of the undead hawks from the lookout flew down. It landed on Reiner's shoulder and tapped, its beak pointing toward the bow. Yesterday in Kokoyashi Village, Reiner had asked Usopp to help him hunt several hawks. He turned them into undead to guard the ship when he was busy basically, most of the time. Seeing this, Reiner leaped up to the lookout. Following the hawk's beak, he spotted a faint green dot in the distance. The sea restaurant Baratai. Finally, we can have a proper feast. Reiner jumped down. No paying the bill this time. He, I just won 500,000 berries. Luffy grinned. Great. Another 500,000 down the drain. Soon, they arrived at Baratai, a massive three-tiered floating restaurant, its bow carved into the head of a fish with its mouth wide open. Time to eat. Luffy, clutching his newly won 500,000, rushed up excitedly. Hey, wait. That's a pirate ship? Reiner followed Usopp's finger. A giant pirate shipwreck, broken in two, half sunken on the sea. Only the bow and stern still floated. That flag, it's the Krieg pirates. Usopp had already recognized which crew that wreck belonged to. At once, a familiar scene flashed in Reiner's mind. So it's Hawkeye, huh? Reiner frowned slightly, turning his gaze to a small boat tied beside Baratai. A high-backed armchair sat in it, with candles burning around. It was tied by rope to the restaurant. How did such a massive ship sink? No idea. Maybe it got chopped in half. Quit joking, Reiner. Who could possibly chop a ship in half? Usopp waved dismissively and laughed. The group disembarked and headed inside the restaurant. The grand dining hall had at least dozens, maybe even hundreds of tables. But it was completely silent without a single customer. No, there were two. In the corner, a man in a white shirt ate quietly. A black hat rested beside him on the table, and a black coat hung over his chair. His movements were refined and elegant, making hardly a sound. Reiner glanced once, then ignored him, casting a look at Zoro. It seemed he hadn't noticed. That silence was soon broken. Clang! Clang! Food! Ha ha ha! I wanna order. Order. Coming, you noisy brats. A blond man came out from the kitchen, wearing a black suit and a blue striped shirt underneath, clearly well-groomed. He looked at the clamoring Luffy with disdain. Reiner and the others joined Luffy at the table. What would you like to eat? Sanji asked flatly, holding a notepad and pen. Meat. 10 portions of meat. 10 portions? Can you even finish that? Sanji looked up sharply at Luffy. If you waste food in front of me, I won't forgive you. Sanji's attitude left Luffy stunned. He'd never met such an arrogant cook. Don't worry, his appetite is no problem, Reiner chuckled, teasing Sanji. I'm more worried you'll collapse from exhaustion. Oh? Sanji gave Luffy a curious glance. This is the first time I've been challenged like this. Go ahead and try. Luffy, eat as much as you want today. Money's covered. Really? Luffy shouted, his eyes burning as he stared at Sanji. When it comes to eating, I've never lost. When it comes to cooking, I've never lost either. Their eyes clashed, sparks flying, both fired up. Then, what about the rest? Sanji turned toward the others. But the moment his eyes landed on Nami, his words froze. The fiery look in his eyes instantly melted away, replaced by pink hearts. He dropped to one knee before Nami. Eh? Nami was taken aback, flustered by the sudden move. An angel. An angel has descended. Sanji gushed dramatically, eyes gleaming. Please let me become your prisoner of love. Before Nami could respond, a wooden peg leg slammed down on Sanji's head. Thud. Yo! You DMN fool, harassing customers again. Zeph, arms crossed, scolded harshly. I don't need a chef like you in my restaurant. Pack your things and get out. You old BSTRD. Sanji glared furiously, standing up and shouting. No matter how much you try to drive me out, I'll never leave. I'm staying here until you die. Bullshit. I'll live another 100 years. Zeph growled back and turned into the kitchen. Che. Sanji clicked his tongue, his face slowly returning to calm. Turning to Nami, he smiled gently. Forgive my rude display just now, my beautiful lady. To make up for it, today's meal is on me. Then he glanced coldly at Reiner and the others. You'll pay as usual. Perverted cook. Times 4. Soon, chefs began carrying out dishes. Sorry to keep you waiting. I hear you're challenging Sanji? Brave of you. He even forbade us from helping, said he'll make sure you crawl out today. The chefs laughed as they served food, curious eyes sizing them up. A duel between a cook and customer, something even they rarely saw. They were all buzzing with excitement. As they ate and drank, Reiner and the others chatted with the chefs. It was then they learned the story behind the wreck outside. It was the Krieg pirates' flagship. This morning, a pirate named Jin had escaped the navy, nearly starving to death. Sanji had fed him. But after he returned, he brought Krieg's crew. Zeph still gave them food. Once full, Krieg repaid kindness with betrayal, trying to seize the restaurant. That Krieg is a real BSTRD. No wonder there are no customers left here. So what happened then? You all look fine to me. The chefs glanced at each other, then whispered carefully. See that man in the corner? He sliced Krieg's flagship in half with a single slide. He alone annihilated the Krieg pirates. They leaned in close as they spoke. Oh, one slide? Split such a massive ship? Nami and Usopp covered their mouths in shock. Did you see his eyes? That's the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye. At that moment, Hawkeye rose from the corner. He put on his hat, draped his coat over his shoulders, and picked up the great black sword leaning against the wall. He spoke quietly to the chefs. The bill. Chapter Defeat. Hawkeye. Zoro, upon hearing that name, was visibly shocked. He suddenly stood up, his gaze locking onto the man in the corner. Both hands rested on his sword hilts, unconsciously gripping them tightly. What's wrong, Zoro? The others asked in confusion. Reiner instantly understood what he was about to do. But still, the difference in strength is too great. Should I stop him? Reiner couldn't help but think. He couldn't guarantee the story would unfold as in the original. If Zoro were to fall here for real? Yet when he raised his head and saw the resolute look in Zoro's eyes, he abandoned the idea of stopping him. This was Zoro's own path. Besides, even if he tried to persuade him, Zoro would never listen. Hawkeye walked straight toward the door, not sparing a glance for the burning gaze fixed on him. Wait a minute. Zoro shouted. You're the world's greatest swordsman, aren't you? With that, he drew one blade and pointed it at Hawkeye. I challenge you. I have no interest in the weak. Hawkeye's voice was calm, and he continued on toward the door. Don't look down on me, DMN it. Zoro gritted his teeth and chased after him. Hey, Zoro. Nami called out in a hurry. Then, turning to the others, she urged, go stop him already. Didn't you hear? That man cut an entire pirate ship in half with one strike. No, Nami. Luffy finally put down the food in his hand, his expression serious. I promised Zoro I won't stand in his way. Ah, let's go then. Reiner sighed, rising to his feet and heading outside. The chefs froze where they stood, then immediately bolted into the kitchen. Hey, everyone, come watch. That guest is challenging Hawkeye. No way, seriously? Wait a second, isn't that guy the famous bounty hunter? It really is him, Roronoa Zoro. The kitchen erupted in noise, and chefs poured out of the restaurant. Sanji's expression was strange as he set down his utensils and walked out. DMN, what's with this lot? They really love dueling, huh? On the deck outside, Zoro blocked Hawkeye's path, the Wado Ikemanji clenched between his teeth. The very reason he had set out to sea was to find this man. To defeat him, spread his name across the seas, and fulfill the vow he made back then. Zoro's eyes burned with a desire he had never felt before. I admire that look in your eyes. Very well, let's call this a little post-meal exercise. Hawkeye unfastened the cross-shaped pendant from his chest, drawing from it a small blade. I don't have a smaller knife. Come. On the second-floor deck, aside from Reiner's group, the chefs led by Sanji stood watching, their faces brimming with anticipation. The world's greatest swordsman versus Roronoa Zoro. Never thought we'd witness a duel of this level. Can't imagine what it'll look like once they clash. Their eyes gleamed as they looked down at the match. They only knew both sides were immensely strong, though just how strong they couldn't fathom. Their own strength was nowhere near either combatants. All they had to go on was reputation, and Zoro's wasn't small in the East Blue. However, 3 minutes later, a wound on the back is a swordsman's shame. Would it be rude to laugh now? At this legendary moment, Reiner felt both frustrated and amused. Concern welled in his eyes, yet at the same time he couldn't help but feel respect for Zoro. Hawkeye drew the black blade Yoru, and with a final strike, brought the duel to an end. Turning his back to the fallen Zoro, he strolled away, leaving behind only a faint remark. Become stronger, Roronoa. I'll be waiting at the summit, guarding the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. Flat on the deck, Zoro covered his face with one hand, raising Wado Ikemanji to the sky with the other. Until I defeat him, I will never lose again. It was as if he spoke to everyone present. And also as though he swore an oath to someone far above. The duel ended. Reiner and Usopp immediately rushed down, helping the collapsed Zoro to his feet. A horrific gash stretched across his chest, cutting diagonally from his upper right across his torso. Reiner leapt back onto the ship to fetch medicine, and together they bound Zoro's wounds. Meanwhile, at the restaurant entrance. That idiot's your crewmate, isn't he? Why didn't you stop him? Sanji lit a cigarette, asking Luffy calmly. Luffy glanced at him. That's his dream. Zoro has his own path. Does it really need to go that far? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone faint. Dreams, such vague and fleeting things, are they worth staking your life on? Yeah. That's exactly why they're called dreams. Luffy's voice was calm, yet firm. Don't you have something worth staking your life on? Something worth staking my life on. Leaning against the wall, Sanji closed his eyes. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Ever heard of the All Blue? All Blue? They say it's a sea where all the fish of the four seas gather. It's said to exist somewhere in the Grand Line. When the old man's gone, I'll head to the Grand Line. Even if it takes my whole life, I'll find that sea. Luffy looked at him, his expression turning odd, before suddenly breaking into laughter. Shishishi, we're heading there too. We're just short a cook. Come with us. No. I've got reasons I have to stay here. What's that supposed to mean? Didn't you just say you were gonna sail to the Grand Line? On the third floor deck, Zeph rested both hands on the railing, gazing down at Sanji and Luffy below. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he muttered. You're smiling pretty brightly, brat. Maybe you've finally found the right ship for yourself. After finishing the bandages, Reiner helped Zoro back into the restaurant. Thankfully, the wound had missed his heart. Hawkeye had spared his life out of respect. Though deep, it was only a flesh wound. With Zoro's constitution, rest would see him recover. Once assured he was safe, the others finally relaxed. Reiner, Nami, and Usopp settled down to enjoy the food, while Luffy and Sanji carried on their own duel. Worth mentioning, under Luffy's persistence, the two had placed a wager if Luffy won, Sanji would join them. If Luffy lost, they would never again come to Baratai to bother him. Except for Nami. With Luffy's appetite, it's already decided. Nami said confidently. Just yesterday, she had seen him tire out 5 villagers in one sitting. But Reiner wasn't so sure. Sanji's another matter. I'm already thinking about how I'll cheat. Yes, I'm despicable. Absolutely. But before Reiner could make a move, someone else in the kitchen acted first. Sanji, it's time you left here. Zeph spoke plainly. Sanji didn't budge, fully engrossed in his contest with Luffy, all focus on the utensils in his hands. I said, you're fired, Sanji. Zeph continued. This time, Sanji slowly lowered his tools, his face darkening. Old man, what the hell are you saying? You want me to die burdened with guilt? Go out to sea, Sanji. I won't be your chain. Don't talk about chains. I chose to stay here. It's got nothing to do with you. And what about the All Blue? Zeph's tone remained calm. I'll set sail once you're dead. Better you show me the All Blue while I'm still alive. Better than sending me off to the grave. Turning his head to the window, Zeph stared at where the azure sky met the calm sea. Between the two of us, one has to see it with our own eyes, right? The kitchen fell into silence. Sanji lowered his head, removing the cigarette from his lips. His blonde hair shadowed his face, concealing his expression. Bang! A tear slid down his cheek and fell to the floor. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, hands pressed to the ground as he bowed deeply before Zeph. Thank you. Sanji's voice trembled as he wept bitterly. Thank you, old man. Your kindness and debt, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. The kitchen was dead silent. All the other chefs had slipped out the moment Zeph walked in. Looking down at the man he had raised, Zeph felt tears sting his own eyes. But he quickly wiped them away just in time for an untimely interruption. Sorry. Wrong room. At the doorway stood Reiner, frozen in place, toes practically curling against the floorboards. In his hands he held a nest of undead ants he had just created outside, intending to sneak in and stir things up. But instead, he had stumbled into this touching scene. Sorry, I didn't see a thing. Sanji. Chapter Bounties. The cold dining hall was silent, except for one table where chewing noises still echoed. Luffy, are you okay? Usopp asked worriedly. Luffy's stomach was already swollen like a balloon. But he still clutched food in both hands, stuffing it into his mouth nonstop. So good. Luffy gulped down the food with a loud swallow. I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life. I'll definitely make him join our crew. Ahm. He shoved more food into his mouth. Tap. Tap. Reiner and Sanji stepped out of the kitchen side by side. Sanji exhaled a long stream of smoke. All right, I'll go with you. Luffy turned, his face breaking into an excited grin. I won. Hick. I only agreed to join the crew. I didn't admit defeat. Shishishi, then you win. I can't eat anymore. Luffy's voice grew weaker. He collapsed onto the floor, wobbling like a tumbler with a dazed look. Nami and Usopp couldn't help pushing him left and right like a toy. Good grief. Reiner rubbed his forehead. Thanks to your little contest, this meal's cost must have skyrocketed. A burly chef, built like Popeye, came running over with a fawning grin. Thank you for your patronage. The total is 1.2 million berries. So expensive. You're ripping us off. Nami snapped angrily. Even though Reiner held the money, this was the crew's shared funds, so of course Nami was distressed. It's fine, Nami. Reiner waved his hand. This was a renowned high-class restaurant in the East Blue. High prices were natural, especially with Luffy's feast. Here's 10 million berries. Use the rest to pack up provisions for us. Reiner handed over a wad of cash. Sanji, go get your things ready. We'll set out shortly. After that, Reiner stepped outside the restaurant. Don Krieg commanded a fleet of 5,000 men. Feeding them alone was an immense cost. On his flagship, there had to be treasures or cash. Thinking of this, Reiner released dozens of fishmen undead, sending them diving into the sea to salvage. They were the 60 or so fishmen he had taken from Arlong Park. To maximize their aquatic traits, he had preserved their webbing and fins. He could shape ordinary human templates into fishman forms, but he couldn't grant swimming ability or aquatic attributes unless inherited from the original template. After a while, Sanji emerged carrying a large pack, walking alongside Luffy and the others. Aside from provisions, most of the load was Sanji's cooking tools. Let's go, Reiner. Yeah, hold on. Reiner called, spotting dozens of dark shapes rising from the sea. One by one, fishmen undead broke the surface, bubbles popping around them. Let's see the haul. Reiner directed them ashore. Some carried nothing, others clutched bits of treasure and soggy cash. Oh ho! Nami's eyes lit up like berry signs, and she rushed over. Nicely done, Reiner. Don't praise me, it won't make me share, Reiner said dryly. He had the undead load the loot onto the ship, and they set sail from the Baratai. Not long after, a news coup wearing a white cap landed on the railing. Prices again? If they go up next time, I won't buy. Hear me? You beast, bullying even a news coup, Reiner chuckled. Mind your own business. Nami stuck out her tongue, reclining on a deck chair as she opened the paper. This is your wanted posters. Huh? Our wanted posters? Reiner sat up with a start and grabbed the sheets from Nami. Luffy and the others crowded around. The first showed Luffy, smiling in his straw hat, background unmistakably Arlong Park. It had to be a candid shot probably taken by Captain Nozumi's men. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy 30 million berries. Usopp clasped his face in shock at the number. But Luffy was thrilled. Shishishi. What's next? Is there more? Reiner quickly pulled out the next sheet, uneasy. I've kept a low profile. I really hope I'm not listed. I'd rather not be wanted yet. Roronoa Zoro 16 million berries. Oh? I've been wanted too. Zoro smirked faintly. Reiner frowned. If he remembered correctly, Zoro's first bounty in the original timeline jumped straight to 60 million after Alabasta. Could it be because we helped defeat Arlong? Reiner mused. He flipped to the last poster and froze. The Blade Handsaw duo, he muttered. It wasn't him, it was the Blade of Devil and Chainsaw Devil. Good news, but why not the Wolverine undead? Wolverine was the one who finished Arlong off with a sneak attack. The duo's combined bounty, 25 million berries. So, like the Nyaban brothers, listed as a team. Did the Navy mess up? Why not Reiner himself? No, this is perfect. Just perfect. The paper also mentioned the Wolverine undead perishing alongside Arlong. Reiner recalled Arlong's chop snapping its neck, the head hanging crooked. Meanwhile, the Blade Handsaw undead had rampaged vividly enough to be captured in clear shots. Nami wasn't listed probably because the photographers fled once Arlong fell. Night fell. On the dark sea, only the Going Mary's lamps glowed faintly. In the second deck cabin, Reiner and the others raised their glasses. To Sanji's joining cheers. Cheers. They drank together in celebration. Now Reiner had both a smoking buddy, Sanji, and a drinking buddy, Zoro. Just missing. Ahem. The king's left and right arms, his old cronies. Today really was a big gain. Yeah. Not only did Sanji join, Reiner hauled in a fortune too. Don't test me, Nami. Reiner shot her a glare. The treasures salvaged were worth around 50 million berries. Not much, considering pirates lived dangerously, squandering wealth as fast as they got it. A fleet of 5,000 men, and they had only 50 million left. The Grand Line is closed now. Nami sipped her drink. By tomorrow noon, we should reach the Twin Capes and enter the Grand Line. But there's an island town nearby. I think you'll be interested. Want to stock up there? You mean Logetown? Sanji asked knowingly. It's called the Town of the Beginning and the End. Over 20 years ago, Gold Roger was executed there. Awesome. Luffy's eyes lit up with excitement. Reiner also planned to stop in Logetown. His first targets after entering the Grand Line would be the giants on Little Garden, then Crocodile. But without armament hockey yet, it was risky to pick a fight with the Sand Crocodile. Logetown wasn't the East Blue's largest city, but thanks to its location near the Twin Capes and Roger's execution it was incredibly prosperous. It was also chaotic, full of all sorts. Reiner intended to check the black market for seastone. If the rumors of certain underground groups operating there were true, there might be a chance. The night sea was pitch black, like endless mist, heavy with loneliness and dread. Only the faint light and laughter aboard the Mary brought comfort. It wasn't alone. The sheep-headed ship sailed steadily through the dark. I'll carry them forward. No matter where the next destination lies. Chapter: The Place of Beginning and End. At dawn the next morning, a faint glow rose on the horizon, the weak morning light glittering on the sea's surface. Up on the lookout, Reiner's face was tinged red by the sunlight. His eyes slowly opened, sensitive to the warmth. Ugh, my head hurts. He rubbed his temples as he sat up. Last night, he had drunk too much while competing with Zoro. Should brush my teeth first? Forget it, I'll smoke one first. Sitting on the lookout's railing, he recalled the undead he had summoned to keep watch last night, and dismissed them. Yo, Reiner, up so early? You and Zoro sure drank a lot last night. Sanji, already awake, walked out from the galley below, looked up, and greeted him with a smile. You're up early too. Why not sleep in a bit? Well, I've got to get up to prepare a lovely breakfast for Nami-Swan. And what about us? Cook for yourselves. What the hell? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Ha ha ha, just kidding. As a cook, how could I let you starve? Sanji waved it off with a laugh, heading for the second-floor kitchen. Gradually, the others also woke up. After breakfast, the sun was already fully risen. Everyone! There's an island ahead that should be Logtown. Coming, coming. Let me see. Luffy ran excitedly to the bow, climbing on the figurehead to get a better look. After a day's voyage, they had arrived at the so-called place of beginning and end. Reiner, give me money, I'm going out to play. Luffy grinned, stretching out his hand. Reiner tossed him 100,000 berries. If it's just eating and playing around, that's plenty. I also need to buy 2 new swords, about 200,000 berries worth. Hearing Zoro's request, Reiner hesitated. Would giving him money prevent him from getting Sandai Katetsu and Yubashiri? Forget it. Fate can't be forced. He still handed the money over to Zoro. Finally, he also gave Nami and Usopp some funds. Then, carrying a large bag of money, Reiner went into town with Sanji. They planned to purchase supplies at the marketplace. Since Sanji knew more about food, Reiner left that part to him and focused on medicine and other necessities. Although they had brought plenty of ingredients from the Baratai, Sanji had nothing better to do. If he found something rare, he could whip up something special for everyone tonight. Come take a look. Deep-sea fish just delivered by a North Blue merchant. Brought back by the wolf pirates, risking their lives. Grand Line specialty massive wolf pelts. Steamed buns. Dog don't care buns. What the hell? Forget it. After a round of shopping, they had nearly everything. Aside from some fine-looking blue-spotted fish, Sanji didn't find much else. Hey, hurry, the cooking competition is starting. It's finally starting. Let's go. I heard the grand prize is an elephant tuna. A few townsfolk rushed past Reiner, shouting excitedly. Their noise drew more people along. An elephant tuna? Sounds interesting. I'll give it a shot. Wanna come too, Reiner? I'll pass. I've got something else to do. Reiner handed him the pack of supplies. Here, after you're done, take these back to the ship. You going somewhere? The black market. All right, be careful. Sanji took the pack. I'll get going then. Yeah, good luck. Reiner gave a brief farewell before walking straight into an alley. While paying for purchases earlier, he had noticed 2 punks lurking in the corner, watching him. Best to find some locals for directions. Strolling casually into the depths of the alley, he wasn't surprised when the 2 finally jumped out to block him. Kihei, what's in the bag? Show it to us. One, a blond man, sneered and drew a sword across his chest. Another one of these Soul Tribe people? Reiner's expression remained unchanged. Without a word, he reached into his coat and pulled out a pistol. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled the sword-bearer, who reflexively raised his weapon to shield his neck. Splurt! Ah? Don't overreact, it's just your shoulder. Reiner strode forward calmly. Now, where's this town's biggest black market, and who runs it? The blond man clutched his bleeding shoulder, desperately trying to slow the flow. Terrified, he watched Reiner approach. His companion had already collapsed to the ground, trembling as he gripped a dagger. Pathetic little small fry. Can't even talk. Reiner sighed. Then you're useless. Wait. I know, the wounded blonde cried. There are 2 main black markets here. One is controlled by our boss, Bartolomeo. The other is backed by some mysterious group. Rumor has it they're from the Grand Line, working under someone called Joker. Bartolomeo? Reiner recalled that the rooster-head punk was born here. But priorities first. Once he had extracted what he needed, he simply left. Don Quixote Doflamingo's business stretched across the world. Logetown, the East Blue's most prosperous city, having a branch was only natural. The question was whether they had sea prism stone in stock. He couldn't wait around too long. This was Smoker's turf. Even if people called his smoke fruit the weakest of the Logia, Reiner wasn't confident he could handle him yet. Following the information, he arrived before a tavern at the end of a deserted alley, accompanied by the Blade of Devil and Chainsaw Devil. The deeper they went, the fewer people they saw. What a nice place for robbery and murder, Reiner muttered. Inside, the tavern was desolate. Only 4 men slouched lazily at the counter. Opposite them, a white-haired old bartender wearing a red bow tie polished a glass. His face was deeply lined, but his posture remained straight, his eyes sharp behind a single-lens monocle. Creak. The tavern door opened. The old man and the 4 loungers all turned to look. A handsome blond man stepped in first, bowing with one arm extended as though introducing some great figure. The bartender's gaze lifted as 2 towering, grotesque figures strode in behind him. What the hell are those? Are they even human? Devil fruit users? The 4 men panicked at the sight of the eerie, bizarre undead. So it's them? The old bartender's heart skipped, though his face betrayed nothing. In a deep voice he said, "Big names indeed. Not long ago, they defeated the East Blue's #1 villain, Arlong the Straw Hat Pirate Cyan Blade duo." "That's right, I remember now. They're the ones on yesterday's wanted posters. 25 million bounty, the Cyan Blade duo. They're even creepier in person than in the pictures." Chapter Joker, a clown? Several men, seeing the 2 undead walk forward, immediately scattered, retreating to the sides. If a fight broke out, they weren't sure whether the man behind the bar could stop it. Reiner didn't care. He had the Chainsaw Devil sit down at the bar, then followed himself. "Our master is here for business," Reiner opened directly, without any excess words. "Seastone products, in stock. If you have them, name your price." The white-haired old man glanced at him without replying, then shifted his gaze to the 2 undead. Naturally, Reiner understood what he meant. Looking toward the Chainsaw Devil, he controlled it to give a slight shake of the head. Only then did the old man look back to Reiner, silently thinking, "Are these 2 cyborgs?" Expressionless, unable to speak? He was from the Grand Line, in charge of the Logetown outpost. He'd seen all manner of strange things. Looking at the forms of these 2 figures, his first reaction was cyborgs. Since their appearances were so similar, he was even more convinced. Because 2 people could not possess the exact same devil fruit power at the same time. Similar ones, maybe, but 2 identical abilities together was next to impossible. 2 pairs of Seastone HNDCFFS. 15 million per pair, the old man said flatly. He didn't doubt the other could afford it. In the East Blue, those who even knew of devil fruits were rare. To know of Seastone, which restrained ability users, was rarer still. If this man asked for it outright, he was no fool. "Any Seastone bullets?" Reiner pressed. "Processing Seastone into bullets is extremely difficult. 6 million belly per shot." "I have 16 here," the old man replied. "But they require a special gun to fire. 8 million per gun." Reiner deliberately glanced at the Chainsaw Devil, then made it nod faintly. "I'll take the cuffs and the ammo. Any spare guns?" 3 in stock. "Bundle them all." Reiner decided without hesitation. Backup, and backup for the backup, wasn't that common sense? "Are you certain?" At last, the old man's face changed. He had guessed the other could pay, but hadn't expected a full sweep. That totaled 150 million belly. What kind of enemies would cost that much? Why not just hire us as muscle instead? If Reiner knew his thoughts, he'd laugh out loud. "Triple it to 300 million, and you lot can try taking down Crocodile and Enel." "Certain. I'll take everything." "Check the money." The old man, Croc, relaxed and signaled to the men standing aside. "Bring the goods, let him see." Reiner dropped the heavy money pouch on the bar. He hadn't known how much he'd need on this trip. From Arlong's hoard, 400 million belly had been taken, 100 million left for Kokoyashi village, the remaining 300 million brought here. Though this was crew funding, spending it on blades would bring no complaint. As Reiner unzipped the chain on the pouch, the old man's breathing paused noticeably. Truthfully, Croc was tempted. In the East Blue, to have 300 million dropped in front of you who wouldn't be moved? But he restrained himself. Joker's business spanned the world. If he struck and failed to kill them on the spot, Joker's reputation would suffer greatly. Suppressing the urge, the old man began counting the money while keeping the chainsaw pair in his peripheral vision, estimating his chances. Reiner, meanwhile, felt disappointed. The old man wasn't weak, but still beneath Arlong's level. He would have loved if the old man tried for a black ambush. As for Doflamingo, if Reiner kept his hands clean, by the time anyone traced it back to him, who knew how strong he'd be? Even Doffy would have to think twice. Should I strike first? Is it necessary? Well, I can afford it anyway, Reiner mused. The real danger wasn't losing, it was letting the target escape. As he pulled stacks of notes from the pouch, the old man checked them carefully. Each had his own hidden schemes. Croc boss, the goods are here. Several men walked out, carrying a case. That was how Reiner learned the old man's name. They set the case on the bar, then withdrew. Croc pushed aside the money he had counted, opened the case, and turned it for Reiner to see. 2 pairs of Seastone HNDCFFS. 3 ordinary-looking revolvers. Finally, 3 clips, 2 fully loaded with 6 Seastone bullets each, 1 with 4. We work for Joker. If you came here, you must know our reputation. Of course, you can test a shot first if you like. Mr. Croc, listen to yourself. How could I not trust you? Reiner chuckled, closing the case. Fine then. The deal is done. Once you leave the shop, no refunds or returns. Croc gathered up the money on the bar. Reiner slipped the case into the half-empty money bag, then lifted it up. He extended a hand to Croc while controlling the Sword Devil and Chainsaw Devil to stand and leave. Croc extended his own hand, though his eyes tracked the undead closely. Their hands gripped firmly a few times, then both withdrew. The room was silent, as though the air had solidified. Bang! Croc suddenly exploded into motion. Both palms slammed the bar as his legs kicked, propelling him forward at blistering speed. Die? If he killed the 2 in an instant, he could slowly handle the blonde follower. Afterward. Clean work, and no one would ever know. I knew you'd try, you lampstand. At that same moment, countless void rifts tore open inside the tavern. Several opened before his men while one yawned open right behind Croc. This was a fight that had to be settled in an instant. If they could kill him here, nothing more would come of it. If he escaped, endless trouble would follow. Both sides had the same thought. Though the undead turning their backs was bait, if Croc hadn't attacked, Reiner would have walked away. But he did attack. And that meant Reiner had to be harsher. Croc's hands turned to blades, slashing for the undead's necks. At the same time, from the rift behind him, clawed arms lunged straight for his waist. The undead had no eyes in their backs, but Reiner saw everything clearly. He instantly spun them to face Croc, while his own hand drew the bone-chained sword, its tip leveled at the old man. You think you're ambushing them? This is 4 against 1, old geezer. 3 long swords and 3 chainsaws hacked down simultaneously. At his back, claws raked for his waist. Kill him! The bone-chained sword's jagged tip shot forward like a bullet. Splurt! Splurt! Blood gushed in bursts. In a blink. The bone-chained sword skewered Croc's torso, the diamond werewolf's claws buried deep in his waist, while the undead's blades and chainsaws tore into his shoulders, neck, and chest. Croc lost balance midair, his body twisted grotesquely as the blows smashed him down into the floor. When you strike, strike fast. Strike mercilessly. How could this be? Croc's eyes widened in disbelief, coughing blood, his form sprawled in the spreading pool. I am Joker's man. If you kill me. Reiner ignored him and finished him off. Killing you makes sure there won't be any trouble, old man. He then hacked the 4-cornered men to pieces and strode toward the back of the tavern. Harvest the lot, destroy the corpses, and leave. I'll take the ticket and go. Nothing happened. Chapter toward the Grand Line. Behind the tavern, the dark warehouse reeked of gunpowder, sulfur, and nitric acid. The walls were lined with all kinds of weapons. Click, TSK TSK TSK, just a pile of munitions, huh? Reiner sighed in disappointment. After rummaging through crates, he found barely 70 million berries. For the biggest underground trading spot in Logetown, this was all? Not much money either. Still, meat is meat, no matter how small the cut. Besides the cash, he packed up a fair share of weapons and a few bottles of good liquor. With a torch, he set the tavern ablaze, then headed to another black market under Bartolomeo's control, where he dumped the weapons for cheap. On his way out, he noticed someone selling log poses and casually bought 10 of them. What was interesting was that this black market really looked like a bazaar, stalls scattered along the street, vendors cloaked or thuggish in appearance. Just like something out of a novel, Reiner smirked. Counting in the weapon sale, that's about 120 million earned. The good news was he had gotten C Prism Stone. The better news was he hadn't spent a dime and even made a profit. Reiner left the black market, heading back toward the ship, planning to check whether Sanji's match had ended. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened. Clouds gathered over Logetown as if summoned by someone. Unconsciously, Reiner quickened his pace. Passing through a plaza, he heard the commotion. Look at that guy. He's laughing? Reiner stopped and glanced over. At the center of the vast square, on the towering execution platform, a clown-faced red-nosed man stood, with Luffy shackled at his feet, grinning broadly. The hell-world-famous painting come to life? No, why was Mr. Lucky himself here? Reiner hadn't even provoked him. Ha 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 ha. I hear that brat who stole my navigation chart has joined your crew. Seems she's not planning to save you either. Buggy sneered, raising his blade. Then you can pay with your head. DMN, too far, Reiner cursed, sprinting forward while pulling out his pistol, aiming at Buggy atop the platform. This was the special firearm he had prepared in case Smoker intercepted them, its chamber full of sea prism stone bullets. Bang! Just as Buggy lifted his blade, Reiner's bullet struck his shoulder, spraying blood. DMN it, what the hell? Buggy snarled, body going limp as he toppled from the platform. Luffy blinked, baffled. Hearing the gunshot, he looked down to see Reiner below and his grin only grew wider. Shishishi. I knew you weren't dead. What the hell, you idiot? Reiner leapt onto the platform, smashing Luffy's shackles. We've gotta run, Luffy, back to the ship. From the platform, Reiner already spotted Smoker in the distance, riding a bizarre motorcycle straight toward the plaza. He had no interest in fighting Smoker. Sure, sea prism stone bullets lowered the man's threat, but wasting them here was a costly loss. Yash. Let's go, Reiner. Yeah, let's grab Sanji on the way. The two jumped down, dashing south toward where their ship was docked. Rain began to drizzle, the sky turning stormy. Smoker's bike roared in pursuit. Hey, Sanji. Reiner spotted Sanji jogging ahead, carrying a massive blue and white elephant tuna, his prize from the cooking contest. Hearing the call, Sanji turned, seeing Reiner and Luffy sprinting frantically. You guys? What's the rush? Run, Sanji. Marines behind us. They raced past him without slowing. Sanji froze a moment, then noticed Smoker on the motorcycle. BSTRDS. You could have at least pretended you didn't know me dragging me into this mess, he yelled, sprinting off. Luffy and Sanji grabbed either end of the giant fish, sprinting through the downpour. The bike's faster than us. At this rate he'll catch up soon. Wanna fight? Don't waste time. Just keep running, Reiner ordered. When he closes in, I'll feed him something big. But Smoker reached the harbor first. White out. A hoarse roar. Smoke surged toward them, with Smoker's upper body materializing at its front. Straw Hat Luffy. Your pirate game ends here. Smoker growled, armped for a punch. What the hell is that? Luffy gasped, dodging aside and lashing out with a kick only to sink straight into the smoke. What's going on? Didn't hit? No, we did hit. Both Luffy and Sanji were shaken. Gum Gatling gun. Luffy unleashed a flurry of blows, but every punch passed harmlessly through Smoker's body. It's useless, Luffy. He's a Logia user, you can't touch his real body with normal attacks. Reiner shouted, drawing his pistol. You're somewhat informed, Smoker noted, glancing at him. Then he's invincible? How do you fight someone you can't touch? Luffy and Sanji were stunned. Since you know, give up. With your strength, you'll never defeat me, Smoker said coldly, his voice like a verdict. Reiner sneered, aiming. 6 million a shot, wasting it on you really hurts. It's pointless. Stop resisting. Smoker roared, charging in without guarding himself, fist flying. Bang! Reiner pulled the trigger. GUH. Shock struck Smoker as the bullet tore into him, no passing through this time. Blood spattered, his form staggered, and he crashed to the ground. Hockey? No, he thought, until the draining weakness hit. His elemental legs reverted to flesh. Sea prism stone. Impossible, Smoker glared, powerless, as the trio fled. The world knew sea prism stone was rare. Even the world government scraped to collect it globally, sometimes dealing with pirates like Kaido in Wano for the precious resource. Its cost was astronomical. And now some East Blue pirate had it? Nice one, Reiner. Luffy laughed with teeth bared. Sanji, however, frowned. How'd you manage that? I thought Logias couldn't be hit. Don't remind me, my wallet's bleeding, Reiner groaned. Then he explained the sea prism stone bullets and his earlier black market dealings. By the time they reached the harbor, the rest of the crew was already there. The rain stopped. The sky, once dark, cleared into endless blue once more. What weird weather, Sanji muttered. Reiner didn't care. Lighting a cigarette, he strode aboard. Let's go, Sanji. Shishishi. Next stop the Grand Line. Let's set sail. Meanwhile, back in Logtown, Smoker lay helpless, waiting for his men. He lacked even the strength to pull out the bullet. Suddenly, a deep chuckle echoed behind him. How pitiful, Smoker. Why are you here? Smoker demanded, shocked. Happened to be nearby on business. Thought I'd drop by to see the youngsters off. See them off? Smoker frowned, oddly unconcerned about the man attacking him. Yes. To see them off. Chapter The Town of Welcome? The choppy sea was covered in heavy snow, the going merry sailing through the endless drift. What the heck? It was raining just a moment ago, how did it suddenly turn into snow? This Grand Line weather is really bizarre. Just like Uncle Crocus said, good thing Reiner bought clothes for all 4 seasons back in Logtown. On deck, Nami had a scarf wrapped around her neck and a warm ear hat pulled tight, shivering even inside a down coat. Women are impossible to understand. Reiner glanced at Nami's bare, white thighs and muttered, if you're that cold, why don't you just wear some thicker pants? None of your business, humph. Nami stuck out her tongue playfully. It had already been several days since they left Logtown and entered the Grand Line, where they had met Laboon and Uncle Crocus as expected. Thanks to Crocus's explanation, they learned some things about the Grand Line. Because the magnetic fields here were utterly chaotic, ordinary compasses were completely useless. That part wasn't so bad. Reiner had already stocked up on 10 log poses yesterday. The real trouble was that the distorted magnetic fields made the weather, currents, and wind direction unbelievably erratic. Even Nami had been flustered at first, which created plenty of extra work for Reiner. Steering when the weather changed, raising or lowering sails, those tasks were handled with the help of his undead. In the rain, they dealt with the water, in the snow, they shoveled it. Nami had even made him burn skeleton bones for warmth, absolutely ruthless, treating the skeletons' lives like they meant nothing. Nami, how long until we reach the next island? Reiner asked. Nami thought for a moment, then replied. We're already about to enter the magnetic field range of the next island. Once we're in, the wind and current will stabilize a little. If all goes well, we should arrive before sundown today. Cactus Island, the first stop of the Grand Line, Reiner said expectantly. It had been over 2.5 years since he crossed into this world, and he had finally built up enough strength to enter the Grand Line. Luffy and Zoro had been essential. Without their templates, Reiner's ragtag bunch of undead would never have been able to take on Kuro or Arlong. His ability required building up strength in the early stages. Once he had a foundation, he could snowball his power endlessly. Now, with Chainsaw Devil and Blade Devil, his enhanced Wolverine undead, fused with Sanji's template, plus the skeletal chainsword made from Arlong's template, he had amassed a force strong enough to handle much of the first half of the Grand Line. And once he secured the templates of the 2 Elbaf giant captains in Little Garden, there would be very little in the Grand Line that could threaten him. After all, Giant's terrifying physical attributes were unmatched, and in his hands, he could push their power beyond the originals. Shishishishi, look at my snowman, Laboon. Not bad, Luffy, but too crude. Feast your eyes on my snowman queen. Wahahaha, amazing, Usopp. Luffy praised with wide-eyed excitement. Reiner couldn't help but admire Usopp's creation, a snowman with an elegant crown and ornate clothing, lifelike in every detail. Though, the face looked oddly familiar. TSK, is that Kaya? Reiner teased, recalling a certain figure. Missing your sweetheart, are you, Usopp? WHWH, what are you saying? Usopp stammered, blushing and backing up a few steps. I'm going to become a brave warrior of the sea. How could I be shackled by love? I think Kaya's great, beautiful and gentle. If you don't want that shackle, I'll gladly bear it instead. You dare? Usopp roared. Haha, alright, just kidding. Reiner laughed, then turned to Sanji with a grin. So, our head chef, what's for lunch today? Well, that elephant tuna from last time is about to kick the bucket. Let's butcher it. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette, thinking. How should I prepare it, any preferences? Luffy, grilled fish. Usopp, fish head soup. Reiner, sashimi. Zoro, whatever. Then fish head soup, sashimi belly, and the rest grilled. And of course, the best cut the nose will go to the loveliest Miss Nami. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts, instantly a love-struck fool. TCH, stupid perverted cook. What did you say, Mosshead? Reiner chuckled at the pair. Sanji had barely been aboard a few days, and already he and Zoro had fallen into their mutual disdain routine. Soon Sanji was busy in the kitchen, while Luffy and Usopp resumed their fishing, and Reiner went with Zoro to lift weights at the stern. You've improved fast, Reiner, Zoro remarked. Not even 2 weeks and your load's gone up again. Mostly thanks to the boost from my devil fruit, it makes training much more effective, Reiner explained. When he had first crossed over, he had been a completely ordinary, weak man. Now his body was far beyond average. Without the Zoan boost, no amount of training could have gotten him here. At this rate, I might be surpassed within a year, Zoro said, watching Reiner do push-ups with 1,200 kilos of weight. He gripped his own 2,100 kilo barbell tighter. Nah, I'm not the only one improving. Catching up to you is still a long way off, Reiner replied, glancing at Zoro's load and unconsciously adding more force to his own reps. The two silently competed until Sanji called them for lunch. After eating, Reiner returned to the lookout with his barbell in tow. By sunset, just as the sun dipped toward the horizon, he finally spotted an island. From a distance, rows of clustered houses could be seen, backed by towering, cactus-shaped peaks. Everyone! Land ho, there's a town ahead. Lighting a cigarette, Reiner called down, watching as the ship drew closer. The crew erupted in excitement after days at sea. They were finally approaching a lively settlement. The island was called Cactus Island, split in two by a river. The Going Merry sailed upriver, docking at an inland port. Pirates! Hurry, tell everyone the pirates are here. Villagers on the dock spotted their ship and ran into town. Before long, the port was crowded with people. Strangely, instead of fear, the villagers looked overjoyed. Brave warriors of the sea! Welcome to Whiskey Peak. Hearing the cheerful cries, everyone wore confused expressions, everyone except Luffy and Usopp, who were ecstatic. Hello, everybody! They called me a brave warrior of the sea, Usopp wept with pride. Compared to their reactions, Nami and the others looked far more cautious. Did I hear that right? They're welcoming pirates? Heh, strange little town, Zoro muttered with interest, eyeing the villagers below. After securing the anchor, Reiner jumped down with the others. A tall man with fluffy, voluminous curls stepped forward, clearing his throat like a singer. Oh. Then he smiled warmly at them. My name is Igaram. I'm the mayor of this town. Welcome, all of you, to the town of Welcome Whiskey Peak. Luffy rushed forward eagerly to greet him, and soon enough, the straw hats were mingling cheerfully with the townsfolk. Chapter The Cactus Island Covered in Graves. The group walked into the town, arms slung around each other, laughing and joking. A banquet for the brave warriors of the sea. Igaram shouted with a hearty laugh, patting Luffy on the shoulder. Today, no matter what, we must give you a proper welcome. Wahahaha. You guys are the best, old man. Luffy was overjoyed. Reiner could only vaguely recall the original story, especially the earlier arcs, since he was still a kid when he read them. He faintly remembered this was the territory of Crocodile's assassination organization, a bunch of bounty hunters disguised as villagers, tricking naive pirates just entering the Grand Line and killing them. Just a bunch of small fry, Reiner thought, his expression calm. That mayor guy should be Vivi's uncle? Guard? Whatever. Other than him and Vivi, there's nothing here worth noting. Truthfully, Reiner had no real fixation on Crocodile. His undead couldn't inherit devil fruit powers, and in terms of raw physique, Crocodile was far inferior to the two giants on Little Garden. Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Broggy. Captains of the giant warrior pirates from Elbaf. The sea kings they once hunted were larger than volcanoes, taking up half of Little Garden itself. The memory of them unleashing Elbaf's spear, Hakoku, and piercing through the giant island eater goldfish in an instant played vividly in Reiner's mind. With that one attack, in the first half of the Grand Line, he couldn't think of anyone who could withstand it. You say a Logia user could? Then never mind. Girls, look, two blonde hunks. A shout snapped Reiner out of his thoughts. From the crowd burst a group of curvy, scantily clad women, each of them graceful and smiling as they rushed toward Sanji and Reiner. Sanji couldn't resist at all. He instantly became love-struck, eyes spinning with stars as he dashed forward. What's your name, handsome? Several girls surrounded Reiner, their slender hands sliding over him, some wrapping around his waist, others tracing across his chest. Even through his clothes, he could feel their warmth, the softness pressing against him. They're really testing officers with this? Who could resist? Truly a free gift, Reiner smirked to himself, laughing inwardly. The Grand Line is wonderful, marvelous indeed. Laughing, he spread his arms wide and boldly pulled the women close, one arm around a shoulder, the other gripping a slim waist, embracing them left and right. Kaya, so bold. Your arms are so strong, my lord, I can hardly breathe. Reiner wasn't some prude. Beauty traps? The more, the merrier. He welcomed them all. Tonight, I'll take on 10. Kaya, my lord, can you really handle that? The girls giggled, unconcerned about Reiner and Sanji's GRPNG hands. Trailing behind, Nami and Zoro could only shake their heads helplessly at how easily their comrades were lured away. Unbelievable. They're completely unreliable. Nami seethed. Just think for a second, what town in the world would ever welcome pirates? Whatever. Let's just see how it plays out, Zoro replied nonchalantly. You're the reliable one, Zoro. As long as there's booze, I don't care about the rest. You bstrd. I just praised you and this is what you say? Nami shouted angrily. And so, under the villagers' enthusiastic hospitality, the group entered the small town. Night soon fell. In Whiskey Peak, every house shuttered and went dark. On the otherwise silent and barren Cactus Island, only one building still glowed dimly with yellow light. Thanks to the Straw Hat's arrival, the once quiet place was now bursting with laughter and cheers. Another chef down. That's the third already. How much can he eat? Everyone gawked at the sight of Luffy devouring food like a starving beast. Meanwhile, unbelievable. That swordsman just drank 13 people under the table. And that beautiful lady's still going strong, she's on her 15th opponent. Inside, Zoro and Nami were in the middle of a drinking contest. Nami, eager to win the hefty prize money, gulped down drink after drink without pause. Reiner leaned back on a sofa, surrounded by women feeding him snacks, looking utterly content. The room was lively with music and laughter, but behind the villagers' smiles lurked silent curses. Upstairs, in a dimly lit room, a woman with long sky-blue hair tied in a high ponytail ground her teeth as she spied on the scene below. Where the hell did these bottomless pits come from? At this rate, our whole business will be ruined. A blond man with curled hair and a crown scoffed. Exactly. Is this really necessary, Mr. 8? They're just some East Blue pirates. Your intel work is pathetic. Look at this. Igaram Mr. 8 pulled several wanted posters from his coat and slapped them on the table. On them were the bounties of Luffy, Zoro, and Chainsaw Devil. 30 million. That goofy-looking kid? And that green-haired swordsman's got 16 million. And what the hell are these two freaks? A combined 25 million bounty? I didn't even see them earlier. They're probably guarding the ship. Our scouts reported seeing silhouettes left aboard, Igaram replied casually. Over 70 million total. If we fight a pirate crew like that head-on, we don't stand a chance. Creak. The door opened. Relax. They're all down. A tall, muscular dark-skinned woman walked in and said, their appetite is insane. Our food was already scarce, and they nearly wiped us out. Fortunately, their bounties are worth it. Good. In that case, spread the word. Let's get to work. Igaram adjusted his collar, then led the group as they leapt out the window. Cactus Island famous for its great green hills. From afar, the countless rows of cross-shaped gravestones resembled spines jutting from a giant cactus ball. Back in the now quiet banquet hall, Reiner stirred awake on the sofa. Pulling himself from a pile of sprawled-out women, he stretched. Middle of the night already, huh? What a ruckus. He scratched his messy blonde hair, surveying the wreckage. Click. A lighter flared Sanji's voice drifted over. No kidding. This schedule's awful. Here. Thanks. Reiner caught the cigarette tossed his way, then glanced at Zoro at the bar. Where's Nami? Said she went to look for treasure. Already left, Zoro replied coolly, pouring himself another drink. Reiner chuckled. Then she's wasting her time. My undead already checked this place is dirt poor. Zzz. A loud snore rang out. Sleeping like a rock in enemy territory, that's Luffy for you. Usopp staggered to his feet, rubbing his head. All around, bodies lay scattered across the floor. In the dim light, some smoked, some drank, none of them showing the slightest concern for the looming danger. Calm faces, unfazed by the coming crisis. Chapter Under the Moonlight, 3, crossed out, 2 versus 100. Reiner glanced around, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and said faintly. Outside, there are about 100 people, plus a few of those so-called Mr. Whatevers. Sounds familiar. Zoro rubbed his chin, thinking. Reiner was a little puzzled. Baroque works. You dealt with them before? Ah, now I remember. They once came to invite me. You've got quite the reputation in the East Blue, huh, Zoro? Reiner teased, then strode toward the door. Let's go, time to get to work. Oh no. I've caught a disease where stepping out this door means I'll die. I'll leave the enemies to you guys. The brave sea warrior clutched his chest with both hands, then promptly fell over and played dead. Forget it, no need for a great god to handle small fry. Leave it to us then, let's go, curly brow. Shut up, mosshead, don't order me around. Outside the house, things were getting lively. The large curled Mr. 8 led the way, several officer agents flanking him, and behind them a crowd of about 100 ordinary members surged toward the house where Reiner's group was. Mr. 8 tugged at his collar. Don't underestimate them. Their combined bounty is over 70 million berries. Take down those inside the house first, then move to their ship. They're just a bunch of drunk pirates. However strong, they're nothing but fish on the chopping block. Mr. 9, with his crown, chuckled, then added. No matter what, there are only a few of them while we have over 100. The advantage is ours. Yo! 100 people, huh? Won't take long to cut through. A disdainful voice rang out. Mr. 8 and the others froze, then looked up. The round moon hung high in the dark sky, and in its cold light, 3 black silhouettes stood against the glow on the rooftop. No way! Weren't they already down? Don't panic. Mr. 8's face turned grim as he shouted, it's just 3 of them and their strongest captain isn't here. That's right. Mr. 9 snarled, quickly drawing 2 metal bats. Everyone bared their teeth and brandished blades and guns, ready for a fight. How tasteless. These are the cheapest assassins I've ever seen. Reiner couldn't help mocking. Is Crocodile broke and only able to hire trash like this, or does he just have so much money he'll hire any rabble? Reiner himself had no intention of making a move. After all, they'd been treated to food, drink, and plenty of young ladies serving them. His undead didn't know how to hold back if they killed too many, even he'd feel embarrassed. Soon, only Reiner remained seated high on the rooftop. At some point, Sanji and Zoro had vanished. Yo, you guys think you're taking my head? So noisy at midnight. People are trying to sleep. Sanji and Zoro's voices suddenly rang out from within the enemy ranks, drawing gasps of surprise. The mob quickly turned their weapons toward the voices, but the two were already gone. Zoro's 3 swords flashed out, their cold gleam carving arcs of steel. In an instant, blood sprayed as bodies fell. Sanji's figure flowed like a dragon through the crowd, his legwork dazzling, enemies collapsing one after another. They're strong like monsters. Reiner admired, watching the battle below. His own physical strength wasn't bad thanks to the boosts from his Zoan fruit and daily training, his progress was rapid. But when it came to actual combat skill, he was lacking. He'd tried swordsmanship talentless. Thought maybe martial arts just clumsy brawling. Tried firearms to shortcut the curve, only became a master of grazing shots. When he first crossed into this world, he'd tried blades, spears, guns, staves, no talent in any. Rely on effort? He laughed. So he decided, he'd keep training his body since there was nothing better to do, but he wouldn't push himself. As long as he could survive, it was enough. Fighting was for the undead. What kind of proper summoner fights on the front lines himself? A Deathlord should have some dignity. Reiner knew where his advantage lay. If you try to be good at everything, even a power fantasy novel wouldn't dare write that. You BSTRD. I finally found you. A shout broke his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a few grunts had made it to the rooftop, blades and guns aimed at him. The one leading was a brown-haired man, glaring at him while holding a pistol. What's with all the hate? Reiner looked confused. The brown-haired gunman grew even angrier. You dared to lay your filthy hands on my little sister. I'll kill you. What did he just say? What nonsense is this? I demand to see my script. They came on to me, okay. Reiner flicked his cigarette away and stomped hard on it. Who knows who lost out or who gained, and you're lecturing me. Shameless BSTRD. Die. The man roared, finger tightening on the trigger. Bang. The shot rang out. But the one who fell was the brown-haired man himself. That's right. I am shameless, but even so, doesn't that mean you were wrong too? Bang. 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 Reiner fired rapidly, dropping the grunts one after another. Master of grazing shots or not, he wasn't blind. When he aimed to hit, he hit. He blew the smoke from his barrel lightly. Below, the battle was nearly over, only a few officers remained. Hot blood number 9 backflip. Mr. 9, crown atop his head, bent backward into a circle and rolled straight at Zoro, swinging his metal bats. Zoro twisted aside, and the man rolled right off the rooftop. Bro, what is this? A comedy routine? Reiner's face darkened. Why does winning still feel embarrassing? Prepare to die. Mr. Bushido. A blue-haired ponytail beauty stood atop a duck, swaying her hips and waving her hands. Dance of the Rings charm. Ptahaha. Reiner recognized her instantly. Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Seeing her looking like some delinquent girl, he couldn't help laughing aloud. Where's my camera? This blackmail material had to be recorded, to replay whenever he needed cheering up. But joke or not, her move actually worked. Her swaying, ring-patterned outfit spun hypnotically, and Zoro suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Charge, Karu! Quack! The duck cried out and sprinted, webbed feet slapping as it carried Vivi straight at Zoro. At the crucial moment, Zoro braced himself, biting down on Wado Ikamanji, and slashed to block Vivi's chain, incidentally cutting her headband. Her sky-blue hair spilled free, strands falling to cover part of her face. Kneeling on the ground, her pale, delicate features and bitten lip made her look pitiful. TSK. Reiner glanced at her with interest. Can't deny it, Vivi really is a beauty in the making. But today he witnessed what it meant to be a Sigma male. Zoro's face was calm, both hands gripping swords as he charged straight at her. Princess! Igaram panicked, aiming his modified bazooka gun at Zoro. Reiner froze. Wait, what? Alabasta's princess, the key figure for the ancient weapon, potentially the Straw Hat's 10th companion, and she's about to get cut down here? Three-sword style, Claw of the Hawk. Reiner didn't stop him, since Zoro used the back of his blades. He might not have Sanji's knightly code, but Zoro almost never cut women. Collier, shoot! Sanji kicked Igaram flat, stopping his sneak attack. Saved your life, Mosshead. Don't thank me. Curly brow, what did you say? Even without you, I'd be fine. The fight ended there. Reiner ignored their bickering and leapt down. Princess. Nami walked out with a puzzled look. Seeing her, Reiner smirked. Yo, how's the haul, Nami? DMN it. A bunch of poppers. I went first for once, but I didn't make a single berry. Nami snarled at him, stomping furiously on the downed Igaram. Hey! BSTRD, wake up. What did you mean by calling her a princess just now? Chapter Departure to Little Garden. The moon was bright, and the cold moonlight fell upon the quiet town, illuminating the streets. What princess? I never said such a thing. Igaram gritted his teeth, glaring at Reiner and the others. You two BSTRDS. From a distance came a sudden angry shout. They turned to see Luffy, furious. They treated us to a meal, and you actually beat them all up. Sanji and Zoro just joined. Fine, but Reiner, why didn't you stop them? Reiner's face darkened instantly. So slow. Igaram lay on the ground, speechless as he looked at this captain with a 30 million berry bounty. Even outsiders couldn't bear to watch anymore. BSTRDS. Today I'll make you understand the rules of the ship. Luffy clenched his fist angrily. His sandals slapped against the ground as he charged forward. The rules of the ship? Reiner looked helplessly at the clueless Luffy. Who exactly doesn't understand the rules here? Duong! You idiot! Nami's two vicious punches immediately quieted Luffy. Looking at Luffy crouched on the ground clutching his head, the others could only smile awkwardly. The rule of this ship was Nami the tyrant of the crew. Gentle toward outsiders, but brutal toward her own. Alright, back to business. Reiner lit a cigarette, crouched down, and said to Igaram, the princess you just shouted about, was it her? He pointed at Vivi, lying unconscious nearby. Explain everything clearly, or I'll throw you to the fish right now. Wait! Igaram cried out in a hurry. Killing us won't benefit you at all. I want to entrust you with a task. If you succeed, you'll receive a rich reward. At the mention of money, Nami perked up. Tugging at her shorts, she squatted down, studying him with interest. Go on, let's hear it. Igaram gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, and then explained his commission. Reiner and the others quietly listened. Pirates plundering was common, but in truth, most also took on all sorts of commission jobs like mercenaries. Legal or illegal, both existed. It was an important source of income, sometimes even more profitable than robbery. After all, nobles always had their shady business. The Princess of Alabasta? After hearing his words, everyone except Reiner was visibly shocked. Hey! That's a superpower. And if I remember right, that country is at war, isn't it? Nami, who kept up with newspapers, spoke up. Why would a princess from such a big country be here? You don't need to know that. Knowing too much will only get you killed. So the mission is just to deliver you to Alabasta. Reiner walked toward Vivi's unconscious body. How long does it take to store the log pose here? 1 day is enough, Igaram answered. What do you think, Luffy? Should we take the job? Nami rubbed her hands eagerly. A princess from a superpower. Let's set the commission fee at 1 billion. What? Igaram exclaimed. Wait. I can't decide such a huge amount. You'll have to negotiate with the royal family once she's safely returned. Standing by Vivi, Reiner knew the finances of the Desert Kingdom. Cobra had long sold off valuables to feed his people. Even the king lived on thin gruel. There was no way they could afford 1 billion. All right then. Luffy shouted suddenly, grinning widely. We'll take the job. Reiner squatted down, grabbed Vivi's sky-blue hair, lifted her head, and patted her cheek. Hey, wake up, little delinquent. Vivi's eyes fluttered open. She didn't yet understand what had happened, but glared angrily at Reiner. DMN it. All right, don't look so righteous. Reiner and the others quickly explained the situation to Vivi, then left. The Straw Hats returned to the Going Merry to sleep, leaving Vivi and Igaram behind. Are you sure about this, Igaram? Vivi asked with worry. Igaram's demeanor had returned to that of a captain of the royal guard, calm and composed. You saw their strength, princess. More importantly, He glanced at the unconscious enemies lying around. Even after fighting, they didn't kill anyone. Despite being foes, they still respected the gesture of sharing a meal. I believe in their character. I see. I trust you, Igaram. So tomorrow, we set out with them? Vivi said softly. No, Princess, you will go with them. I will take another route. Why? I just saw the unluckies, Igaram said grimly. News of this will reach the boss soon. I'll leave tonight to draw their attention. Wait, Igar. Say no more, Princess. Igaram cut her off firmly. The kingdom's situation is dire. You know what must take priority. I understand, Vivi bit her lip, showing reluctance. The next day at noon, the sun shone bright as the Going Merry rested in a calm harbor. On deck, a few mighty undead eagles perched on the lookout. Reiner, as always, was lifting weights with Zoro at the stern. Time to set sail, everyone. Luffy clung to the sheep figurehead at the bow. The undead pulled up the anchor, and the Merry slowly left port. Life aboard returned to routine. The only difference was the presence of one extra passenger and her duck, Karu. Is this really okay? Vivi held Karu with her left arm, feeling somewhat odd. No one seemed to care that a princess had joined them. She, the key to their commission, felt almost invisible. Except for Sanji. Dinner's ready, everyone, he shouted, walking out from the kitchen, immediately fawning over Vivi. Coming. Luffy bolted up to the second floor. Reiner also set down his weights and joined Zoro in the dining room. They quickly gathered around the table. Compared to the crew's hearty feasting, Vivi and Karu appeared much more reserved in the corner. Nami, is our next stop Little Garden? Reiner asked. He couldn't quite remember if there was another island before it. Now that they had entered the Grand Line, his anticipation to meet the giant warriors had grown stronger. Yes, it's Little Garden. Nami had checked the route before setting out. Little Garden? Sounds amazing. Luffy's eyes lit up, grinning. It should be beautiful, Nami added with some excitement. Reiner, however, knew her anticipation wouldn't last. Elbaf is a kingdom famous in the New World. The leaders of the giant warrior pirates, it'd be strange if they didn't have hockey. He pondered quietly. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, at rain dinners. In a luxurious room, a man bit down on a cigar, standing before a huge window. Tap tap, the crisp sound of high heels echoed in the empty chamber. You're back, Miss All Sunday, the man said in a low voice, glancing at the black-haired woman who entered. Our base at the entrance to the Grand Line was destroyed. The unlucky sent this intel, she replied, placing two photos on the table. One showed Vivi, the other Luffy. Mr. Five's capture was just Igaram in disguise. The real Princess Vivi has already left with the Straw Hat Pirates. And then, the man's deep voice rumbled again. Their next destination is Little Garden. Mr. 5 and Mr. 3 have already gone. And if they fail again? His tone carried displeasure. I sent Mr. 2 as well. He'll finish the job and eliminate the failures. No surprise there. Miss All Sunday, you're always so efficient. Crocodile's lips curved in a cold smile. Chapter Giant Broggy. The next day, under a clear blue sky, the Going Merry sailed calmly across the sea. Today's weather is nice. Nami looked at the sea and sky with a rare smile. I didn't think the Grand Line could have such good weather. You must have suffered quite a bit when you first entered the Grand Line. Beside her, Vivi smiled softly. Right after passing the Twin Capes, that sea area is influenced by 7 routes at once. It's the most unpredictable stretch. For now, Vivi could only comfortably chat with Nami. She clearly wasn't used to the others' eccentric personalities. Karu, on the other hand, had already blended in perfectly, happily playing with them. Pair of aces. I only have 1 card left. Pair of 2s. Bomb. Luffy cut off Reiner. Quack quack. Quack. Well done, Karu. Reiner grinned as Karu played a bomb to set him up. 1-9 game over. Quack. Defeating landlord Luffy, Reiner and Karu slapped a high five in celebration. As for why a duck could play cards? Who knew? DMN it. Luffy groaned, switching places with Usopp before storming upstairs. Sanji, I want juice. Got it. Anyone else? Beer for me. I want orange juice. Me too. No way. My orange trees are nearly stripped bare already. Nami refused flatly and delivered 2 quick punches as punishment. Watching the lively group, Vivi found herself smiling, something she hadn't done in a long time. Having lived in constant anxiety at sea, this was the first time in years she felt such warmth and cheer. In Reiner's words, this was called relaxation. She began trying to join in, tiptoeing behind Karu to see how the game worked. So it's Vivi. Want to try? Landlord is a lot of fun. No, I wouldn't understand. Vivi waved awkwardly at Usopp's. Invitation. Come here, little delinquent girl. Reiner beckoned. This deck's pretty good, I'll teach you. Thank you. Wait, why are you calling me little delinquent girl? Vivi asked, embarrassed and confused. Heh. Reiner smirked, pulling out a photo and holding it up. What do you think? Nice shot? Wahahaha. Usopp burst into laughter, rolling on the floor pounding the deck. When did you take that, Reiner? Quack quack. Even Karu flapped his wings and cried out to the sky. The photo clearly showed Vivi standing on Karu, swaying her waist while waving her hands like a dancer. Vivi's face turned scarlet. She lunged forward to snatch it. Give it back? Nope. Reiner held her off with one hand to her forehead, letting her flail in vain. DMNU. Give it up, little delinquent girl. Sanji stepped out with a tray of juice, and when he saw the scene, his eyes burned with fury, flames seeming to blaze above his head. Reiner, you bstrd. How dare you bully my lovely Princess Vivi? Sanji's stance was always firm, always side with the lady. Oh crap Usopp, catch. Wait, I can't take on Sanji. Throw it to Luffy. Wahahaha, this looks fun. This ship really is something else. Watching the chaos, Nami smiled faintly and went back inside. Even the most downhearted person couldn't help but laugh here. 3 days passed like this as the Going Merry sailed on. From the lookout, Reiner suddenly shouted. Everyone! I see an island. His eyes fixed ahead. In the middle of the vast blue sea, a lush green island stood tall. A land frozen in the prehistoric age. A fiery gleam flashed in Reiner's eyes. Beyond his greedy thoughts of the giants, he had another dream. When I was a kid, I dreamed of riding a dinosaur. I never thought I'd see real living prehistoric creatures in this life. Little Garden had a river leading inland from the sea. The Going Merry drifted slowly along the waterway. The tropical jungle stretched around them, dense forest, tangled vines, mossy rocks along the riverbank. The fresh air carried the fragrance of soil and greenery, while birds sang clear and melodious. I can smell adventure. Sanji, I want an adventure lunchbox. Luffy shouted from the prow. Adventure lunchbox? Sanji frowned. Was there really a dish he didn't know? It's just meat. Reiner explained with a smile. A lunchbox with only meat, no vegetables. Luffy's favorite. No way. Sanji's face turned pale green. As a chef, I have to keep your nutrition balanced. Luffy, if you dare toss the veggies, I won't forgive you. Roar. What was that? Usopp and Nami shrank back in fear. On the riverbank, a pack of massive wolves liked the corpse of a tiger. When they noticed the Merry approaching, their eyes gleamed fiercely before they retreated into the jungle shadows. Too scary. I'm not going ashore. I've caught a disease, I'll die the moment I step on land. While Nami and Usopp trembled, the others leapt ashore to stretch their legs. Even Vivi chose to walk with Luffy. Zoro and Sanji prepared to compete over who could hunt the biggest prey. A hunting contest, huh? Sounds fun, I'm in. Sure, Reiner. Let's wager too, how about 500,000 berries? Sanji flicked him a cigarette. Reiner chuckled knowingly. So that was the game, huh? Too small. Loser washes their hair upside down tonight. Interesting. I accept. Zoro smirked and strode off. After anchoring the Merry, Reiner looked back at the two still aboard. You sure you don't want to walk around? Staying on the ship for days gets boring. No way, I'd rather die than go ashore. But what if staying behind is the most dangerous? Reiner teased. Nami froze, glanced at Usopp, and both suddenly realized. They were the weakest too. Staying behind meant waiting for death. Wait. Reiner, wait for us. Wah, don't abandon us. Clinging to him, Nami and Usopp each grabbed one of his arms. Heh, the journey of the weak trio begins. Reiner laughed, left a few undead to guard the ship, and led the two into the jungle. But before they had gone far. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Leaves shook. A massive black shadow emerged from the depths, shoving aside several huge trees like blades of grass. Reiner tensed, ready to summon undead. Suddenly, a huge face appeared, rugged features, messy hair spilling from under a helmet, and a great blonde beard. Monster! Screams rang out behind him. Nami and Usopp clung to Reiner's back, trembling. A giant, unbelievable. Reiner muttered in awe. Seeing one with his own eyes still felt surreal. The blonde-bearded giant grinned. Gahahaha. I'm Broggy. It's been a long time since this island had guests. Hey, watch out behind you. Chapter Uninvited Guests. Roar. Just as Reiner finished his warning, a massive dinosaur suddenly charged out from behind Broggy and bit down on his rear. Even Nami and Usopp couldn't help but cry out in worry at the sight. Hey, old man. Are you okay? But Broggy only laughed heartily. With a swing of his axe, he casually lopped off the dinosaur's head, then said with a booming laugh. Gahahaha. Just perfect, food's ready too. I'll treat you all to a meal. Do you have any booze? We actually do. Reiner was stunned not just by Broggy's strength, but more by the overwhelming heroic spirit he carried. Since arriving here, he had only seen such presence from Luffy. Truly spirited, old man. Reiner smiled. Gahahaha. I am a warrior of Elbaf. Broggy roared with laughter, tapping his axe against the shield hanging at his waist. Reiner enjoyed being around people like this. It was easy and refreshing. He laughed freely. Then let us treat you to some wine, old man. Ha? Nami had lowered her guard somewhat, but nowhere near the point of calling someone she had just met a friend. Usopp, however, found courage swelling inexplicably within him. Trembling, he asked. Oh old man, you're one of the legendary giant race, aren't you? Ah, that's right. You know of us, then? I've read about you in tall tales, just never thought you were real. Usopp's voice grew steadier, his face flushing with excitement. It said the giant race are bold and unrestrained warriors. That's the kind I admire most. In that case, let's go back to the ship and grab the booze. Nami, Usopp. Reiner led the two back to the Going Merry and hauled out several large barrels of liquor. Back in Logtown, Reiner hadn't purchased that much wine. But since Zoro had, by chance, scored 2 fine swords at no cost, he had saved the budget Reiner gave him and spent it entirely on booze. Let's leave these few barrels for that drunkard. We'll take the rest. After leaving behind 3 barrels, Reiner and the others followed Broggy back to his hideout deep in the forest. Not long after the Straw Hats landed, Little Garden welcomed 2 more uninvited guests. DMN it. We grabbed the wrong people. A dark-skinned man with an afro scowled in frustration. Now we had to come to this forsaken dump of a place. Harararo, no need to get so worked up, Mr. 5. The golden-haired woman in a tight skirt, Miss Valentine, chuckled. They're just a bunch of 30 million rookies. We'll take them out quick and head back. In the primeval forest, Mr. 5 strode in his black coat, while the skirted woman followed behind, twirling her umbrella, her hips swaying side to side. Before long, the two arrived leisurely at a white candle house. They walked straight in, where someone was already waiting. Mr. 3, you sure are relaxed. Well, if it isn't the failed duo. The man with the 3 hairdo calmly sipped his coffee and said lightly. This is my break time. Work matters can wait until I finish this cup. Such ease had Reiner been present, he would have marveled that this man truly had the air of a right hand of an emperor. Mr. 5 said nothing, silently waiting until the other had finished his coffee. Then Mr. 3 finally spoke. I already understand the situation with your mission. But the problem now isn't the Straw Hat crew. Mr. 3 drew out a wanted poster from his coat. 2 giants' faces were printed on it. He continued. The Straw Hat Boy and his lot worth no more than 30 million at best have made contact with the Blue Ogre Dory and the Red Ogre Broggy. That's the real problem. Over 100 million bounty. Miss Valentine slammed her hands on the table, eyes wide in shock. Even Mr. 5 frowned deeply. But the candle man, Mr. 3, remained composed, speaking words even more startling, and this bounty poster was issued 100 years ago. The wax-built room fell silent for a long moment before Mr. 5 finally relaxed his brow. They won't stay here forever, right? We'll just wait until they leave and strike then. That's the issue. Mr. 3 rose from his chair, turning to the afro-headed man. Little Garden's magnetic field requires a log pose to store for a full year before it points to the next island. He paused, then added, I have 2 eternal poses. Later, I'll try to lure them into the forest and kill them. If they don't give chase, I'll start a battle and then feign defeat, leaving behind an eternal pose. I see what you mean. Mr. 3 smirked. As long as we don't involve those 2 giants, things will be simple. Should we set the ambush in the forest? Do whatever you want. I can handle the Straw Hats myself. TCH. Arrogant BSTRD. The Afro man snorted, leaving with the tight-skirted woman. The scene shifted back to Reiner, at the heart of Little Garden. 2 enormous skeletons lay there, covered with moss and weeds, clearly resting here for countless years. Beneath the massive bones, Broggy grinned wide. Holding a giant cask of liquor as if it were a mug, he guzzled half of it in one go. Reiner and the others followed him here. Broggy roasted the dinosaur meat from earlier for them, and in return, they offered him fine wine. As they ate and drank, Usopp listened to Broggy's stories of past adventures, utterly thrilled. Gahahaha. It's been ages since I've had wine. How refreshing. Ha ha ha, as long as you're happy, old man. Reiner raised his cup and downed it. That way, when I ask for your help later, I won't feel bad about it. Gahaha, no problem. Tell me what you need. If I can help a friend, I will. Then let me thank you in advance, old man. Reiner didn't hold back. With someone like Broggy, straightforward honesty was the best way. Tricks would only backfire. He briefly explained his powers and requested to collect Broggy's body template. Gahahaha, that's all? Nothing to be embarrassed about. I don't even have to do anything. Broggy laughed heartily, downing another half-cask of wine before extending his massive hand to Reiner. Go ahead. Then I won't stand on ceremony, old man. Reiner conjured azure flames in his hand, placing them upon Broggy's palm. The flames spread gradually along his giant arm. Nami and Usopp watched in anticipation. They had seen Reiner's powers before. If he could create an undead of this caliber, their crew's strength would soar. Oh ho? These flames are quite interesting. They don't burn at all, gahaha. But while Broggy laughed, Reiner's face darkened. Collection failed. His brows furrowed as he studied Broggy's towering frame. He could collect templates from those stronger than him within limits. Right now, his own physical abilities were already exceptional. Though still weaker than Broggy, he should at least barely qualify. Why did it still feel like he fell short? With that thought, Reiner withdrew the flames. What's wrong, Reiner boy? Ah, nothing. Let me try again. He prepared to enter his transformed state before attempting once more. With the boost from his undead's attributes, perhaps this time it would succeed. Chapter Hockey, is there a chance? Azure flames seeped out from Reiner's body, just as he was about to activate his half-beast form when suddenly, a deafening blast echoed from afar. Boom! Like the roar of thunder, the sound shook the heavens and the earth itself trembled as though the island were a slumbering beast stirring awake. The group staggered from the violent shaking, and Reiner immediately halted his transformation. What's going on? What happened? Nami dropped to her knees, pressing her hands against the ground to steady herself. Gahaha! That eruption came in strong this time. Broggy rose with laughter, his blazing eyes fixed on the distant volcano as magma burst forth. Sorry, Reiner lad. I've got something to take care of. When I return, we can continue. Ah, it's fine. Reiner answered simply, already guessing what was happening. With both giants showing up, it would save him trouble anyway. Where are you going? Can we come along? Ah, sure. Broggy crouched down, extending his massive palm open to the ground as an invitation. I'm going to settle an unfinished duel with an old friend. It's lasted 100 years. 100 years. Usopp shrieked, scrambling up into his hand. Broggy only laughed, offering a brief explanation, Gahaha. Nothing strange about that. We giants live several times longer than you do. That's not the point, hey! Nami couldn't stop herself from shouting, why? What kind of grudge makes you fight for 100 years? Why? I've forgotten. Gahaha. With the straw hat standing on his palm, Broggy carried them toward the colossal bones that marked the battlefield. Before leaving, he slung along several barrels of liquor as well. From him, they learned that another giant warrior lived on the island. Long ago, the two began a duel here, with the volcano's eruption serving as their signal to fight. But isn't there no reason to continue anymore? Nami struggled to comprehend. You just said he's your friend, right? Even for giants, 100 years was an unbearably long time. By now they had arrived at the dueling ground. From the distance, another towering figure appeared before them. Though we've forgotten the reason for this duel, we've never forgotten Elbaf's creed. We'll fight until victory is decided, because... As if by instinct, the two giants locked eyes the moment they met. Smiling at one another, they drew their weapons and bellowed to the skies. The god of Elbaf will always bless the one who is right. Wah, Elbaf! Usopp shouted, tears streaming down his face. Wahaha! Elbaf! A familiar voice came from the other giant Dory. Looking closely, Reiner spotted Luffy and Vivi standing on his shoulder. Hey, Luffy! On Dory's shoulder, the excited Luffy turned at the call. His eyes lit up when he spotted the blonde man in a blue shirt. Vivi, look! It's Reiner and the others. Luffy immediately leapt down with Vivi in tow. Hey, Reiner, Nami, Usopp. Seeing Luffy rush over, Reiner also descended with the others to regroup. Reiner, why are you here? Vivi asked in surprise. Weren't you still competing with Zoro and Sanji over hunting? Who cares about that stuff? With me on board, food's never an issue. Reiner replied casually. His fishman undead swam incredibly fast in the sea, catching fresh food whenever needed. The crew never had to worry about supplies. Though, eating seafood every day could get dull, so occasionally hunting for meat helped change things up. But didn't you make a bet on it? Nami recalled suddenly. Oh, right. Reiner barely reacted. Just 500,000 berries. Consider it their pocket money. Oh, really? You're sure your wager was 500,000 berries? At her words, Reiner turned toward Usopp, who was staring at him strangely. Sheet. Reiner's face darkened. He had completely forgotten the number he'd thrown out on a whim. DMN it. Ha 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 ha. Looks like someone's going to give us a handstand shampoo performance tonight. It's too early to be talking like that. With a scowl, Reiner summoned dozens of fishman undead, sending them into the forest to hunt while he himself turned back toward the battlefield. He wasn't leaving yet because the giants' duel had just begun, and something more important was coming. Bang! Ga ha ha! You lost your strength, Dory? Bang! Ga ha ha! What's the matter, Broggy getting old? One wielded sword and shield, the other axe and shield. Their combat was primal, savage, beast-like in its simplicity. Each swing and clash embodied raw power, brutal and violent. Every blow carried their full might, every strike whipped up gales of pressure. Steel rang against steel, shockwaves rippling outward, flattening trees around them like blades of grass. What terrifying strength! Reiner's heart quivered, as did all who watched. The savagery of the battle was staggering. Simple swings of sword and axe became primal, blood-stirring, charged with centuries of accumulated skill. The sight made their blood race. Well, for everyone except the two girls. Seriously. They've forgotten the reason for the fight, and still they go all out. Exactly. I just don't get it. At that, Luffy and Usopp bristled, turning into indignant keyboard warriors. What are you saying? What are you saying? After a long while. Ga ha ha, no more strength left. Looks like another draw. Exhausted, both giants collapsed flat on their backs, staring up at the sky. Hey, Dory, let me show you something. Broggy sat up, grabbed a barrel of liquor, and tossed it over with a laugh. A gift from our guests. Walala. Booze. Dory caught it, pried it open, and guzzled a mouthful. Ga ha ha. Nothing beats drinking after a fight. As the duel ended, Reiner and the others approached, taking seats on the surrounding rocks. Cheers. Thanks, little guests. Didn't expect such bold folks among the little people. To giants, of course, the straw hats were little people. Hee, don't mention it, old man. Too bad Zoro and Sanji aren't here. Luffy chuckled. Watching the two giants drink, Reiner's mind drifted. The scene reminded him of legendary sworn brothers of old warriors who fought side by side with unshakable bonds. Then another thought struck him. He put down his cup and asked. By the way, Broggy, do you know how to use haki? Haki, eh? Haven't heard that word in ages. Broggy grinned. Why, you want to learn? Hell yes, if Haki were a dog, he'd still want to learn it. Reiner's heart leapt with joy. Could it be, there was a chance here? Ah, of course we know Haki. In this story's setting, the giant chiefs have mastery of Haki. Chapter Harvesting Blue Ogre and Red Ogre. Holy crap. There really was a way. Uncle Broggy. Can you tell me the training method? Reiner asked quickly, the burning intensity in his eyes completely undisguised. There was no need to hide it. Broggy looked troubled, scratching his head. Although we've mastered it, we're not very skilled. If you want us to teach it, our method might be a little clumsy. Not skilled? Reiner was surprised. Elbaf was a giant kingdom famous even in the New World. How could Dory and Broggy, as leaders of the giant warrior pirates, not be skilled in Haki? Dory explained, there are all sorts of strange ability users on the seas. That's why we learned Haki. But aside from that, our battles rely on our bodies and our skills. That's right. We warriors of Elbaf only believe in fights of fist against flesh. Gahaha. Broggy added. What nonsense, knowing Haki doesn't stop you from fighting fist to flesh. Reiner fumed inwardly. Then he glanced up at the two rugged giants. Fine, this was very giant-like. What are you guys talking about? Luffy tilted his head, frowning in confusion. The others also looked puzzled. Reiner gave them a simple explanation. But what's that clumsy method you mentioned? Reiner pressed the giants further. Dory and Broggy looked at each other, then suddenly burst out laughing. Gahaha. That's getting beaten up. Alright then. So Rayleigh must have been taught by you too? Reiner had black lines across his forehead. Of course, it's not just brainlessly taking hits. What we call Haki is. Broggy went on to explain in detail, especially since Luffy and the others had no concept of Haki. Invisible armor? Luffy stroked his chin in thought, then tilted his head. So Haki is just armor that isn't cool at all? Duong. Idiot. That's clearly not what he meant. Nami scolded Luffy, as usual. I think I get it, more or less. Reiner nodded in understanding, but before testing Haki, he had something else he wanted to try. Uncle, let's continue what we were doing before. Oh, you mean that? Come on then. Broggy held out his hand. Reiner began transforming into his hybrid form. Azure flames seeped from all over his body, coating his surface and swaying with the wind. Two short red horns jutted from his forehead, a crimson line stretched from the bridge of his nose to his ears, and his entire frame exuded the withered aura of death. Reiner's appearance didn't change much, but the flickering azure flames and deathly aura gave him a heavy, suffocating presence. Wah-ha! Reiner transformed again, so cool. Luffy, as always, was fascinated by anything involving transformations. Hey Luffy, what's going on with Reiner? Aside from Luffy, no one else had seen Reiner transform. Even Nami and the others didn't fully understand devil fruit classifications or abilities. Reiner's ability lets him transform. Damn it, I want one too. Luffy pouted jealously. Don't worry, you'll get yours too. Reiner thought to himself. But what shocked Dory and Broggy even more wasn't his devil fruit. They had seen plenty of bizarre fruits before. What startled them was the familiar yet alien aura radiating from Reiner. Why do you have? Don't make a fuss, Dory. Broggy interrupted, patting Dory's shoulder. We've seen things like this before. Young people walk their own paths. Best if we don't meddle too much. True. Gahaha. What the hell? Reiner gave the two of them a weird look. Did my necromancer form's kingly aura leak out? Forget it. Covering Broggy's hand again, this time the process went smoothly. Reiner guessed his first failure was due to Broggy's haki interfering, even if unintentionally. 20 minutes later, Reiner finally pulled back the azure flames. Man, that was exhausting. What is that? Your ability? Dory asked, staring at the flickering blue fire in his hand. Reiner didn't bother hiding it. He explained his necromancy ability and asked for their help. Dory, being straightforward, agreed immediately. So Reiner covered him in azure flames as well. This time, it took less effort than with Broggy. Not because Dory was weaker, but because Reiner's fruit development had advanced, strengthening his body as well. Indeed, his mythical Zoan developed through constant use and by pushing closer to its forms. Reiner's way was simple: gather stronger templates, forge stronger undead. Crude but effective. After all, plenty of people had defied fate with nothing but a devil fruit. He wasn't unique, especially compared to some really broken paramecia. His advantage was that Zoan fruits increased his body's raw strength the deeper they were developed. Unfortunately, apart from the huge boost right after eating the fruit, later gains were smaller. That's why he still kept up his physical training. Only effort never betrays you. Unless you're Navy hero Kobe, running away. But what he really wanted to test wasn't just the collection of these templates. Reverting to human form, he focused. A rift in the void cracked open. Two undead about the size of normal humans stepped out, dressed like Spartan warriors. But before they could take more than 2 steps. Crack. Crack. As I thought, they burst apart? Reiner rubbed his chin, unsurprised. He had tried compressing their size for more agility. But with his current strength, he couldn't compress giant templates down to human scale. The sheer physical power blew them apart. This just proves how insanely strong these two are. He wasn't discouraged. Resummoning, this time the undead took a different form, around 5 meters tall and lean, each with a round shield and spear, a greatsword at their waist. They really did look like Spartan warriors. Except... A shriek sounded behind him. Vivi clutched her mouth in horror, terrified. She had only seen Reiner's fishman undead before. Those still looked somewhat friendly. Even Nami grimaced, shouting, "You bstrd. Why do you always make such creepy things?" The Spartan undead were all bone no skin, only grinning skulls, hideous and eerie. I can't help it. Reiner spread his hands helplessly. I figured shaving off unnecessary flesh would boost their agility. If he could compress them further, he wouldn't have made them this way. He glanced at the two undead. Each had a strip of cloth tied at their waist, one red and one green. Blue Ogre and Red Ogre. From now on, let's call them by your nicknames, uncles. Reiner flicked away his cigarette and ground it underfoot. Finally, time to test it. Let's see if you two can inherit haki. Chapter Baroque Works. The two undead stretched out their arms as if receiving an order. A streak of black spread from their wrists to their fists, covering the round shields and spears they held. Not bad at all. Reiner's grin widened as he watched the flow of armament haki shimmer across the undead. Oh ho? That's a decent ability you've got there. Broggy laughed approvingly. Hey, Reiner, let them fight me. Hee hee. Luffy's eyes shone, eager and restless. He could feel the overwhelming aura radiating from the two undead. Reiner instantly dismissed them back. Quit it, Luffy. Those two could flatten you right now. This trip to Little Garden had been a jackpot. Reiner clenched his fist with excitement. The Blue Ogre and Red Ogre could last him all the way to the end of the first half of the Grand Line. His previous strongest undead, the Chainsaw Devil and Wolverine, were completely outclassed. Until Luffy and Zoro grew stronger enough for him to update his templates, the Blue Ogre and Red Ogre would be his trump cards. And now with Haki, for the first time, Reiner's undead surpassed Luffy, making him the strongest on the ship. Woohoo, take off. Nice. Reiner. Usopp pumped his fist in excitement. With 2 more heavy hitters on board, his captain Usopp's great adventure just gained even more security. Wait a second, that bounty of 25 million, could it be? Vivi's eyes widened at Reiner. These past days she had seen him summon undead but hadn't asked about his power. Now that she thought about it, the absence of that infamous 25 million bounty duo, combined with the undead before her, everything clicked. Ah, those are Reiner's undead. Luffy bluntly told Vivi. Reiner didn't care. He'd already told Luffy not to blab certain things if it was something important. Luffy wouldn't say it casually. I see. Vivi's expression turned complicated, her gaze at Reiner completely changed. So much for undead just being for chores. That's just how Reiner is. Nami scoffed. Not a shred of dignity like a true strongman. What's that supposed to mean? Are you mocking the way of Usopp? Hold on, Reiner, was that supposed to be a compliment for me? Usopp groaned. Meanwhile, in the dense primeval forest, Mr. 3 led a little girl with a yellow hat toward the giant's camp. Behind them followed Mr. 5 and a woman in a tight skirt. The candle man, Mr. 3, straightened his neat collar and glanced back with disdain. What are you two doing here? Don't drag me down later. Don't get cocky. Mr. 5 sneered, hands stuffed in his pockets. You know the consequences of failure. The boss never keeps useless people. Of course I know better than you. Mr. 3's face was solemn. This target is important. If I'm not wrong, there might be others coming after us. Could be Mr. 2, or Mr. 1. Probably that pervert. Mr. 1 rarely leaves the boss's side. Mr. 3 muttered. He had been in Baroque works long enough, even if he hadn't seen the boss in person, he knew his style. And whoever else was coming wasn't necessarily coming to help them. If it was Mr. 1? Forget it. Either way, as long as we complete the mission. Rustle, rustle. The sound of grass. None of them paid it any mind and kept walking. This DMN jungle. Miss Valentine cursed. So damp. So muggy. And crawling with bugs, this lady can't stand another second. After the group left, a blue fishman head poked out of the grass. Hollow eyes fixed on their retreating figures. Circling around, the fishman undead burst into a sprint, darting through the forest toward Reiner. Before long, in a clearing at the island center, Reiner saw the fishman undead rushing toward him. Found prey? The undead gestured frantically. This way? 4 people? 2 men, a child. 3? Reiner's face turned odd. What the hell was it gesturing? What's wrong, Reiner? Nami asked curiously. Something happened? There are others on the island. Reiner lit a cigarette slowly. Headed straight for us. Already close. Headed for us? Nami frowned. Did we offend anyone? No. They're probably after me. Vivi suddenly stepped forward, arms crossed against her chest, her face pale with unease. A dreadful suspicion stirred in her heart. No need to guess they're here. Reiner's voice was calm. Everyone glanced around. Only dark trees encircled the clearing. Don't see anything? Where are they? The Red Ogre's spear pointed ahead. Their observation Haki had already sensed the approaching presence. Sure enough, before long, a figure emerged from the forest. TCH, already discovered? It was Mr. 3, frowning as he stepped out, immediately met by the stares of the Straw Hats. Well, if it isn't the future right hand of an emperor? Number 3 himself. Reiner's eyes caught the 3 hair curl on his head and realized what the undead's gesture meant. Mr. 3. Vivi gasped, her eyes wide, hands clamped over her mouth as she trembled. Nami blinked, resting a hand on Vivi's back. What is it, Vivi? You know him? He's one of the top assassins of Baroque Works. Vivi's voice shook as she gripped Nami's hand tightly. Baroque Works is a killer organization. Members are ranked by strength, his number is 3. He must be here to assassinate me. To assassinate you? Nami froze. So that curly-haired guy wanted us to protect you to Alabasta because of this? How's Igaram? Vivi suddenly screamed at Mr. If he was here, then Igaram, who left earlier to draw enemy fire, must have. You mean the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard? Mr. 3 sneered. Who knows? Maybe the fish are picking his bones clean already. No, Vivi's face paled, tears brimming in her eyes. So he's the enemy, right? Luffy spoke up. We took the job, didn't we? If he's here to kill Vivi, then that makes him our enemy. The answer's obvious. Reiner said flatly. There are 3 more hiding in the woods. I've sent my undead after them. Got it. Luffy nodded and dashed straight at Mr. Reiner didn't summon more undead, he simply commanded the fishman undead to surround those hiding in the forest. I'm sorry, Nami. Vivi dropped to her knees, clutching Nami's hand. I may have dragged you into an enemy far too great. Don't worry, Vivi. They're strong. Nami smiled to comfort her. But her smile lasted only seconds before Vivi's next words flipped her expression in an instant. The boss behind Baroque Works is one of the warlords of the sea. Crocodile. What? Nami and Usopp's faces turned green with shock. Hey, you idiot. You didn't say it was like this at the start. Doesn't this mean we've barely entered the Grand Line and already got targeted by a warlord? Answer us, Vivi. Nami grabbed Vivi by the collar, shaking her furiously. Vivi, I'm sorry. Chapter King of Street Lamps. Vivi gave them information about Baroque Works. It wasn't much, but it was everything she had managed to gather during her years undercover. The most important detail was the identity of the boss. No one had ever seen Mr. His true identity was Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea. He ran the Rain Dinners casino while striking down invading pirates to maintain his heroic image, yet behind the scenes, he was the mastermind of a criminal organization. Why am I so unlucky? Nami collapsed on the ground, nearly in tears. I'm so stupid, really. I only thought about taking the job for a big payout. Her pale thighs were sprawled out as she sat there, looking pitiful, so much so that Vivi found herself comforting her instead. I don't care. Raise the pay, we need more money. Looking at Nami's snarling face, Reiner felt black lines form over his head. Not far away, Luffy was already chasing Mr. 3 into the forest. With Luffy's strength, fighting Mr. 3 was nothing more than child's play. Reiner recalled Green Oni and Red Oni, then turned in another direction. Giant Uncle, I'll trouble you to look after them. Gahahaha, don't worry, lad Reiner. How could we let guests be harmed right in front of us? Thanks, Uncle. I'll bring 2 more barrels of booze later, Reiner said with a smile before heading into the forest. Booger bomb. 10,000 kilo press. DMN pests, you think you can take me on? Mr. 5's tone was disdainful, but his eyes betrayed caution as he stared at the large fishman in front of him. At the very start, he had carelessly taken a punch from this fishman, and it had actually hurt. This fishman was taller than the rest, with large blade-shaped fins on his arms. He stood in a fishman karate stance opposite Mr. This was a copy of Kurubi, made by Reiner, able to use both fishman karate and fishman jujitsu. Why are there so many fishmen here? Miss Valentine floated into the air using her ability, dodging a water shot from another fishman. She frowned as she muttered. Mr. 5 dug his nose and flicked out another bomb, blasting away 3 fishmen that rushed at him. These fishmen aren't right. They're mute, fine, but even when they get their arms or legs blown off, they don't make a sound. Neither of them noticed the figure standing above on a thick tree branch. Reiner, silently watching the battle below. They're pretty weak, these 2, Reiner muttered. A bunch of undead fishmen were actually tying them down. No wonder Luffy and Zoro could one-punch them like fodder. Aside from those 2, there was also the little girl, Mr. 3's partner. She had gone to help when Luffy started fighting him. Standing on the branch, seeing no one else nearby, Reiner raised his hand. In an instant, rifts opened behind him in midair, lined with hundreds of swords, spears, halberds, and polearms. I've got my own treasury of the king. Reiner chuckled lightly and waved toward the fighters below. At once, all the weapons launched downward as if hurled, raining upon Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Blades and spears poured down like a storm, filling the forest with flashing steel. Whiz! 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 Miss Valentine hovered low, her attention fully on the battle before her. Caught off guard, a longsword pierced her thigh. Ah! She screamed and turned her head, only to see the rain of blades already upon her. Before she could react, a spear impaled her body with a wet thud. Her power cancelled, she plummeted to the ground. More cold flashes followed, pinning her body to the earth. Valentine! Mr. 5 turned at the sound. His partner had been struck down in the ambush. He inhaled sharply, then exhaled explosively, detonating the air and blasting away all the incoming weapons around him. Can't even stop that, huh? Reiner said calmly. The woman in the tight skirt lay lifeless on the ground. Even with a body tougher than an ordinary human, cold steel left her no chance. It was a trick Reiner had developed for looking cool, no real power, just good for clearing out fodder. As for the principal? Can't say. Would ruin the mystique. BSTRD. You attacked by surprise. Mr. 5 roared from below. He had spotted Reiner, his face twisted with rage as he dug his nose again. What the hell is that? Reiner's face darkened. He controlled Kurubi's undead to rush forward, unleashing Fishman Karate, 1000-tile true punch. Mr. 5 didn't stop, raising his arm to block. He was smashed back into a tree trunk. DMN underhanded BSTRD. Die! His arm was completely twisted, blood dripping from his mouth. Yet he extended his other hand, aiming at Reiner with a feral expression. Was he set on avenging his partner? Reiner thought, and with a flick of will, another rift opened. A sinister spear jutted out. Sure, it's a mob-clearing move, but with green Oni and red Oni it's another story. Whoosh! The spear shot out like a meteor, terrifying momentum carrying it in a blink. Nose fancy cannon. Boom! The spear pierced Mr. 5's hand just as he was about to fire, then skewered his body, slamming him into a tree. The force carried on, drilling through more than a dozen trees before embedding deep in another trunk. That was like using a cannon on a mosquito, Reiner remarked, leaping down from the branch. A throw from Red Oni spear. Reiner wasn't surprised at its sheer power. If it had been the Elbaf spear that pierced the island-eater goldfish, there wouldn't even be ashes left of the guy. To use Red Oni on an enemy this weak was already giving him way too much credit. Cough, cough. Mr. 5's body had a gaping hole, half embedded in the tree, his face twisted in pain. Still alive, huh? Reiner strolled over, pulling a cigarette pack from the pocket square of his deep blue shirt. You, BSTRD, you killed Valentine. Mr. 5 feebly raised his arm, throwing a weak punch that landed uselessly on Reiner's chest. Smack. When you're about to die, you should be begging for your life. Reiner glanced back at the woman pinned to the ground. Was she your lover? He asked coolly, drawing his bone-chain sword. Heh, Mr. 5 let out a faint laugh. His eyes closed, his head slumped forward. Slash. Reiner withdrew the blood-stained chain sword, collected the template, and turned away. In the center of Little Garden, on an open field of grass. Nami, shouldn't we go help? Vivi asked anxiously. After all, those two were high-ranking agents of Baroque works. Nami patted her shoulder confidently and smiled. Don't worry. Luffy is strong beyond belief. Yeah, and don't forget Reiner. Don't underestimate the monsters on our ship, Usopp said proudly. Though Reiner masked his abilities in battle, the others all knew the power of his undead. Nobody really lumped him in with the weakling trio. As soon as he said that, a dinosaur walked out from the forest, carrying a blonde figure in a sky-blue shirt and khaki pants. Usopp's eyes lit up. Whoa! A T-Rex Reiner. All handled, Reiner hopped off the T-Rex with a grin. Some Afrohead tried to hit me with booger attacks. Disgusting. Boogers? Usopp doubled over laughing. Ha ha ha, don't tell me you got any on you. EW. Stay away from me. Nami shrieked in disgust. Chapter Where's my chopper? What nonsense. How could I possibly get touched by that? Reiner snapped impatiently. He really couldn't figure it out. Such a good devil fruit, the bomb fruit, could even ignite the air one exhaled. Why in the world did someone have to develop it around boogers? If nothing else, training up a hair needle attack would have been more useful. Why make it so disgusting? Reiner looked around but didn't see Luffy anywhere. He grabbed a cup of booze, downed it in one go, the excess spilling from the corner of his mouth and soaking his shirt. Luffy hasn't come back yet? He asked casually, setting the cup down. Nami took his cup, refilled it, and handed it back. Luffy hasn't come back yet. Just in case, Reiner, you should go take a look. You really know how to boss people around. Draining the cup, Reiner turned toward the Tyrannosaurus. Let's go, I'll take you out for a spin. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus quickly crouched down in front of him. Man and beast left together, heading into the forest. Reiner summoned the blue ogre, spread his observation haki, and scanned the area. No sign of Luffy's presence. Seriously, did he get knocked that far away? He sighed. With Luffy's strength, taking down Mr. 3 shouldn't have been this troublesome. More likely, he got distracted by the guy's candle sculpting tricks and started playing around. HM? What's that? Through the trees, Reiner spotted a White House. Let's go check that out. Roar! Approaching the white structure, muffled voices drifted from inside. In any case, once you've dealt with the Straw Hat crew, come straight to Alabasta. To avoid the Navy listening in, this will be the last time we use a transponder snail. I understand, boss. That's all then. Hanging up. Sanji? Reiner recognized the voice. The house seemed to be one of Mr. 3's wax creations. No doors. He walked straight in. Sure enough, Sanji was inside, black suit, lounging on a white sofa, holding a transponder snail. Reiner? Sanji, what the hell is going on here? On the ground lay two figures. Reiner frowned. What's with these things? Sea otters in clothes? Ma, supposedly they're called the Unluckies or something. Sanji gave a quick explanation. While hunting, He'd stumbled upon the place, found the snail ringing, picked it up, and ended up posing as Mr. 3 to string the Baroque Works boss along. So these unluckies are those things? Reiner crouched down, looked over the sea otter and vulture. They seemed vaguely familiar, though he couldn't quite place them. He picked up a sandglass-shaped trinket. This should be the eternal log pose they delivered. Yeah, with an eternal pose to Alabasta, if we want to move fast, we can head straight there. We'll see what Luffy says about the route. Reiner pocketed the pointer, handed Sanji a cigarette, and the two left. After briefly explaining the ambush they'd faced on the island, Sanji immediately declared he'd go protect Nami and Vivi. Heh, is that really protection you're after? Reiner shot him a glance, mounted the Tyrannosaurus, and rode off. Circling for quite a while, he finally spotted a battered Luffy. Hey, Luffy! Reiner, wait a sec. Luffy responded, then froze in shock at what he saw. A Tyrannosaurus! Wahahaha! Eyes sparkling, Luffy leapt up, landing squarely on the dinosaur's back. Shishishi, let's go, Tyrannosaurus. Back to camp. Reiner rolled his eyes. Why not just catch one yourself? Forget it just for fun. If he really wanted one later, he could just summon one. You look beat up. Enemy taken care of? Yeah, handled it. Everyone. Giants. We're back. Gahaha, looks like it's all settled. Reiner hopped off the dinosaur, absorbed its template, and returned to the forest. He turned to the giants, who were laughing loudly. Yeah, all smooth, thanks to you guys being so strong. Gahaha, but of course. Hey, Reiner, you BSTRD. You hauled off way too much of my booze. The voice came from the crowd. Zoro? What are you doing here? Cut down a nice prey. Zoro swigged his drink, motioning toward a fallen triceratops nearby. Was dragging it back to the ship, then ended up here somehow. So you even managed to lose your way? Reiner smirked. Say that again and I'll cut you down, BSTRD. You okay, Luffy? Vivi rushed forward, hands pressed to her chest in guilt. Seeing his wounds, she looked distressed. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for bringing these people down on us. If not for ow. Nami tugged at her cheek sharply. On this ship, no one says, it's my fault, or, because of me. You little crybaby, Reiner said, pinching Vivi's other cheek, relax. No one's blaming you. Soft. By now it was noon. With Sanji back, they could cook right here. Reiner sent his undead to fetch kitchen supplies from the ship. Zoro, stingy as ever, declared his triceratops was off-limits until a proper contest decided its fate, so the undead dragged back other beasts instead. Itadikamasu. ×9. Quack. 1 ship crew, 2 giants, and 1 duck feasted together on the grass. Delicious. Gahaha, curly-brow kid's cooking is top-notch. DMN it. Clean the bones before tossing them. Gahaha, sorry about that, kid. The 2 giants, despite their size, suddenly seemed like scolded children, picking bones back up under Sanji's glare. Everyone laughed. After eating and resting, Nami casually asked. Hey, Mr. Giant, how long does it take for the log pose here to reset? Here? 1 year. Nanny. Everyone was floored, even Reiner was dumbstruck. A whole year? Luffy instantly pouted. I waited 10 years just to finally go to sea. Giants, can't you think of something? Stupid brat, there's no way around it. No, wait, Sanji found this in the forest. Reiner pulled out the sandglass-shaped trinket. Broggy's eyes lit up. Oh, you've got an eternal pose. Eternal pose? Nami hadn't heard of it before, so Vivi explained, a special compass that always points to one specific island. So this means, we can only head straight for Alabasta now? Wouldn't that mean we'll miss out on other islands' adventures? Luffy sounded glum. Reiner was more panicked than him. Where's my chopper? Hold on, what about the ship's doctor I've been waiting for? Wait, Nami, you brought the Grand Line chart, right? He quickly borrowed Nami's map, the one she'd stolen from Buggy back in East Blue. Tracing the route from Little Garden to Alabasta, he spotted Drum Island not far off. Reiner finally relaxed. At worst, he could just make up some excuse to swing by. After a short rest, the crew departed. Behind them, Dory and Broggy exchanged glances and smiled. Come, Dory. Time to send off our friends. Yeah, our old pals would be honored. The 2 giants hefted their rusted, battered axes and swords, walking toward the shore. Their century-long duel scarred the weapons, leaving them on the verge of shattering, living witnesses to a battle that might end at any moment. Chapter: The Spear of Elbaf. On the east coast of Little Garden, beside the inland river near the Going Merry. You guys really aren't up to it. Reiner teased as he looked at the ground where a triceratops and a tyrannosaurus lay, prey brought back by Sanji and Zoro. BSTRD, you cheated using your undead. Forget the undead, yours wasn't even hunted on the island. Zoro and Sanji bared their teeth, glaring angrily. What are you talking about? How can devil fruit powers be called cheating? Reiner snapped, clearly displeased, cursing back. And another thing. This giant turtle was caught on the island. Who said turtles can't come on land? I want my lawyer. DMN Blondie. What did you say, Mosshead? I wasn't talking about you, curly brow. Zoro switched, BSTRD 4 eyes. Bang! Bang! Just as the three of them were about to blow up at each other, massive sounds came from behind. They turned back. It was Dory and Broggy. It's the giant uncles. They've come to see me off. Hey, uncle. Goodbye. Everyone raised their heads, waving toward the giants in farewell. Dory and Broggy laughed heartily, hands on their hips. Gahaha. Farewell, little ones. No matter what you encounter ahead, just go straight forward. Straight forward, huh? All right. We got it. Luffy grinned broadly from ear to ear, shouting. The crew began boarding the ship one by one. Reiner summoned undead to lift the anchor and maneuver the ship. The Going Merry sailed down the river. Thick forest lined both banks, dense vines and branches sweeping past as the ship slipped out into the sea, leaving the island behind. But barely a few kilometers out, the calm sea began to churn. A lone boat tossed violently on the waves as an enormous dark shadow slowly rose beneath the surface. Splash! The water split apart as a massive sea monster erupted forth, a gaping, abyssal maw that swallowed seawater like a bottomless pit. Nami collapsed to the deck in terror, screaming, "Wah! What kind of monster is that? We're gonna die. We're gonna die. No good, I can't control the ship at all." The Mary lost all maneuverability, dragged toward the abyssal maw by the suctioning current. The island-eater goldfish, a legendary sea monster written into folktales, known for devouring entire islands, its droppings said to form new lands. Facing such a beast, whose every movement could overturn seas, despair welled in their hearts. Even the usually composed Zoro frowned and clenched his jaw, his expression tense. Looking at the goldfish's teeth, each larger than the Going Merry itself, Reiner clicked his tongue. He glanced at the two giants. They had already taken a stance, their bodies radiating an overwhelming aura. Since this is the uncle's gift, we'll leave it to them. Reiner refrained from summoning Blue Ogre and Red Ogre. If he used a combined attack aboard the Mary, the recoil could destroy the ship. His brows relaxed, the corner of his lips lifting as he gazed at the abyss ahead, unflinching. Everyone! Straight ahead! Luffy sat cross-legged on the figurehead, shouting. No fear in his eyes, only unwavering trust in the giants. Straight ahead, my butt. We're about to die. The Mary sailed deeper into the colossal jaws. The light dimmed until they were plunged into pitch-black darkness. Then suddenly, two booming voices rang out, full of pride. To stop us! Only the great serpent drenched in blood. Bear witness. The ultimate technique of the giant kingdom. Their legs bent, hands gripping sword and axe. Both giants took the stance of sluggers at the plate. The violent aura chilled the soul, their roar splitting the heavens. Spear of Elbaf. Hakoko's sovereignty. Boom! A violent gale blasted from behind Reiner, his golden hair whipping wildly. Like thunder, deafening and earth-shattering, the darkness shattered as searing white light pierced it. The terrifying shockwave propelled the Mary forward. Straight ahead. The sea. It split open. Holy sh! Everyone aboard gaped in disbelief, jaws dropping at the sight of the sea cleaved in two. Reiner's mouth hung open, blurting something strange in shock as he stared at the parted ocean. Looking back, the giants' figures shrank in the distance, their weapons shattering into fragments. To unleash such power, yet spare the Mary entirely. Reiner was shaken, his understanding of hockey shifting once more. Did I misjudge Teacher Kai? He recalled Kaido's thunderous roar, and the scene of him transforming to unleash dragon fire. On the island, the two giants dropped their broken weapons and picked up their shields. They silently watched the little ship vanish into the horizon, until the Mary became but a speck. Dory gazed at the sea's edge and spoke faintly, one boy chasing daydreams, another boy with no ambition at all. Years ago, didn't such people also come here? Sounds familiar. I can't remember. Broggy answered simply. Gahahaha. The two giants threw their heads back in laughter, black cloaks flapping in the wind, their shadows stretched long across the ground. Boom! Oh, the volcano's erupting, Dory. Then let's duel, Broggy. Gahaha. The century-long battle did not end with broken weapons. The sun set into the horizon, stars wheeled across the sky, and the crescent moon hung high. On the quiet sea, however, the Mary was rowdy as ever. Go, Zoro. Sanji, your shampoo's falling. On deck, everyone watched Zoro and Sanji upside down against the cabin wall. Their teeth grit, eyes closed, veins bulging at their foreheads as the others cheered and jeered. DMN Four Eyes. I'll cut you to pieces one day. Stop cursing already. Reiner chuckled, bringing 2 basins of water and setting them beneath their heads. At first the 3 had quarreled endlessly, so the others voted to decide the winner. Since Zoro and Sanji's prey were about equal, everyone voted Reiner's undead hunting as not against the rules, just to see one of them humiliated. Go Zoro. Haha, Reiner and Sanji already make fools of themselves enough, it's good to see the stoneface get some too. That jab clearly targeted Zoro. Reiner squirted shampoo, rubbing it into both their hair. Alright, time for the show. Both men scowled, one hand holding the ground, the other scrubbing their heads as quickly as possible, wishing they could crawl into a hole. Wahahaha. Jaya Jaya. Everyone burst out laughing, while Reiner sneakily snapped a picture and slipped away. Too bad I don't have a social feed. He sighed with a grin, climbing down the stern and summoning a pile of fishmen as a makeshift bed. Tonight won't be peaceful. He decided not to sleep in his cabin. Sure enough, angry roars soon erupted from above. BSTRD, get out here so I can cut you down. Four Eyes. Believe it or not, I'll smash your DMN glasses. Reiner smiled wryly, lighting a cigarette. And now I've got a new nickname, Shinpachi. Chapter The Impoverished King. The day after leaving Little Garden, the sky was gloomy, and a light drizzle gradually turned into a torrential downpour. Hurry upstairs, Vivi. Reiner, take in the sails. Ah, got it. At the stern of the Going Merry, Reiner stood bare-chested in the rain, unmoved, continuing squats with a barbell across his shoulders. He merely dispatched a few undead to help haul in the sails. 3045, 3046. Your progress is a little exaggerated, Reiner. Zoro swung the weighted bars in his hands, side-eyeing him with some surprise. Your load jumped from 1200 to 1600 in just a few days? Yeah, mostly thanks to what I gained from Little Garden. Reiner explained simply. Since the day he had eaten the devil fruit, this was the fastest he had ever grown stronger. And these past few days, he vaguely felt an unknown force roiling within him. What's your current max weight? Tested it last night, close to 4,000 kilograms. Reiner squatted and rose again, his solid muscles carved with definition, rainwater flowing down the streamlined lines. Zoro held iron bars in both hands, giant plates hanging off the ends, slashing and moving as if wielding swords. I'm at 5,000 kilograms. Your strength is almost catching up to mine. That's insane. Not as crazy as you think. Reiner chuckled softly, letting the rain beat against his face and drip from his chin. After this, I doubt I'll see much more growth from devil fruit boosts for a while. A giant's body gifted overwhelming physical advantages. Unless he reached the New World, it would be difficult to find a stronger template in the first half of the Grand Line. He just wasn't sure whether Crocodile now was big version or small version. Hopefully he wouldn't get stabbed in the back. Dark clouds blanketed the sky, the sea a hazy gray as rain pelted down on the Going Merry with a steady patter. 3,999, 4,000. Thud. Setting down the barbell, Reiner yanked the towel from around his neck, then sat under a parasol on a lounge chair to escape the rain. Squelch squelch. He twisted the towel into a tight rope, wringing out the water in an instant, then wiped himself down and leaned back. He glanced over the log pose on the table to confirm their course. Just as he lit a cigarette to relax, he spotted something standing out in the rain curtain far ahead. Zoro, are my eyes playing tricks? Reiner wiped his glasses and looked again. That's a person, right? Seems like it. Zoro set down his bars, stepped closer to the railing, and squinted as if it would help him see farther. Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than something massive surged up beneath the figure. A giant semisphere rose from the sea, water cascading down its sides like a waterfall. Only then did they see the beast clearly. A ship rising out of the sea? No, it's a submarine. Reiner corrected, his expression sharpening. That guy must have been standing on top of it. But this thing is huge. Before his words finished, the semisphere unfolded like a blooming flower bud, transforming into an ornate ship shaped like a castle. It transforms? Too bad Luffy isn't here to see this, ha ha ha. Reiner grinned, but quietly summoned his undead. Fishman corpses slipped into the sea while the chainsaw devil crouched, engines revving. Sanji, tidying the kitchen on the second floor, heard the noise and came out. What's going on? Sanji, looks like we have visitors. Reiner nodded toward the looming vessel. As the giant ship drew close, dozens of figures stepped out. At the lead was a pot-bellied middle-aged man, flanked by two guards and followed by rifle-toting soldiers in uniform. The guards looked strange, one with a giant afro, the other wearing a cute blue nightgown but wearing a dull, vacant expression. Walala. The leader cackled and leapt down with his 2 guards onto the stern railing of the Mary, their bulk making the wood groan. I am King Wapol. The man sneered, his flabby face twisted, as the soldiers behind aimed their rifles. We're returning to Drum Island. Do you have a log pose or an eternal pose? Doesn't seem like a friendly visit. Zoro gripped his sword hilts, eyes sharp and ready to strike. Reiner already remembered, this was the former king of Drum Island, infamous for doing nothing useful in his reign. RRRRNNNNGH. The chainsaw devil revved its saws, the shrill screech raking against everyone's ears. Hey! You trying to? Wham! The afro-haired guard's words ended in a crunch as a pitch-black kick smashed into his face. Slash. Slash. At the same moment, the nightgown man's body split with 2 deep gashes, blood spraying wildly. The instant the chainsaw revved, Sanji and Zoro exploded into action. If these guys drew guns first thing, there was nothing to discuss. It was a fight. Bang! 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 Dozens of gunshots erupted. The Devil of Blades charged through the barrage, leaping onto the enemy ship as 3 blades whirled into a storm of steel. Shoot! Shoot him! It's no good, guns don't work. He's a monster. A monster. Wapol's face darkened as screams rose behind him, but he dared not move. 3 chainsaws bore down on him, and in desperation he snapped his jaws wide, biting through the blades. What the hell? Sanji gawked as the man chewed and swallowed. I've been a cook for years, but I've never seen someone eat like that. Ha ha ha. I ate the munch fruit. I can eat anything. Wapol gloated, smacking his belly, mouth still open wide. Bang! A gunshot cracked. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Shocked, Wapol clutched at his jaw, pain stabbing through as his eyes fixed on Reiner. Why? Once it's in my mouth, it shouldn't be able to hurt me. Looks like sea stone can't be eaten. Reiner coolly blew the smoke from his pistol. How's the taste of that bullet? You. Wapol's eyes went dim with unwilling rage before his massive body collapsed. Rumble. With Wapol unconscious, the massive ship began to fall apart. The vessel had been nothing more than a patchwork of parts created with his ability. Didn't even get a chance to loot it. Reiner sighed, sitting back under the parasol and dismissing the chainsaw devil. Guess the fishmen will salvage what they can. The entire skirmish had taken mere moments. Sanji, seeing it was over, turned back to the kitchen. But as he opened the door, he nearly collided with Nami coming out. What happened? Nami asked. She had heard the commotion and came out just in time to see the massive ship crumbling into the sea. Her jaw dropped. What the hell? I was gone for a blink and you guys did something insane again. Nothing much. Just some uninvited guests. Reiner's cigarette had already gone out. Without realizing it, their strength had grown to the point that in the span of seconds, they could annihilate an entire pirate crew. The rain eased. The undead returned, hauling the little treasure they had salvaged. That's it? Reiner glanced at the meager pile. Then he remembered Wapol was just a fallen king now. No wonder there was so little. He didn't even bother to look. Give it to Nami. Chapter Drum Island. Bang! Walking into the first-floor cabin, Reiner casually tossed a small pouch of treasure onto the table. What's this? Today's haul. At his words, Nami glanced over. Curiosity drove her to untie the pouch, and as expected, dazzling golden light shone out. Waha! Nami instantly stood up, her eyes sparkling brighter than the treasure itself. Reiner, unimpressed, walked to the side, picked up a cup, and poured some water. It's yours. Really, Reiner? I love you. Heh. When there's money, she's all smiles. When there's none, she curses me. Reiner put down his cup and rolled his eyes, only for Nami to suddenly spin around and give him a huge hug. Reiner had just come in from training, still shirtless, and when he felt Nami press against him, his heart wavered strangely. He looked back at the table. Just a few 100,000, not even 10 million berries worth of treasure. And that's enough for a hug? Reiner couldn't help but think of the billions of berries in his private stash. I have a plan. Nami, Reiner suddenly grinned wickedly, slipping an arm around her waist and speaking lecherously. Thing is, I've got a little something tucked away in my vault. Nami tilted her head up, feeling his hand on her waist. A dark shadow formed over her head, followed by a punch. Duong? Now lying face down on the floor, but in the air, tearful, Reiner groaned. I didn't even finish talking yet. Figures. Nothing good ever comes out of your mouth. Nami shot him a glare and snapped, that Drum Island you mentioned, according to the map, we should reach its waters tomorrow. Yeah, I know. Putting on a serious face, Reiner sat up beside her, took the sea chart, and looked it over. We'll enter the Winter Island climate zone tomorrow. Get your warm clothes ready or you'll catch a cold. By the way, what's a winter island? Nami asked again. Reiner. So what, you want me to be the navigator too? He shot her a sideways glance, disdain written all over his face. How did this logistics gig turn into being all-purpose crew? He was even helping with cooking now. Wolverine's undead fusion made from Sanji and Kuro could actually cook decently, but unfortunately lacked brains, so Sanji only used him as an assistant. Nami just chuckled awkwardly and waved it off. Ha ha ha. Lunch is ready, everyone. Sanji's voice came from the second-floor living quarters. Reiner grabbed the blue shirt draped on the chair, buttoned it up one by one, and went upstairs with Nami. Today's lunch looks plentiful. Yeah, all thanks to Reiner's undead. They hunted a small sea king this morning. Waha, so much meat. To celebrate Reiner catching a sea king, I'll bring out the last barrel of booze. Zoro smirked as he stood up to fetch it from the storage below. He always found excuses to drink. Back when they left Little Garden, they left a barrel each for the two giants. Of the dozen or so Zoro had bought back in Logetown, only one barrel remained. Luckily, they'd reach Drum Island tomorrow time to stock up. Reiner, seeing everyone gathered, also mentioned stopping by to resupply. Drum Island? Vivi blinked, looking up at Reiner. What's wrong, Vivi? Is there something about this island? Drum Island was only about 4 to 5 days from Alabasta, barely a neighboring country. Vivi had never been there, but she had heard of a notorious incident. The Dr. 20 incident. Vivi slowly explained to everyone. Drum Kingdom was once famous worldwide for its medical expertise. Until one day, the king chose the 20 best doctors willing to obey him, and killed or exiled all the others. Why would he do that? Nami, shocked, set down her utensils and asked curiously. Clutching her fork tightly, Vivi's face turned grim, her teeth clenched as she spat out. Because that BSTRD King Wapple had a disgusting FTSH, he enjoyed watching his people kneel and beg for treatment, and he took pleasure in it. The small room was packed, but suddenly fell into eerie silence. Clack. Wapple? Wasn't that the name the guy gave earlier? Sanji lit a cigarette and spoke calmly, as if confirming with Reiner and Zoro. Maybe. Don't remember. That was him. He's already fish food at the bottom of the sea. What? So you three quietly dumped a king into the ocean? Nami screamed, then sighed in exasperation. Forget it, good thing you did it quietly. Maybe it won't cause trouble. What's going on? Vivi blinked, utterly lost. From this conversation, it sounded like something outrageous had already happened. That what's his face BSTRD. Let's go beat him up while we're at it. Luffy stomped onto the chair, foot slamming the table as he yelled angrily. Everyone, so slow. And don't step on the table, you idiot. Duong. The next day at noon, the sky was gray and oppressive, goosefeather snow falling, visibility at sea very poor. Nami and Vivi both wore heavy coats and earmuffs, even tailoring a warm coat for Karu. The sea winds were fierce, the freezing cold biting. Even Nami, rarely seen in pants, was bundled up in thick trousers. Boring. Only 2 people on the ship were having fun. Catch this, Luffy. DMN it. Take this, Usopp Gum Gum Snowball. Hey, isn't that cheating with devil fruit powers? Bang. Ugh. Up on the lookout, one of Reiner's undead hawks broke from formation, wings flapping as it flew to the stern. Looks like we're almost there. Setting down his barbell, Reiner followed the hawk back to the crow's nest. Looking out, the sea was nothing but a white blur. The heavy snow blocked all vision, only a faint black speck was visible. After a long while, the island's shape finally came into focus. Nearly the entire island was blanketed in snow. Towering cylindrical peaks rose high, capped with white domes. Land ho! We're approaching the island. Here we go, a winter island adventure. Meanwhile, at Drum Island's Bighorn village, snow piled neatly on both sides of the streets. A panicked figure ran along the cleared road, boots clattering sharply. Not good. Pirates are coming again. Go notify Dalton. Everyone, prepare to fight. Bang, bang, bang. The violent knocking on an ordinary house startled the big man inside who had been eating. What is it? He asked calmly, not angry as he stood up. His voice was steady and heavy. The reply was a panicked shout, Dalton. Pirates are here again. Dalton's brow furrowed at once. He grabbed the massive double-edged ovoid axe resting by the wall, pushed the door open, and rushed out. Send some men to alert the nearby villages. The rest of you, grab your weapons and come with me. Yes, sir. Chapter The Restless Fruit. On the coast of Drum Island, the Going Merry slowly docked. The temperature had already dropped close to freezing. Waha, a snow country adventure. Luffy leapt off the ship, his feet sinking deep into the snow, raising both arms as he shouted in excitement. Luffy, aren't you cold wearing so little? Vivi hugged herself tightly, shivering as she spoke with concern. Everyone else was wrapped in thick down jackets, only Luffy was in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with nothing but his oversized sandals. No, there was another oddball. Hiss, the weather's a little chilly. Then put your clothes on, you dumb moss head. Sanji yelled furiously at the bare-chested Zoro. Come on, let's train with some winter swimming. Zoro grinned, then dove headfirst into the sea with a splash. Just watching made it hurt. Reiner couldn't help clicking his tongue. He considered himself pretty serious about training, but compared to Zoro, he really felt ashamed. That guy truly trained like he was trying to kill himself. He summoned Chainsaw Devil along with more than 10 fishman undead. Chainsaw Devil had already been reduced to shipguard duty. After swimming a short while, Zoro eventually climbed back up, shivering all over. I really thought you weren't human. Reiner controlled an undead to toss Zoro's clothes down from the ship. There was no road at the shore. Perhaps once there had been, but now it was nowhere to be seen. The snow had already buried everything past their calves. They picked a random direction and trudged forward. But before they had gone far, shouts rang out from behind, where the Going Merry was docked. Pirates, get out of here. Hey, we're talking to you. Did you hear us? If you don't leave, we won't hold back. A group of villagers had surrounded the Merry, all pointing guns at the people on deck. But no matter how they shouted, those figures gave no response. Bang! Thinking negotiations had failed, one villager lost patience and fired a shot at the deck. Screech, screech. At that instant, Chainsaw Devil burst forward, lightning fast, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. So fast. Dalton's eyes widened. He rushed forward in a flash, drawing the oval-backed sword from his back to block the incoming chainsaw strike. Clang! What terrifying strength! Feeling the overwhelming power pressing down on his blade, Dalton was secretly shocked, then flung back more than 10 meters, leaving 2 deep trenches in the snow as his feet skidded. Dalton's expression hardened. He stopped hesitating, and transformed black fur rapidly sprouted across his body, and 2 horns emerged from his temples. Zoan-type devil fruit, ox fruit, bison model. Facing Chainsaw Devil's fierce assault, Dalton charged head-on. Their weapons clashed, sparks scattering. Even Captain Dalton's transformed state can't hold it back? What kind of monster is this? At that moment, Blade Devil appeared in a blur, his long sword flashing coldly as it swung toward Dalton's chest. Reiner, why? The sword's tip stopped just before piercing Dalton's chest. Staring at the cold gleam before him, Dalton swallowed hard. Before Luffy could speak, Reiner had already commanded the undead to halt. The others also froze in place, motionless. Phew, that was close. What's wrong with you? Luffy frowned, puzzled. Since when did Reiner attack civilians? Sorry, my body feels strange. Reiner closed his eyes in exhaustion, took off his glasses, and rubbed his temples. Judging from their appearance, the villagers were clearly ordinary people. If he hadn't stopped himself in time, he might have slaughtered them all. My killing intent's been too strong, that's on me. Reiner crouched down, scooped up a handful of snow, and rubbed it across his face. Ever since Little Garden, after acquiring Blue Ogre and Red Ogre, he had felt his powers growing restless, his emotions more violent, harder to control. Nami gently pressed her hand against his golden hair, rubbing it softly as she smiled. As long as nothing happened, it's fine. Seems like I'll have to train my mind as well, Reiner thought silently. He stood, put his glasses back on, and his usual gentle expression returned. Are you all right? He stepped forward and helped a villager to their feet. Thank you. The villager still looked dazed. Dalton finally collected himself. I'm fine. Who are you people? Shishishi, we're pirates. Luffy laughed, pointing back at the Merry. That's our ship. Nanny. The villagers, who had just relaxed, tensed again, raising their guns. Lower your weapons, Dalton's steady voice commanded. After exchanging confused glances, the villagers obeyed. Dalton knew if they had really wanted to kill him, his heart would already be pierced. He cast another wary glance at the unmoving Blade Devil. My name is Reiner, a logistics member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Reiner smiled as he stepped forward. We'd like to buy some supplies in the village. Of course, we'll pay properly. We won't do anything strange. I understand. My name is Dalton. Looking at the man's gentle smile, Dalton turned and waved for the villagers to return. Follow me. Shishishi, let's go. Luffy adjusted the straw hat on his head and eagerly ran ahead. They followed Dalton toward the village, chatting along the way. Better liquor? The moment alcohol was mentioned, Zoro's interest lit up. Ah, it's a kind of distilled liquor unique to Winter Islands. Drum Island has it too. According to Dalton, it was distilled from potatoes into a spirit over 95% alcohol, then diluted and mixed with herbs and barks, since most plants couldn't grow in winter climates. Sounds interesting. Reiner smiled faintly, jotting down Vetter liquor in his notebook. Above it were other notes: scarlet salmon, mink pelts, and more rare goods from frigid regions. On the way, Dalton also explained Drum Island's situation, how a few months back, Blackbeard had attacked. Yet King Wapol had abandoned his people, fleeing with his army rather than fighting back. Speaking of which, we ran into that Wapol fellow, Zoro suddenly said. What? Where and when? Dalton's face darkened with rage, glaring at Zoro. So he still hasn't given up on tormenting this country? Already fed to the fish. Huh? Yeah, we met him at sea. He tried to rob us, or something like that. Sanji rubbed his chin, sounding uncertain. I see. Dalton blinked, his mood complicated. Still, it was no loss for the country, so he let it go. So then, doesn't your country have no doctors left? What happens if someone gets sick? No. There's still one doctor left here, people call her the witch. Witch? That sounds cool. Your taste is strange, Dalton muttered, giving Luffy a weird look. Let's go visit this doctor. Reiner spoke up. Zoro, you should get your wound treated. Back when he fought Mihawk, Zoro had taken a huge slash to the chest. None of them knew medicine, so it had only been bandaged crudely. Now that a skilled doctor was around, it was best to get it treated properly. Ha! This little cut is no thud. Arg! That hurt, DMN it. Stop acting tough, you idiot. The ship tyrant Nami gave him a hard punch. Chapter: Could he be a genius? After arriving at the village, the group didn't linger. Everyone split up to purchase supplies, since it would still take a few days before reaching Alabasta. Sanji said he would buy food, while Nami and Vivi went shopping for Winter Island specialties like mink furs. That left Reiner with 3 others preparing to head up the mountain. Most of the necessary supplies had already been bought in Logetown, so there wasn't much to replenish. Sanji would pick up the rest at the marketplace anyway. The shopping list is here. I'll trouble you with it this time, Sanji. No problem. Sanji took the notebook, handing Reiner a cigarette in return. Then when you come back, let's meet directly on the ship. All right. Also, buy some winter wine. Here's the shopping budget, keep whatever's left for yourself. Wait a second, Reiner, we want some too. Nami, dragging Vivi along, suddenly doubled back after hearing that. No way. Reiner snapped, just yesterday I gave you treasure worth several million berries. Don't be so insatiable. Stingy. Nami puffed her cheeks and stormed off. Reiner, and I'm stingy? If I gave her control of the money, I'd be living on air by now. Well then, let's go. Reiner turned to Luffy and the others. Luffy was already on the verge of exploding with excitement. Charge! 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 Wait, one problem. This mountain is so high, how are we supposed to climb it? Usopp suddenly shouted in a panic. Luffy, just climb it. Zoro, what else? Reiner, that's the only way. Usopp, The sudden silence was deafening. You're insane. If you fall from that height, you'll die. Usopp screeched. Luffy, Will we? Zoro, there's snow to cushion the fall. Reiner, you probably won't die. Usopp, Silence again. Sanji. Wait for me, I'll help you. Usopp bolted after Sanji. Reiner chuckled. Looks like it's just the 3 of us. Let's race to see who reaches the top first. Shishishi. Oh? Sounds interesting. Can we use our devil fruit powers? Reiner asked, unable to resist. Sure, right? Wait, Luffy, he's planning to have Blue Ogre and Red Ogre throw him up the mountain. What? That's cheating, Reiner. Luffy pointed at him furiously. Soon, the 3 of them headed toward the mountain. After leaving Bighorn Village, they entered the forest. Everything was a white blur, and without the few towering pillar-like peaks, it would have been easy to lose their way. As for a certain someone who always gets lost no matter what, Reiner had tied a rope around his waist, holding the other end in his own hand. Before long, the blizzard subsided, and sunlight pierced the gray sky. The dazzling light reflected off the endless snow, almost blinding. Animals emerged to enjoy the rare sunshine. Not long into their trek, they spotted a massive bear. The strange thing was the bear was walking upright. Not just rearing up, but strolling along calmly like a person, using a climbing pick as a cane. This must be that hiking bear Dalton mentioned? Reiner muttered, recalling Dalton's advice. Here he comes, hurry, bow to him. When the hiking bear passed by, the 3 of them bowed their heads politely. To their surprise, the hiking bear returned the gesture with a bow of his own. This world really was amazing. So many bizarre things existed. Reiner couldn't help but grin. Setting out to sea had been the right choice. Who could just stay at home, rotting away like some newspaper king? Wahahaha. That bear is so fun. Luffy, thrilled, immediately tried to chase after it. I've decided. He'll join our crew as our next crewmate. Reiner's forehead darkened, and he quickly grabbed Luffy's arm before he could dash off. Geo. Plop. After dragging Luffy back, they pressed on. Before long, they arrived at the base of Drum Mountain. Yosh. Let's start. Luffy clenched his fists, eyes shining as he stared at the sheer cliff wall. Zoro stripped off his shirt, twisted it into rope, and secured his 3 swords to his back. It's cold, but once I get moving I'll warm up. Reiner also shed his heavy coat, tying it around his waist. Let's go. I'm ready. Then begin. Luffy and Reiner launched themselves forward first. Zoro, however, climbed at a steady pace, smirking. You fools. Climbing is about conserving stamina. He would soon realize just how wrong he was. He's pacing himself to save energy. Reiner glanced down at Zoro knowingly, chuckling. But who does he think he's dealing with? 2 Zoan Devil Fruit users don't run out of stamina so easily. Soon, Reiner would also realize how wrong he was. An hour and a half later. Wahahaha. I won. Luffy reached the summit first, throwing his fists up and laughing. He leaned over the cliff's edge, watching the 2 below. DMN it. How do you still have energy left? This is so high. I'm dying here. Then hurry up and die, 4 Eyes. Shut up, Moss Head. Keep climbing. Both of them were red-faced, veins bulging, clawing their way upward. Zoro was only a few body lengths behind, but Reiner's pace was slowing, his strength failing. With the finish line just ahead, Reiner gritted his teeth, forcing out every last drop of energy. Yuwa ora 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 ora. Wahahaha. Looks like Reiner made it first. At last, Reiner pulled himself over the edge, collapsing in victory. If the mountain had been just a little taller, Zoro would have overtaken him. Too bad Zoro's early strategy had doomed him. Both collapsed flat on their backs, gasping for breath. All of this was being watched from behind the castle walls nearby. What strange humans. A small figure hiding awkwardly in the shadows stared curiously at the trio. Round eyes, a blue nose, and a red hat marked with an X. Chopper studied the odd visitors intently. One with golden hair, one with green hair, and... Huh? Where's the other one? He didn't notice the missing figure was already right behind him, eyes glowing red, drooling. Kihihi, don't run, my meat. Wah! Help me! The scream made Reiner lift his head. Struggling to sit up, he turned and saw Chopper's little legs spinning like wheels as he bolted. But then Luffy froze mid-chase. His eyes bulged and his jaw dropped. The meat talked? Reiner immediately summoned Undead to block Chopper's escape. Luffy dove from behind, nearly grabbing him. But Chopper transformed into a tall human form, clasped his hands, and slammed Luffy out of the air, burying him headfirst into the snow. Boom! Of course, such an attack couldn't harm Luffy. He popped his head out of the snow, eyes sparkling. He transformed. He transformed. Wahahaha. I've decided he'll join our crew as our next crewmate. Reiner. He suddenly remembered Luffy earlier, shouting that he wanted the hiking bear as a crewmate. Could he actually be a genius? What's with all the ruckus? A loud voice boomed from the castle gate. Dr. Kureha stood there, bottle of liquor in hand, glaring. Where did these 3 brats come from? Yuwa, help me, Doctorine. Chopper dashed to hide behind Dr. Kureha, pitifully clinging to her back. Chopper. The 3 of them all looked toward Dr. Kureha. Dressed in tight black leather, her face bore deep wrinkles, yet her spirit was still vigorous. It's hard to believe she's 139 years old. Reiner couldn't help but sigh. Compared to her, he felt like the one less alive. We're here to see a doctor. Reiner patted his backside as he stood up, then motioned to Zoro beside him. His injuries, could you help us treat them? Because of the climbing contest earlier, Zoro had taken off his only thin shirt. His bare torso was exposed, covered in scars stretching like a monstrous centipede across his body. Who are you people? Dr. Kureha didn't answer directly. She simply asked, her gaze carrying a trace of wariness. We're pirates. Luffy grinned and answered without hesitation. Hearing this, Chopper, hiding behind Dr. Kureha with his little hooves clutching her legs, peeked out curiously. The pirates Dr. Hiralek talked about. I can treat him. After looking them over, Dr. Kureha spoke casually, lips curling in amusement. If you can pay my price. How much? Reiner frowned. From Dalton he had heard that this so-called witch charged outrageous fees for her services. If the price was too high, he thought, maybe they could just abduct Chopper first and let Zoro patch himself up later. Let's say, 20 million berries. That cheap? Reiner froze. No, 20 million wasn't exactly small change, it was enough to support an ordinary family for years. It was only because he was wealthy now that he had such a reaction. Still, though he thought it cheap, his mouth burst out in curses. Old hag. That's a rip-off. My crewmate just has a few minor wounds. You saw him, he climbed Drum Mountain with his bare hands. And you've got the nerve to charge 20 million for someone still so lively? Take it or leave it. Don't waste my time. Dr. Kureha waved him off impatiently. I said 20 million. If you can't pay, get lost. Reiner's expression darkened. He suddenly reached into his coat as though to draw a gun. Dr. Kureha's face hardened, several throwing knives slipped from her sleeve into her hand, ready to fly. Then she froze. Slowly, Dr. Kureha lowered her hand. 20 million. I'll work. What Reiner had pulled out was a thick stack of berries. He held it out with a calm look and a gesture that said take it. At this point, she couldn't raise the price any further. Dr. Kureha. What an interesting brat. Follow me. The three followed Dr. Kureha and Chopper into the castle. Zoro was led to a surgery room. Soon, pig-like screams echoed through the halls. In the main hall, Reiner and Luffy began coaxing Chopper. After learning they were pirates, Chopper felt fear but, driven by curiosity, still spoke with them. Hey, do you have a pirate flag? Chopper asked expectantly. Of course we do. Luffy grinned, grabbing pen and paper. Here, I'll draw it for you. Look. This is it. Unfolding the paper revealed a wobbly skull drawing, topped with something that was supposed to be a straw hat. It barely resembled their actual flag. Reiner, sipping tea on the sofa, said flatly, Luffy, your drawing skills are just too. Wow. So cool. Pfft. What's cool about that? Reiner nearly spat out his drink. He turned to Chopper with a strange look. Didn't expect you to be like this, Chopper. Then he added, but since you admire pirates so much, why not just come out to sea with us? Yeah, come with us, Chopper. Luffy also laughed and invited him. Excitement on Chopper's face slowly turned to hesitation. Of course he dreamed of becoming a pirate. Dr. Hiralik once was a pirate too, but I can't be a pirate. Chopper's expression fell, his eyes dim. What bound him was himself. Why not? Don't ask anymore. Chopper turned his head away and bolted. That's weird. How can there be someone who can't be a pirate? Squatting on the chair like a monkey, Luffy tilted his head with confusion, watching Chopper's retreating figure. Bang! The door of the surgery room opened. In truth, it was just a bedroom. After Wapol left, Dr. Kureha had remodeled the castle. All done. Let him rest a while. Dr. Kureha clapped her hands, sat down, picked up a bottle of liquor, and took a huge swig while leaning against the sofa. You brats even tried to abduct my pet while I was gone. Ha ha ha, you caught us. Luffy, exposed, just grinned carelessly. If you want to take him, go ahead. Dr. Kureha smirked. As long as you can manage it. Sounds like you're pretty okay with it. Reiner chuckled, handing her a cigarette. He's always wanted to be a pirate. Then why hasn't he gone? Because he's sick. A sickness of the heart. Even I can't cure that. Exhaling a smoke ring, Dr. Kureha closed her eyes, as if recalling memories, and told them of Chopper's past. Born with a blue nose, he was rejected by his herd. He always trailed behind, unwanted. After eating a devil fruit, he became even more of an outcast, attacked by his fellow reindeer. Bloody and wounded, he wandered into a human village. But you've seen what he looks like. Of course they treated him as a monster. Humans instinctively fear the unknown. They couldn't accept such a creature. Curses, blades, even bullets, everything was used to drive him away. Dr. Kureha's throat was dry. She gulped down more liquor and continued. Then came that man, Hiralik. A quack doctor with lousy skills, always raving about inventing a universal cure, dreaming of making cherry blossoms bloom in this land. And yet, it was this fool who saved the monster that neither reindeer nor humans would accept. Her bottle now empty, Dr. Kureha slammed it on the ornate marble table with disdain. After his foster father's death, the kid clung to me. Said he wanted to become a doctor who could cure all diseases. What a fool. She stared seriously at the two of them. He's afraid of being hurt again. He's shut his heart, even begun to believe he really is a monster. So, pausing, she smirked at them. If you think you can break through that, go right ahead. Shishishi, I've decided. Luffy's grin stretched wide. I'll definitely make him our crewmate. Perfect fit. Our whole crew's a bunch of monsters anyway. Reiner smiled lightly, tightening the cuffs of his dark blue sleeves. Let's go, Luffy. I can't wait. Shishishi. Operation Capture Chopper start. Luffy shouted excitedly, dashing out. You idiots. Watching them go, Dr. Kureha spat aside and opened another bottle of liquor. She really didn't know how she'd lived over a century like this. Fools attract fools. Sinking into the soft sofa, she stared at the ceiling, a faint sadness in her eyes. You're leaving soon, aren't you? Chopper. Chapter Cherry Blossom Snowfall. Thud. 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 They knocked on Chopper's door. Reiner and Luffy stood waiting in the hallway. Inside, aside from a bed in the corner and a wooden bookshelf stuffed with medical texts, the walls were lined with tables covered in all sorts of medical supplies. Hearing the knock, Chopper, who had been standing on a chair, hesitated for a moment before hopping down to open the door. Creak. Chopper's eyes widened round. What do you guys want now? He. Grabbing Chopper's two antlers, Luffy lifted him up with a grin. Chopper, come with us. Don't you also want to be a pirate and go on adventures at sea? I can't. Even though I really want to go out to sea. Chopper didn't resist, but spoke with a pained expression. I'm really grateful you'd invite me, but. His voice became broken and unsteady as memories flashed through his mind: denials, rejection, cold stares. But Luffy said. There's no such thing as but. Pirates are free. What do you know, human? Chopper shouted, slapping away Luffy's hand. His face twisted. You've never gone through what I have. How can you say that so easily? I clearly never did anything wrong. So why did my own kind abandon me? Why did humans hurt me? I'm a monster. Look, I have a blue nose, I can walk and talk like a human, and I have hoof marks on my hands. He stretched out his hands. Tears welled up in his round eyes, sliding down through his fur. Covering the brim of his hat, he lowered his head, sobbing softly. I'm not like a reindeer, nor am I like a human. I don't even feel like a pirate. How can a monster like me ever be someone's companion? The room fell silent. Luffy, now serious, stepped forward. Sorry, Chopper. You're right, I've never gone through what you did, so it's hard for me to feel the same way. But look. I'm a monster too, Chopper. Monsters can be pirates too. Who cares what others say? That's what freedom is. Right, Reiner? Grinning, Luffy stretched his cheeks long. Reiner transformed into his half-beast form, smiling. Yeah, monsters are the most welcome on our ship. But the tearful Chopper was instead frightened out of his wits. Monsters! Eyes bulging, jaw dropping, he screamed, his short legs spinning like wheels as he bolted for the door. Help, Dr. Kureha. Reiner. Was that polite? He. The two each grabbed one of his antlers, lifting the struggling reindeer up. So, come be our crewmate, Chopper, they said together. After a while, Chopper gave up struggling, looking at them instead. In their eyes, he saw the same seriousness, the same warmth, as Dr. Hiralex. As though seeking confirmation, or desperate for recognition, Chopper whispered. You really want to accept me? Of course. Don't ever ask something like that again, Chopper. Reiner released his transformation, placing Chopper on his shoulders, the reindeer's little hands resting in his blonde hair. Come on, let's go talk to Dr. Kureha. Outside the castle, the three sat cross-legged in the snow. Cigarette in mouth, Reiner stared idly up at the sky. Chopper had gone to say goodbye to Dr. Kureha and Pack. After picking up Zoro, they'd come out here to wait. Next stop was Alabasta. On hand, Reiner had about a dozen seastone bullets, 2 pairs of seastone HNDC-FFS, and the armed hockey-wielding blue ogre and red ogre. Should be enough, right? He thought. So, while I was unconscious, this raccoon dog became our crewmate? Zoro tilted his head toward the small figure walking out of the castle. I'm a reindeer, you JRK. Chopper snapped, baring his teeth. Whatever. You're the doctor, right? Picking up his 3 swords, Zoro bent down, eyeing Chopper. Having a doctor on board will make things a lot more reliable. Chopper's face changed instantly. He twisted his little body shyly. Stop it, even if you say I'm a doctor, it doesn't make me happy. So quick to change, what a strange guy, Reiner chuckled to himself. Alright, time to go. Follow me, I'll get you guys down. Chopper led them to a cable car station, but instead of entering, he shifted into full reindeer form and dragged over a sleigh. Waha! Transformation. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Seeing Chopper's plan to slide them down on the rope, he yelled, so cool, Chopper. You even pull a sleigh. Good thing we don't have to just jump down. Leaping into the sleigh, Zoro smirked. I thought I'd have to bet my life to see if my body could handle it. Reiner inhaled sharply. Wait, you didn't even think about how to get down. Chopper, stunned, thought, this green-haired guy is too cool. So this is what it means to be a pirate? In just a single day, Zoro had earned himself a little fan. By now, dusk had fallen. No snow fell. The sunset painted the icy island in warm orange glow. Hey, look! What's that? Something's flying in the sky. Down in Bighorn, villagers shaded their eyes from the glare, peering toward the mountain. Gradually, their sight adjusted. Through the crimson sunset, several black silhouettes soared down from the peak. Woohoo, taking off. The villagers looked at one another blankly. I must be seeing things. I think I heard someone shouting. At Drum Island's coast, the Going Merry floated on the cold sea. Under the afternoon sun, much of the drifting ice had melted. From the living quarters, smoke rose carrying a rich aroma. Sanji was already cooking. We're back, everyone. Come see our new crewmate. The crew rushed out. Alongside the familiar three stood a small, adorable figure. A red hat marked with a cross, brown fur, standing upright, a blue backpack on his back. A raccoon dog crewmate? Luffy, keeping a pet on board is a hassle. I don't make pet food, damn it. I'm not a raccoon dog, you JRKS. Chopper flailed, pointing to his antlers. I'm a reindeer. Look, I have antlers. The raccoon dog talked. I told you, I'm not a raccoon dog. He's a reindeer who ate a devil fruit. Jumping aboard, Reiner grinned. Don't underestimate him. Chopper's a great doctor, he's our ship's doctor now. That's amazing. And so cute too. Chopper blushed, hiding behind his hooves, acting tsundere. Stop it, even if you praise me, it doesn't make me happy. Classic, too classic, Reiner thought with a sigh. After boarding, Reiner went into the first-floor storage to sort supplies, directing his undead to organize everything and prepare to set sail. The sun dipped halfway below the sea. Snow began to fall again, covering the island. Then, suddenly, boom! A deafening sound made everyone look toward the island. Atop the central cylindrical peak, a plume of smoke burst outward, spreading wide. In an instant, the falling snow all around was dyed pink. The towering peak became a trunk, blooming into radiant cherry blossoms. Bathed in the thin sunset glow, pink petals drifted among the snow, blending into a breathtaking shower. On the Mary's railing, Chopper looked up blankly at the miraculous cherry blossom rain. His lips quivered as tears rolled down. Dr. Hiralek? I will definitely become a doctor who can cure any illness. I'll definitely become your panacea. Chapter Arrival at Alabasta. The day after leaving Drum Island, the Going Merry sailed steadily across the calm sea as always. Once they left the Winter Island's climate zone, the weather turned clear. Chopper blended into the crew quickly. Aside from the care of the two girls, he also got along well with Luffy and Usopp, and was now chatting with Karu. On the stern deck, Vivi and Nami sat on lounge chairs with a newspaper in hand. Something shocking seemed to be reported inside, as both of their faces looked grim. Is this true? What's wrong? Look. Nami sat up from the chair and unfolded the paper. Reiner, who had been training nearby, set down his barbell and stepped over. Taking the newspaper, he sat cross-legged on the deck, lit a cigarette, and slowly read. In the upper left corner was a battlefield photo. Judging by the scale, each side had hundreds of soldiers. The headline read, Frontline Report, Latest News of the Alabasta Civil War. The further Reiner read, the deeper his frown became. How did the Royal Army lose more than 300,000 troops in just a month? Originally, the King's army of 600,000 stood against the 400,000 rebels. But in the blink of an eye, the numbers had flipped. The rebels now boasted 700,000 against only 300,000 left for the King's army. A war involving over 1 million soldiers. Reiner had never witnessed such a thing, nor could he imagine it. The number was staggering, far beyond anything he could comprehend. He lifted his head toward Vivi. She was surely already beside herself with worry. This report is from a few days ago. The decisive battle in Alabasta likely isn't far off. Reiner, can't you say something less harsh? Vivi's already suffering enough. Nami shot him a glare. But this wasn't something that could be eased with comforting words. Reiner spread his hands helplessly. Still, Sanji spoke to Crocodile by phone earlier. According to his intel, we should reach Alabasta before the final battle breaks out. Yeah, Vivi, don't worry too much. I'm sorry for making you worry. Vivi wiped her face and forced a smile. Everyone's already doing their best to hurry for me. Even if I'm anxious, it's not like the ship can go any faster. I'll go wash my face. She stood and walked toward the bow. That child still refuses to ask us directly for help. Nami watched Vivi leave with concern, then turned back to Reiner. We'll help her when the time comes, won't we? Isn't that something we all took for granted long ago? Reiner picked up his barbell again. Although Vivi's request had only been to escort her to Alabasta, everyone had already silently accepted her as a companion aboard this ship. It's just that warlord problem, right? When the time comes, we just cut him down. Zoro, training nearby, added casually. Don't say it like it's so easy, idiot. That's a warlord of the sea we're talking about. Nami barked, hands on her hips. Not long after, Usopp and Sanji walked up to the stern. Reiner, Zoro, can we start now? Perfect timing. Reiner dropped his barbell, pulled off the towel around his neck, and wiped off his sweat. Since Little Garden, Reiner had begun training in Haki using the method the two giant warriors had taught him. His progress? Almost zero. There was no way he'd master it in time for the Alabasta battle. But Haki wasn't something learned overnight. On the ship, he, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy all had the physical strength needed to begin training, so the earlier they started, the earlier they'd get it. The method was simple, exactly the same way Rayleigh later taught Luffy. BLNDFLD sparring. At the same time, they trained both observation Haki and armament Haki, feeling the presence of others while imagining their bodies clad in invisible armor. It sounded vague, but once they actually tried it, the meaning became clear. Usopp pulled out 3 black bands and blindfolded the seated Reiner, Zoro, and Sanji. Ready? I'm starting. He swung a wooden staff, slicing the air with sharp whooshes, making Nami shiver. You guys train, I'm going to check on Vivi. Nami hurried away. I'm ready. Come on, Usopp. The reason Usopp was chosen was because, according to the giants, if the attacker wasn't serious, they'd never sense any presence at all. But if the attacker was serious, only Usopp and maybe Nami or Vivi were at a level that wouldn't instantly crush the trainees. The girls clearly had no interest, and Reiner's undead didn't work. Undead had no presence to sense. Thwack. Ow. Ah. Sorry, Reiner. It's fine, Usopp, keep going. Soon the stern was filled with sounds of strikes and groans. Luffy, with the best physical strength of them all, couldn't train this way, for now attacks didn't threaten him at all, so he couldn't develop a defensive reaction. They couldn't exactly swing real blades at him. Ha, ha. I'm done. After a while, Usopp was exhausted, while the other 3 were dizzy from the beating and unable to focus. The session ended. Ugh, that hurt. I'll go make dinner. Sanji rubbed his head and headed inside. The remaining 3 sprawled out on the deck, staring lifelessly at the sky. You guys are like monsters. Compared to you, I'm no different from an ordinary person. Don't say that outside. I'm weak as hell. Keep pretending. Usopp scoffed, then hesitated before speaking again. Reiner, Zoro, could you teach me how to get stronger? Reiner looked at him in surprise. Why the sudden resolve? He'd never forced anyone to train. To become stronger required one's own will, otherwise it would only waste everyone's time. Even carefree Luffy had trained hard since he was young. This time our enemy's a warlord. I want to at least be able to help somehow. Usopp's words seemed casual, but a flash of determination showed in his eyes. Being the weakest member didn't feel good, only he truly knew how bitter that was. And as the sniper of the crew, a combatant, he was weaker than even their so-called logistics officer. That stung. Still, everyone's path is different, Reiner said evenly. I don't know of a quick way for you to get stronger, unless you're considering a devil fruit? A devil fruit, huh? Usopp thought for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. If too many of us can't swim, we won't be able to save each other. I see. In that case, start with physical training. No matter what path you take, a strong body is the foundation. Then let me join your training from now on. Of course. Welcome aboard. And so, time passed in daily training. On the 5th day after leaving Drum Island. Land ahead, everyone. From the lookout, Reiner shouted down, gazing forward. Sandy horizons stretched endlessly. The mighty desert kingdom with tens of millions of people. Alabasta. The vast island spread before them, an expanse of red earth scorched by the blazing sun. Even upon entering its surrounding waters, the air turned stifling, filling them with restless irritation. At his cry, everyone gathered from the cabins. Vivi hurried to the bow, clutching the rail and staring ahead with eager eyes. Where should we dock, Vivi? Reiner leapt down from the lookout to stand beside her. Nanohana. It's a port city. The Mary can dock there. Vivi pointed. Got it. Reiner's undead adjusted the helm and sails, and the Going Merry slowly shifted course toward Vivi's indicated direction. Chapter Prologue of the Kingdom of Sand. What's that? Standing by the rail of the ship, Usopp peered through a telescope and spotted more than 10 ships hidden near the harbor ahead. Their sails bear the mark of Baroque works. Enemies? They might be the Billion agents, Vivi replied. Earlier, she had explained to everyone the rough intelligence she had gathered about Baroque works. There were 12 groups of senior agents in total, codenamed Mr. 1 through Mr. 12, each paired with a female partner except for Mr. 2, because he was an Okama. Among them, agents ranked number 5 and above were called officer agents and would only appear during important missions. The billion agents were their subordinates as well as candidates for promotion. If they're enemies, then all we have to do is cut them down. Zoro drew his swords without hesitation. Enemies cut down. This was classic three-sword style logic. Let's not. Right now, the enemy is exposed while we're still hidden. That's our advantage. Exposing ourselves for the sake of small fry isn't worth it. As the ship drew closer to the harbor, Reiner summoned his strongest undead, leaving out only Blue Ogre and Red Ogre for now. There were eyes and ears everywhere here. Once they went ashore, he'd have to avoid summoning the undead as much as possible. The Going Merry didn't dock directly at the port. Instead, they chose a secluded spot along the coast. Reiner even summoned all his fishman undead to guard the ship. Yash! Let's go beat up Crocodile. Don't be so reckless, idiot. Lighting a cigarette, Sanji suggested. Besides Crocodile, the war in this country is urgent. A war involving 1 million people isn't something to take lightly. Let's first gather the latest situation here, then return to the ship and come up with a proper plan. Yeah, let's do that. Reiner agreed, then turned his eyes to Vivi, who was carefully tucking an envelope into the pouch hanging from Kuru's neck. Kuro, this mission is very important. You must be careful on the way. Quack. Kuro gave a salute like a human, then quickly turned and ran off. The letter contained the truth. The mastermind behind the kingdom's rebellion was none other than Crocodile. As of now, the people of Alabasta were still in the dark, believing Crocodile to be a hero who fought pirates. Even King Cobra only knew that someone was manipulating the war from the shadows, but had no clue about the true culprit. Eh? Where's Luffy? A doubtful voice broke the silence, immediately drawing everyone's attention. A sense of dread filled the group as they looked around at each other. That idiot's gone missing. Ugh, my head hurts. Reiner rubbed his forehead helplessly. Forget it, let's disguise ourselves and head in first. The crew donned long robes and cloaks. Because of the desert climate, most locals dressed like this. Though hot, it offered sun protection. Their appearance didn't attract any suspicion. Even the Chainsaw Devil and Wolverine Devil were dressed the same way. The crew then split into two groups, Vivi, Zoro, and Sanji in one, Reiner and the weakling trio in the other. Nanohana was a city famous for its perfume. Upon entering, they found the streets bustling with activity. Despite the civil strife, the city still appeared somewhat prosperous, since it was a port city of the Grand Line. Every few steps, a tall white round tower topped with a yellow dome appeared. Despite the heat, the locals were wrapped head to toe in long cloths. Ugh, I can't go on anymore. Chopper trudged weakly behind them, looking sickly. What's wrong, Chopper? Reiner asked curiously. With Chopper's physique, heatstroke shouldn't be an issue. It's so hot here, completely opposite from the snowy island where I grew up. Chopper stuck out his tongue, looking half dead. And ever since we came in, I've been smelling this really pungent odor. Pungent odor? Thanks, Reiner. Reiner lifted Chopper onto his shoulders. Ah, that's probably perfume. Vivi said this city's famous for it. Chopper, your sense of smell is really sharp? Nami asked, stepping closer. Though you could faintly smell fragrance in the streets, Chopper actually found it pungent. Yeah, reindeers have a strong sense of smell. As they walked, Reiner remembered the original story, how the crew had to cross the desert to reach Yuba to stop the rebellion. Though his memory was vague, he did recall their desert journey had ended in vain. He planned to first gather intel in some busy areas, especially from thugs. The rebels couldn't openly buy huge amounts of supplies, so they'd definitely rely on underground channels. Wait, Reiner. Sitting on his shoulders, Chopper suddenly spoke up. Sniffing left and right, his nose twitched, then he pointed at a cart turning into a side street. There, Reiner. I smell a large amount of gunpowder. Oh? A new use unlocked for Chopper. Reiner followed his finger and saw a four-wheeled cart pulled by two camels, stacked high with hay, likely fodder for livestock. Let's follow and see. At Nanohana's port, a Navy warship slowly docked. Report. Captain Smoker, headquarters has replied. They refused our request for action again, didn't they? Why yes. On our way past Little Garden, we intercepted a transmission with a den mushi. It clearly indicated something big was being plotted in this country. And yet those fools at headquarters. His voice was low and heavy, tinged with anger. Well, this is the territory of a warlord of the sea, after all, Tashigi spoke up. If the Navy acted here without notice, headquarters wouldn't be able to explain it to the world government. At that moment, Smoker was bare-chested, his expression grim and his gaze icy. Lighting the cigar in his mouth, he turned to the soldier. Bring me a den mushi. I'm calling Akiji. Yes, sir. Tashigi looked at him strangely. Poor Captain Hina and Admiral Akiji, they'd be the ones to deal with him again. In one of the city's streets, a crowd gathered outside a restaurant, whispering among themselves, their eyes fixed on a man slumped over the bar. The man was shirtless, not tall but clearly muscular. Around his neck hung a string of vermilion prayer beads, and his back bore a tattoo of a pirate flag. What's wrong with that guy? He just collapsed while eating. Don't just stand there, someone help him. Hey, idiot, don't go near him. A burly man hurriedly pulled someone back, his face anxious. Can't you see? That's from eating a strawberry spider he's poisoned. It'll spread. What? The crowd stayed put, not daring to approach or leave, simply watching the commotion. Then suddenly, the man at the bar sat upright, panic in his face. Oh no! I fell asleep while eating. The crowd, oh so he was just sleeping, what the hell? Who falls asleep in the middle of eating? Everyone erupted in outrage. What a weirdo. Alright, show's over, let's go. The crowd soon dispersed. Sorry about that, boss. Looks like I caused you some trouble. The man at the bar swallowed his food and gave the owner an embarrassed smile. Wearing a white chef's hat and apron, the owner quickly rolled up his sleeves and waved his hands. No worries, guest. As long as you're alright. Ha ha ha. By the way, boss, I'm looking for someone. The man, with medium-length black hair and freckles clearly visible on his cheeks, lowered his head and laid a wanted poster on the counter. Smiling warmly, he asked, have you seen this person? His name is Luffy. He's my little brother. Chapter Ace's template. The scene shifted back to Reiner and the others. After Chopper noticed something strange about the wagon, the group secretly followed it. Reaching an alleyway, Reiner confirmed no one was around and summoned 4 undead falcons, sending them into the sky to circle overhead. After winding through several twists and turns, they found themselves at the edge of the city. What's going on? Weren't they supposed to be part of this city's underworld? Watching the wagon head out of the city toward the desert, Reiner stroked his chin, then said, later we still have to regroup. Should I just send the undead to snatch them and ask questions directly? Wait, Reiner, look over there. Nami's voice was quiet but urgent as she pointed toward the distance. Another group emerged from the town, larger in scale, and headed straight for the wagon they had been tailing. Chopper, do you smell anything unusual? Reiner shook the little reindeer's short legs dangling in front of him. No, it's just ordinary food. Chopper sniffed the air and replied softly. Then it's probably the rebel army or people working for them. If it had been a local gang or underworld force, they wouldn't need to haul an entire convoy of food. As they lingered, Reiner noticed more and more convoys, large and small, leaving the city and heading in the same direction. With Chopper's nose confirming it, most were carrying weapons and food, with a small amount of medicine mixed in, something Chopper recognized instantly. Looks like someone spotted us? Is it the rebel army or Baroque works? One falcon swooped down and perched on Reiner's arm, its beak pointing toward a side alley. Nami, mark the location. Let's buy a map and head back to regroup. Ah, okay. The group stood up and slipped away before they could be discovered. At Rain Dinners, inside a secret underground meeting room beneath the casino. A long oval table stood in the center of the empty room. Its green stone surface was engraved with simple yet intricate patterns, surrounded by 12 matching chairs. At this moment, 6 people sat on either side, their eyes all fixed on the figure seated at the head. Crocodile, it's actually you. To think our mysterious boss we'd never met would turn out to be a warlord of the sea. Wait a minute, Boss Zero, doesn't that mean I've become the underling of a pirate? It was the first time any of them had seen the boss of Baroque Works, and all were stunned at his true identity. I had other plans for you all originally, but circumstances have changed. With a deep voice, Crocodile tossed a handful of wanted posters and photographs onto the table. These people are members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Judging by their pace, they should have reached Alabasta by now. Resting his golden hook on the arm of his chair, Crocodile leaned back and said, from this point on, except for Mr. 2, who will continue as planned, the rest of you have a new task: eliminate them and Princess Vivi. Clamping his cigar between his teeth, Crocodile blew a ring of smoke and sneered darkly. Once the rebels receive this shipment, I'll force them to launch their final assault within 2 days. If these people interfere with my plan. We understand, boss. Everyone at the table nodded. Fufufu. Then I wish you success. With that, Crocodile turned into swirling sand and vanished. Then I'll take my leave too. A clear laugh rang out as a woman in a white leather jacket and cowboy hat, her figure alluring, stood up with a smile and exited the room. Only after she left did the others finally exhale. A warlord like Crocodile, still hard to believe. The Utopia plan, huh? Sounds interesting. Never thought I'd become the underling of a pirate. At a hidden coast near the harbor, aboard the Going Merry. Zoro, Sanji, and Vivi had already returned to the ship, having also bought supplies to cross the desert. "Hey guys, I'm back." Luffy's voice rang out from afar as he bounded up in straw sandals, full of energy. "Look who I ran into." Everyone turned to look. Behind him strolled a shirtless man in black shorts and an orange hat. Shiki, Reiner, and the others aren't back yet? Luffy leapt onto the Mary, glancing around with disappointment. Darn, I can't introduce Ace to them. How much of a shame is that? At that moment, a clear voice sounded. Reiner and the others appeared from the other side, Chopper perched on his shoulder waving his little legs. "Luffy, we're back." Back on the Mary together, Reiner finally took a good look at the freckled newcomer. "Ha ha ha, perfect. Ace, look." Luffy pointed excitedly at Reiner. "That's Reiner, the guy who left Fusha village with me." "Really? To think after 3 years at sea, I'd run into someone from home." Looking at Reiner in his blue shirt, Ace smiled warmly. Hopping down from the rail, he bowed politely to everyone. "Nice to meet you. My name is Portgastes Ace, Luffy's older brother. Please take care of me." Everyone but Reiner was visibly stunned. "Luffy, you have a brother?" "Shiki, we're not related by blood." Luffy grinned, overjoyed at the reunion. "We grew up together as brothers. Ace set out to sea 3 years before me." "I see," the crew nodded in understanding. No wonder the two didn't look alike, one polite and well-mannered, the other, a blockhead. Luffy eagerly introduced each of them to Ace, practically showing them off. His joy was obvious. "Looks like you've found yourself some reliable crewmates." Ace looked at Luffy with fondness, then turned to the others. "My foolish little brother lacks manners. I'm sure he's been quite a handful. But please, I ask that you continue to look after him. No need to be so formal. That idiot's our captain after all." Zoro chuckled with his arms crossed. "Luffy's brother is so polite. Hard to believe he's related to that idiot." The crew couldn't help but marvel at Ace's demeanor. "Luffy, here, catch." Ace flicked a slip of paper toward him. "What's this?" "It can point to my location." Touching the brim of his hat, Ace said seriously. "Keep it safe. With this, you'll be able to find me in the future." "Got it." Shiki. Luffy folded the paper carefully, clutching it tight so it wouldn't be lost. "Well then, I'm off, Luffy." Turning away, Ace flashed a faint smile and said as he walked off, "Next time we meet we'll be at the top of this ocean." "Yeah, I got it." Who could have known how soon those words would come true? Luffy shouted back with determination. Ace leapt from the ship and strode away. "The top of this ocean, huh?" Reiner lit a cigarette and gazed up at the endless blue sky, lost in thought. "Couldn't you let me borrow Whitebeard for a bit?" He kept silent about Blackbeard. Even Luffy wouldn't interfere with Ace's journey, let alone Reiner, who barely knew him. As for Marineford, if Luffy went, then he'd go too. And if his plan worked, storming Navy headquarters wasn't impossible. The thought filled Reiner with energy. Another slide of fortune. Wait. Something's missing. Oh crap. Hold on, Ace. Let me touch you real quick. Reiner rushed after him, managing to get Ace to grant him a template before finally returning to the ship. Chapter getting ready to act. "Alright, let's line up our intel first." Sanji lit a cigarette and spoke. "Going up against a warlord of the sea isn't going to be easy. If we're heading to rain dinners, we'll need to first cross the Sandora River and then the desert. I've already stocked up food and water. But there's still the problem of the civil war. How do we stop it? The rebels' emotions are already at their peak. Even if we reveal the truth, it probably won't have much effect." Sanji's heavy voice made everyone's expressions tense. "I plan to head to the Oasis Yuba. The rebel leader, Koza, and I grew up together. I want to try persuading him." Vivi said. "But..." The whole room went silent. No one spoke. "Vivi, do you really think he'll listen to you?" Reiner looked straight at her, mercilessly breaking her illusion. "He's carrying the hopes of 700,000 people. You think a few words from you will make him give that up?" Everyone knew the answer. "Impossible." Sitting cross-legged, Reiner scratched his golden hair. "We don't have any evidence, Vivi. Even if you were his father, it wouldn't work." His father really had tried and failed. A war with 1,000,000 men, just standing in ranks would be enough to fill up Alyabarna. It wasn't just about persuading the leader. Even if Koza trusted Vivi unconditionally because of their bond, what about those 700,000 rebels fired up with rage? How would they be convinced? With a show of force? Pirates defending the capital, rebels dying for the nation? That wouldn't be persuasion. And besides, Reiner couldn't handle that much stamina. 2 rounds and he was done. Plan A, crossed out. But what else can I do? I can't just sit back and watch the war break out. Vivi's voice weakened as she collapsed onto the ground with a thud. "That's 1,000,000 lives. What should I do?" Ah, the little delinquent is about to cry again. Reiner propped his chin on his hand, looking helpless. Cry, go ahead and cry. Cry hard enough and Crocodile will be finished. Let him feel the power of the D. Hey, Reiner, this isn't the time for that kind of talk. Nami pinched his face hard, scolding him. At that moment, Reiner recalled the original story. He vaguely remembered the armies already clashing until it rained, stopping the battle. If it rains? I just thought of an idea. Maybe there is a way to persuade the rebels. Hearing this, Nami released his face, and everyone looked at him. Reiner continued. In their current state, the rebels won't listen to anything. But what if we could calm their emotions? The rebels are basically ordinary citizens who rose up. Even the soldiers who defected were once loyal to the king. Everyone listened with anticipation. Reiner went on. Putting Crocodile aside, from the rebels' perspective, there are 2 reasons for turning on the king. 1, they can't survive without water. 2, they believe it was the king who stole the water. For them, that's the truth. So the reason they could unite so tightly all comes down to one thing. By now, everyone understood. In unison, they said. Water? Exactly. To the rebels, this war is a fight for rain. So the fastest way to calm them down is also through rain. If it rains somewhere outside the capital, or even directly over the rebel army, their fiery emotions will at least be shaken, right? Even now, there were still rebels who found it hard to believe the king could have done such a thing, and there were quite a few of them. Sanji was the first to grasp Reiner's idea. Just one rainfall wouldn't be enough to make them abandon the war, but it could dampen much of their fervor, maybe even extinguish the will to fight in some of them. Then, with added external influence to sway their minds, success would no longer be impossible. I get what you mean. But the key question is, how do we make it rain? Sanji asked. The others all looked blankly at him. Dance powder. Reiner looked just as blank. What are you looking at me for? You think I can pray for rain? What, does this stuff have a patent or something? Crocodile used it, why can't I? Vivi had already explained dance powder on the ship, but Reiner hadn't paid attention then. Who would have thought it'd come in handy now? But dance powder is forbidden by the world government. Vivi's voice grew weaker, while the others' faces all twisted into mischievous grins. Heh. The world government didn't approve of them being pirates either. So our mission now is to get to the rebel base and burn some dance powder? Sanji continued. After that, it'll depend on how far you can go, Vivi, and whether your father's image as king is still strong enough in the people's hearts. Don't worry. Without Crocodile schemes, my father is the one man the nation trusts most. Vivi then frowned. But where are we supposed to find dance powder? That's no problem. Crocodile and his top agents wouldn't be burning it themselves. They'd hand it off to some millions or billions. Reiner waved dismissively. Show ourselves in the street, plenty of Baroque Works agents will come to us. We'll just catch a few and ask. And earlier, when we docked, didn't we see a dozen ships belonging to the billions? I bet they've got plenty stored. Yosh! Luffy smacked fist to palm. I don't really get it, but this means I get to fight now, right? Not bad, Four Eyes. Didn't think you had a brain. Zoro smirked. Keep it low-key. Thanks to his meta-knowledge, Reiner then shared what he had discovered in town earlier. Using the map, Nami deduced the rebels had already moved from Yuba to Katoria. That was why, in the original story, the group had arrived only to find nothing. And Katoria just happened to be right next door. Reiner rubbed Chopper's head with a grin, all thanks to Chopper's nose. Otherwise, we'd have made a huge blunder. Heh, even if you say that, I'm not gonna be happy about it, idiot. Chopper wiggled his butt shyly, though he was clearly pleased. Decision made, they split into 2 groups as they had that morning. This time, Luffy joined Vivi's group. Meanwhile, Reiner summoned his undead and headed along the coast toward the Baroque Works ships they'd spotted earlier. When they arrived, the ships were rowdy. At that level, many of them knew some inside info, maybe not the full plan, but at least the timetable. The ships were in full celebration, raucous voices rising with clinking glasses, singing, laughter, and questionable noises. Reiner, are you sure about this? There are 200 billions. Can you handle them? Vivi said they're candidates for the senior agents, right? The coward trio whispered among themselves, making Reiner scratch his head in exasperation. Pointing at his undead, he said. Ask them, not me. In the next instant, Chainsaw Devil charged straight in. Even Blue Ogre and Red Ogre joined. The sooner it ended, the better. As for Reiner's group of 4, they simply hid behind a huge boulder, peeking out 4 heads. Whoa! They sunk an entire ship in one go. Blue Ogre and Red Ogre are insane. Reiner's undead are so strong. On the Baroque Works ships, a one-sided massacre was underway. ZZZZT. Clang. Chainsaw Devil and Wolverine's undead darted like dragons through the crowd, blades flashing with every step, enemies dropping one after another until bodies littered the deck. Blue Ogre and Red Ogre were even simpler. Every casual swing sent enemies flying, toppling whole groups. One ship that had just arrived was cleaved in half when Red Ogre smashed its shield against the deck, a crack spreading out until the whole vessel split and sank. Those ships were much larger than the Going Merry, but compared to the gigantic sea kings the giants of Little Garden once hunted, they were nothing but toys. In no time, more than 10 ships were destroyed. Some tried jumping into the sea, only to be hunted down by Reiner's fishmen undead. Most of those fishmen were weaklings, but in the sea, the difference in power was overwhelming. They easily finished the job. Reiner left only a few survivors, who revealed that these ships indeed carried dance powder. Chapter Every step was leading to you, Crocodile. On one of Baroque Works' ships, Reiner stood in the cargo hold, staring at the packed cabin full of dance powder. Clearly, it was something forbidden by the world government, yet Crocodile had managed to stockpile so much. Reiner immediately ordered the undead to start moving the goods while helping himself to whatever else was around. Unfortunately, their accounting system seemed fairly tight, and there wasn't much treasure left behind. 100 million, not bad. Once the undead had finished hauling the dance powder, Reiner walked out of the cargo hold and disembarked to regroup with Nami and the others. All done. We've got the dance powder now. Great job, Reiner. Nami leapt with joy and gave him a big hug. Vivi will be so happy about this. Vivi might be happy, but me? Double happy. Reiner's heart rippled with delight at the soft warmth pressed against him and the intoxicating fragrance. Seemed like Nami wasn't wearing much under that cloak. Sweet, sweet bliss. Duong. Idiot. Where do you think your hands are going? Cough, cough, no time to waste, let's get moving. With a huge bump on his head, Reiner wrapped an arm around Nami's slender waist and carried her down. He led the group back toward the Going Merry. On board, Luffy and the others were already waiting. Looks like you got quite the haul. Sanji eyed the line of 10 fishman undead trailing behind Reiner, each carrying several sandbags on their shoulders. The group had made a spectacle walking boldly through the city, which of course had quickly drawn Baroque Works assassins. After a quick skirmish, they forced information out of their enemies, who revealed that one of their ships docked at the coast carried dance powder. So, they had waited here for Reiner to return. With Reiner's strength, no one doubted he'd come back safely. Then let's head to Catalien to burn the dance powder. Standing at the bow, Nami stretched her arms wide, feeling the wind against her skin. We'll head southwest of Catalien. It's upwind. The humidity's high enough. If we cross the desert directly, we should arrive by evening. Oh ho! Desert adventure. Desert adventure. Luffy and Usopp were thrilled. The group packed up, wrapping themselves tightly against sunburn, carrying enough water and food, and set out. Reiner, Zoro, and Sanji hung back, following slowly at the rear. Reiner tilted his head down. A flame sparked on the front of his blue shirt, lighting his cigarette. The ones who knew we were after the dance powder? Yeah, all cut down. Don't worry, it's handled. At least for the next 2 days, no one will bother us. It was afternoon, the sun at its fiercest. The vast desert baked like an oven. Everything in the distance shimmered and warped in the heat. Endless golden dunes stretched as far as the eye could see. With each gust of wind, sand whipped into the sky. The party trudged forward like tiny ants on the barren earth. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Luffy, drained of his earlier enthusiasm, hunched over with a walking stick he'd picked up somewhere, tongue hanging out, eyelids drooping. Water? I need water. No way. You've already drunk too much. The rest is for Reiner. It was plenty to begin with, but thanks to you, now it's only barely enough. Sanji denied him sharply. Serves you right for running and jumping around like an idiot the second we entered the desert. Now suffer for it. Though Luffy looked worn out, he still had plenty of stamina. It was just the heat and dryness he couldn't handle. In truth, Reiner was in worse shape. The undead carrying the heavy loads consumed his stamina. You doing okay, Reiner? There's a rocky plain ahead, we can rest there. Vivi looked concerned. Yeah. The desert drained strength faster than expected. Taking the water bottle from her, Reiner drank slowly. He could force himself to keep going, but he wanted to conserve strength in case a fight broke out. Should have gotten a template better suited for desert travel. At least I've been training endurance. Before long, they reached the rocky plain 2/3 of the journey behind them. Reiner, his stamina over half spent, had the fishman undead set down their loads before dismissing them. He leaned back against the rocks. Good work, Reiner. Thanks. Taking the cigarette offered to him, Reiner leaned his head back against the stone, relaxing. The sun dipped lower. The sky darkened quickly. The strong winds had slowed them down, and the temperature plummeted at an alarming rate. Everyone, remember the desert has a huge difference between day and night. Get your warm clothes ready. Vivi began sorting through supplies. They planned to burn the dance powder in the desert upwind of Catalien instead of entering the city, so they had brought plenty of provisions. After a short rest and some food, they continued their journey. Meanwhile, in a small shop called the Spider Cafe. Behind the counter, a blue-haired woman with an afro set a cup of coffee down before the bald man across from her. Word from the Nanohana side: the Straw Hat Pirates have appeared. At the bar sat Mr. One Dazbones. He spoke flatly: they killed a lot of our men. Then their trail vanished. Could they have gone to Alyabarna? Mused Ms. Doublefinger, recalling information the unlucky agents had reported back from Spider's Cafe. After all, isn't their mission to protect the princess? Not impossible. Dazbones lifted his cup. I tried sending the billions to check, but I've gotten no feedback. Something doesn't feel right. Fuhahahaha. A brash woman's laughter rang out. At another table sat Mr. Four with his partner, Ms. Merry Christmas. The voice came from her. In the end, they'll have to head to the royal palace, won't they? If we can't find them, then why not just wait in Alyabarna? That works. Let's head to the capital base. Dazbones drained his coffee, then stood to leave. HM, I've got a secret mission in the capital anyway. Perfect timing to travel together. Shut it, freak. Run your mouth like that again and I'll kill you first. Oh my, so scary. Do it if you can, Mr. One. Enough, you two. Focus. The boss isn't someone to trifle with. Soon after, the group left the cafe, mounted their animals, and sped toward the capital. At the same time, in the desert. This'll do. Here. Nami nodded. Get the dance powder ready to burn. I'll use the climb attack to help it along. It won't make a huge difference, but it'll speed things up a little. Got it. Reiner had the undead drop the bags of dance powder, then sent them to gather firewood. The climb attack was a weapon Nami had asked Usopp to design and build. That was the same day Usopp joined Reiner and Zoro's workout team. In addition, Reiner had asked Usopp to craft a special slot. Pulling out the bone chainsword forged from Arlong's template, Reiner locked a seastone bullet snugly into the skull-shaped tip, leaving only half the round exposed. With Blue Ogre and Red Ogre both able to use haki, he touched the custom revolver at his waist, loaded to the brim. His lips curled into a grin. Sumamasen. Croco-chan. Watashi, have already built your coffin. Chapter Quelling the Rebellion. The clear jade disk hung high. The full moon tonight was bright, casting a faint blue glow over the sky. Moonlight spilled across the desert, giving it a desolate air. Occasionally, faint movements stirred the sand, likely disturbed local creatures. Looks just like Hueco Mundo. Reiner muttered. The moonlit desert stretched gray-white before his eyes, making him think of a certain silhouette. Someday, I should find the right template and create a little Ulquiorra would look pretty DMN cool. In the desert, several campfires blazed. A group gathered around, chatting noisily, as if their first night in the desert felt novel and exciting. Sanji had set up a few fire pits, one for his own cooking, while the undead kept burning the dance powder. Beside them, a skeletal undead twirled 2 climb attacks in its hands. Only after Nami's arms grew sore did she realize how foolish she had been. Why do it herself when she had undead helpers? So she pressed Reiner to provide her one, and now sat on the side, issuing commands. Too many heat bubbles. Make more cold bubbles. Honestly, idiot. You're even insulting the undead? A skeleton's life is still a life, you know. Reiner said helplessly. Dinner's ready, everyone. Sanji's voice carried like a spell, always met with the same kind of lively response. Wahahaha, coming, coming. Luffy rushed forward, banging his bowl and chopsticks together with a ding-ding sound, grinning ear to ear. Sanji, can we roast the viper I caught? How the hell would you eat that? You said it yourself, it's poisonous, idiot. Sanji exhaled a ring of smoke. Then what about the poisonous lizard? Changing the animal doesn't change the point, moron. It's still poison. Sanji finally exploded, tossing Luffy a big bowl of meat just to shut him up. He then handed another bowl to Reiner. Thanks for the hard work today, Reiner. No problem. Logistics is my. Before Reiner could finish, Sanji had already dashed away. Then came the dramatic tone. Nami Sway and Princess Vivi, I saved the best for you. Perverted cook. Perverted curly brow. Oi, moss head, you got a problem too? Ah, thank you. The 2 girls accepted their share politely. But better give it to Reiner. We can eat light, he must be exhausted today. Ah, Nami Swan and Princess Vivi, your kindness is divine beauty itself, Sanji gushed, before spinning back with a darkened face. DMN it. Eat every last drop, don't leave a single bite. Huh? Dog barking? DMN 4 eyes. Ha 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 ha. And so, with undead still burning the dance powder, the crew ate, then soon retreated into their sleeping bags until dawn. Cluck cluck cluck. Eh? What the hell? Forget it. Reiner slowly opened his eyes, shaking off the phantom rooster call in his head, propping himself up. Oi, everyone, rain clouds are gathering. He looked at the gray dark sky and shouted, startling everyone awake. At the same time, outside the rebel army's main base at Katoria, dawn had barely broken. Most were still asleep, only sentries and a few early risers were outside. Hey, look at the sky. One cry drew everyone's attention. THTH, this is? No way. Rain clouds. They stared up at the black mass covering the heavens, mouths wide, frozen in disbelief. Quick! Inform the commander. Why yes. Inside the camp, silence still lingered. Most slept soundly until a figure sprinted through the pathways, shouting frantically. Commander! Commander! Clouds! Rain clouds are here! The racket woke many. At first, irritated curses flew, but once they understood, without exception, every man threw off his blankets, bolting outside without even putting on shoes. Drip! A raindrop struck a rebel's cheek, cold and ticklish, yet he didn't care. He only raised his head, trembling all over, tears overflowing from his eyes. Rain clouds, it's really rain clouds. 3 years. It's been 3 years. He collapsed to his knees, pressing his face to the ground, sobbing. Drip drip drip. The rhythm quickened. The entire street soon filled with cries of joy, shouts of disbelief, sobbing voices echoing together. The drizzle swept across the city. All forgot thought, forgot war, forgot everything. They only stood in the rain, greedily embracing the downpour. Don't just stand there. Get containers, collect the water. Commander? Commander, it's raining. Yes, collect water. Move it, everyone. The towering figure in the street was none other than rebel leader Koza. Unlike the others, after his brief joy he fell silent, staring at the sky. Why is there rain? Wasn't the capital monopolizing it all with dance powder? He clenched his fists, murmuring. Could it be, heaven itself rejects this war, granting us mercy? Memories flooded back the battles, his brothers dying to protect him, their bloodied corpses. The ever-calm Koza could no longer stop his tears. I'm so tired. No soldier truly loves war. Broken bodies, mangled wounds, comrades dying, regrets. They hated battle. They were forced into it. Koza! A clear voice rang out. He turned sharply at the familiar call. What he saw was sky-blue hair etched deep into memory. Vivi? Koza froze in disbelief, surrounded by several others. Looks like this plan worked out. Reiner muttered, surveying the scene. Relentless battles had stretched the rebels to breaking. When what they longed for most suddenly appeared, their tension collapsed instantly. When they entered the base, no one had even tried to stop them, making Reiner doubt their DSPLN. Seems I underestimated their despair, and their thirst for rain. Maybe I get it. Sanji struggled to light a cigarette, the rain soaking it out. His voice was heavy. If, back then when I was starving, someone had put food in front of me. Even if they told me it was poisoned, I'd have devoured every bite. Vivi, why are you here? I came to tell you the truth behind this war. It's a conflict being manipulated. Koza's expression stayed eerily calm. This isn't a place to talk. Come inside first. He turned and strode into the camp. Vivi glanced back at Reiner and the others. Luffy nodded. With that, she led them in. Chapter to the capital. The dimly lit conference room held a round table surrounded by about 10 people. Koza and Vivi sat opposite each other, while the Straw Hats and Reiner's undead stood behind Vivi without taking seats. Bang! A man jumped up, slamming both hands on the table, shouting in shock. What did you say? Hey, is this true? I knew it. There's no way the king could have done such a thing. Other rebel leaders spoke up in turn, faces filled with disbelief. Some of them were members of the Sunasuna clan who had played with Vivi in childhood, so they trusted her more, but not everyone did. Why should we believe you? What if this is just some royal scheme to cover up defeat and shift the blame onto others? That's right. Do you have proof, Princess Vivi? Voices rose one after another. Reiner wasn't surprised. The fact that they'd even sat through Vivi's entire explanation was already thanks to the heavy rain cooling their tempers. Evidence, I don't yet. No need to say more, Koza interrupted. Wait, Koza. You must believe me, my father would never. No. I believe you. Koza's calm words made the others burst out in protest. Leader, you can't just trust her because she's Princess Vivi. Hold on. This is too hasty. Yeah. Our fallen brothers. Silence. Listen to me. Koza's shout cut them off. He rubbed his temples, leaning back in his chair, eyes closed as he spoke. It's not because of Vivi. Calm down and think carefully. If you had to choose between Crocodile and Cobra, who seems more likely to commit such acts? Koza truly was someone capable of rallying 700,000 men. Even with 3 years of bitter war behind him, he could set aside hatred to reason. A king who has ruled diligently for decades, who developed this barren land, what reason would he have to do this? No matter how scarce water is in Alyabarna, the royal family would never lack their share. Still with eyes shut, Koza continued. Think back. 3 years ago the king's personality suddenly changed, and Crocodile appeared in Alabasta at the exact same time. Too coincidental, isn't it? If you trace Vivi's words carefully, there are far too many so-called coincidences. The conference fell silent. Everyone wore grim faces, lost in thought. Yeah, if I had to choose, I'd definitely trust the king. The king would never do something like that. I still can't imagine it. Let's believe in Vivi. A brown-haired man suddenly stood up. He, too, was once part of the Sunasuna clan. He had long hated war, and if not for Koza, he'd never have joined the rebels at all. Many of us grew up seeing King Cobra with our own eyes. Don't we know what kind of man he is? Tears welled in his eyes as he cried out, I don't want to fight anymore. Too many have already died. Do you all really want this to go on? His words shook the room. Of course they didn't want to keep fighting. Only those who had seen the cruelty of war knew the nightmares it carved into their hearts. Some were ready to speak in support, others hesitated, yet one man's heart was firmly against it. Seated just 2 spots from Vivi, he stared in disbelief. The boss never said this might happen. He was a Baroque Works agent who had infiltrated the rebels 2.5 years ago, eventually promoted to officer rank. Their mission was to stir rebellion and sabotage negotiations with the royal army. Sweat dampened his palms as he clenched his fists. Should he strike at Vivi now? If the princess died here, the royal army would retaliate, forcing the rebels to fight regardless of their shaken morale. But, if he attacked here, he would never escape alive. DMN it either way meant death. Maybe I should just run after the meeting ends? If I'm hunted, at least there's a slim chance. If I attack now, I'm finished. Exhaling shakily, he began to relax his grip. But then. Stand up. Roll up your sleeve. Reiner's calm voice cut through the room. The cloaked blue ogre pressed his spear to the infiltrator's throat. Sorry, observation hockey is just too good. The instant the man's hostility flared, Blue Ogre and Red Ogre had alerted Reiner. He had wanted to catch him in the act, but when the man wavered, he stepped in directly. Everyone gasped. Rebel officers instantly drew their guns and aimed at Blue Ogre. Don't move. He's Baroque Works spy. Reiner spoke coldly, Blue Ogre's spear digging deeper until it drew blood. I'll say it again. Stand up. Roll up your sleeve and show everyone. Baroque Works agents bore a tattoo on their arm, something Reiner had noticed during the raid for dance powder. All eyes turned to the man, faces strange. Hey, Doran, you. Rolling up his sleeve shouldn't be that hard, right? Why not prove yourself? The man's expression darkened, a poisonous glint flashing in his eyes. But it was pointless. Even if every rebel here fought, they'd never match the Straw Hats. Overwhelming power left him no choice. Soon, under threat of death, the spy confessed everything he knew. Doran, you. So everything Princess Vivi said is true. The officers were stunned, too many twists for them to keep up with. In that case, don't just sit there. Koza finally broke the tension. Now that we have proof, spread the word. Tell our comrades the truth while their anger is still cooled by this rain. I'll personally go to the other bases. The rebel officers began mobilizing to spread the truth, while Koza himself led a group out of headquarters. Now, there's nothing more we can do here. With only the Straw Hats remaining, Sanji spoke up. Let's escort Vivi to the palace and update the royal family directly. Thank you so much. Vivi covered her face, unable to stop her tears. The little delinquent's crying again, Reiner chuckled. This time, Nami didn't glare, only smiled softly. But our task isn't done yet. Luffy raised his fist to his chest, grinning wide. The real enemy hasn't been defeated yet. Yeah. Unless we take him down, this whole thing will just repeat, Zoro smirked, hand on his sword hilt. The rebellion stopped. If Crocodile refuses to give up, he'll head to the capital to strike at the king, Reiner said as he lit a cigarette. Prepare to cross the desert. We're heading straight for the capital. This time we'll need desert mounts. I refuse to ride undead under that sun. With that settled, Reiner arranged for horses, while Sanji gathered food and water from the rebels. Once ready, they left Catrila, setting out for the capital of Alabasta Alyabarna. The final stage of the Desert Kingdom. The battle was about to begin. Chapter: The officer agents, their respective opponents. Alyabarna, the royal capital of Alabasta, was built atop a circular plateau jutting out from the desert. Leading up to its front and flanks were 5 white marble stairways. These 5 stairways were the only entrances into the capital. Everyone, the capital is in sight. At this moment, Reiner and the others were galloping across the desert on horseback, closing in on the southern gate stairway. Upon reaching the bottom of the steps leading into the city, Reiner summoned his undead. No time to waste. Let's head up quickly. This time, they had come straight from Katoria to the capital, resting only once along the way. Even so, Baroque works had likely already laid their ambushes. With so many infiltrators within the rebel army, news of the ceasefire would surely have reached Baroque works quickly. After all, they had Den Mushi for communication. Abandoning their horses, the group dashed up the steps until they reached the gate at the top. Stop! Who goes there? This is a time of crisis. The city is under lockdown. Several guards leveled their spears to block them, with a full company of royal soldiers arrayed behind them, ready for combat. It's me. Vivi threw back her hood, revealing her long sky-blue hair and her face. The guards gasped in shock and immediately lowered their weapons. Princess Vivi, why are you here? There's no time to explain. Let us through quickly. Vivi shouted urgently. Yes. At once. Make way for the princess. Though they looked suspiciously at the companions behind her, not a single guard dared defy the princess's orders. Even at a time when war could erupt at any moment, her command carried absolute weight. Meanwhile, inside a building in the capital, 2 people sat at a table. In the corner, a man was bound and gagged on the floor. Zero-chan, does this mean we don't need to carry out the plan anymore? Mr. Tu Bon Clay nervously glanced at the sullen man beside him. Their plan had been to kidnap the king, then use Bon Clay's power to impersonate him, stirring up chaos and hastening the war. But now that the king had already been captured and tied up here, new intel arrived. The rebels had learned the truth and were already spreading the ceasefire order. Bang! Straw Hat Pirates! Crocodile gritted his teeth, his expression twisted in rage. The news had come far too suddenly, without the slightest warning. They had only just arrived in Alabasta, and in barely 2 days they had already stopped the rebellion. The group he had never taken seriously had somehow done something this outrageous in silence. No need to follow the original plan anymore. Crocodile spat the words through clenched teeth, his voice ice cold. Go meet up with Mr. Wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates. Understood, Zero-chan. Bon Clay raised both hands to touch at the fingertips, then spun off gracefully in ballet steps as he left. At this point, there was little hope of reigniting the war. Once the truth spread, no one would willingly step onto the battlefield. Crocodile's face darkened further. He walked over to Cobra, squatted down, and ripped the tape off his mouth with force. Crocodile! Don't shout so loud. Cutting off the king's furious roar, Crocodile sneered. It seems you've raised a fine daughter, Cobra. When I obtain that weapon, I'll be sure to repay her properly. No matter what you're scheming, you've already failed. Cobra snarled, straining against his bonds as he moved his face forward in defiance. Your conspiracy has been exposed. The world government will strip you of your Warlord of the Sea title. You're finished, Crocodile. Heh, the warlords? Crocodile pressed his golden hook against the king's throat, his smile cruel. That title means nothing to me. I only accepted it for the convenience. Now that things have come to this, if it's revoked, so be it. As long as I obtain an ancient weapon, what can the world government possibly do to me? You. Cobra's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. So this was Crocodile's true goal. But how did he even know about it? Grinding his teeth, the king glared at him with venom and growled. That's nothing but a legend. No one knows if it even exists. No one can verify it. Heh, that's not for you to worry about. You just need to tell me where the poneglyph is. In your dreams. I'd sooner die than reveal a word about the poneglyph. Oh, you will tell me. Crocodile's grin stretched wider as he whispered. I've planted a bomb in this city. The blast radius covers 5 kilometers. Cobra, you don't want to see the city full of corpses, do you? You bstrd. Cobra's face contorted with rage, veins bulging, his roar filled with hatred. You animal. Heh. At that moment, the empty streets of the capital echoed with a thunderous boom. A sudden explosion blocked the path of Reiner's group as they hurried toward the palace. What was that? A baseball that explodes? There. Following Reiner's pointing hand, they saw a hulking man with spindly limbs half emerging from a tunnel, gripping a solid metal baseball bat. That's Officer Agent Mr. 4. Vivi cried, her face turning grim. His partner, Ms. Merry Christmas, is a mole fruit user who can freely dig through the ground. They're enemies, right? Luffy charged straight at them. Be careful, Luffy, Vivi shouted in panic. His arm strength is terrifying. Indeed, the steel bat bore a 1-ton marking on it. Before her warning had even finished, 2 mole claws shot from the ground, clamping onto Luffy's legs. Eh? Wait a second. Caught off guard, Luffy had no time to free himself before Mr. Four's bat swung down into his face, smashing his head back like a cannonball. Don't worry about Luffy, blows like that don't work on him. Reiner shifted his gaze upward. A tall, muscular bald man was standing atop a roof, arms crossed, glaring down at them. The enemy isn't just one. They've all come. Standing above me like that, DMNBSTRD. Reiner's mood soured. Click, clack, clack. Just then, behind them appeared a voluptuous woman with a massive afro, high heels. Clicking as she swayed her hips forward. Her lips, painted scarlet, curled as she spoke in a sultry tone. To have quelled the rebellion so swiftly, you're really something. Because of you, my fun little plan has been cancelled. Another bizarre figure stepped out, making Sanji shiver. What the hell is this freak? How rude, BSTRD. Mr. Two-Bon Clay, as if grievously insulted, lunged forward with ballet leaps. Let me show you the fusion of a man's strength and a woman's flexibility, the power of an Okama. Okama Kenpo. His long, hairy legs lashed out in a swift kick. Sanji met it head-on, answering with an equally sharp black-legged strike. You DMN Okama, quit disgusting everyone here. Clenching his cigarette between his teeth, Sanji cursed. But even as he clashed legs with him, his heart clenched in shock. This was someone who could match his kicking power. Turning to shout back to the others, he called. This guy's mine. You keep moving forward. Keep moving? The bald man on the rooftop leapt down coldly. Don't underestimate me. Today you all die by my blade. Midair, Daz's 10 fingers bent into claws, gleaming with cold steel as he swung his hands. Invisible slashes cut through the air toward the group. Sparta, death by 1,000 cuts. Flying slashes? No, it was the power of his devil fruit. Reiner quickly commanded his chainsaw devil and other undead to shield the weaker trio, while Zoro stepped up beside Vivi, swords drawn. Clang! What a strange slash. Fine, then this one's mine. Grinning, Zoro caught the strike on his blades, his eyes burning with interest as he stared at his opponent. Chapter: the farther they chase, the farther away? Nami, Vivi, let's go, Nami called firmly. They're really strong. We have to believe in everyone. Let's continue toward the palace. Yes, I understand. Vivi nodded heavily, then turned and kept running toward the royal palace. Meanwhile, up ahead, Luffy, who had been knocked headfirst earlier, glared down at Mr. His neck snapped back, then launched forward like an arrow loosed from the string, his head rocketing downward. Gum gum bell. The next instant, their foreheads collided, ringing out like the peal of a massive bell. Bang! The huge body of Mr. Four reeled backward, as though struck by a hammer to the skull. Broken teeth flew with blood, his eyes rolled white, and he nearly lost consciousness. Mr. Four. From underground, Ms. Merry Christmas, her hand still clutching Luffy's leg, let out a startled cry. Then she came to her senses, gritted her teeth, and yanked him downward with all her strength. Thud. Luffy was slammed into the pit, wedged firmly into the hole like a nail hammered into wood. At the same time, the nearly toppling Mr. Four steadied himself with a heavy stomp forward. His eyes refocused, glaring fiercely down at Luffy. Mr. Four's physical toughness was astounding. Even after taking Luffy's headbutt full on, he still hadn't gone down. UBSTRD. Mr. Four snarled, hefting his giant bazooka onto his shoulder, the black muzzle pointing directly at the trapped Luffy. A bead of sweat rolled down Luffy's temple as he eyed the cannon. He tried to wriggle free, but he was stuck tight. Hey, wait a second. Let me out. What's with this? Wait up, hey! But instead of a cannonball, what burst from the muzzle was a dog's head? No. They were in the middle of a fight. Why was the art style turning into comedy? Reiner couldn't help but stare speechlessly. Behind him, the red ogre took position like a javelin thrower, long spear drawn back at his shoulder. He stepped forward with force, white skeletal hands gripping tight, twisting with explosive strength. Rumble rumble. The deafening whine split the air like a dragon's roar. The blue ogre's spear shot forth, tearing through the atmosphere and leaving a vacuum trail in its wake. Just as the dog head at the bazooka's tip was about to spit out a bomb, the spear blazed across the sky like a falling star, slamming into Mr. Four's massive body with unstoppable might. Boom! The impact twisted his entire frame, sending him crashing sideways, smashing through several walls as dust and rubble billowed. The earth-shaking sound drew every eye. Heads snapped toward Mr. Four's direction. When the dust settled, the sight froze them cold. The massive Mr. 4 hung like butchered meat pinned to the wall, eyes rolled white, blood dripping steadily. His fate uncertain. Such terror from a hockey user. The Baroque Works agents all stared at the blue ogre with fear-stricken eyes. None dared pursue any further. Instead, each locked their focus solely on the opponent before them. The fighting seemed only to push everyone farther and farther away from Reiner's group. Looks like nobody wants to follow us anymore, Nami blinked. Let's just keep heading straight for the palace. Apart from Zoro against Daz, and Sanji against Bon, the other officers were all caught up fighting Reiner's chainsaw devil. What the hell were you doing, Luffy? Reiner sighed, grabbing him by the neck and yanking him out of the hole. Ha ha ha, I almost got blown up. Thanks, Reiner, Luffy grinned without a care. Come on. If explosions could kill him, he wouldn't have made it this far. Still. You're taking this too lightly, Luffy, Reiner exhaled. Crocodile is strong. He's an enemy we must take seriously. Don't pull that kind of stunt again. Reiner had prepared a lot for the battle against Crocodile, and even then he felt far from confident. But Luffy had been smooth sailing since leaving port, without ever tasting real defeat. Reiner only hoped his fearlessness was the courage to face hardship, and the will to press on even after failure. Not just the recklessness of a calf unafraid of tigers. Sorry. Luffy's grin faded. He grew solemn and answered earnestly. I got it, Reiner. Let's keep moving. The group pressed forward toward the palace. The city was vast, so Reiner summoned horses from his templates to carry them. Zoro and Sanji stayed behind to fight Daz and Bon, while the undead hunted the afro-haired porcupine woman and the mole woman. Upon reaching the palace, Vivi led them through unimpeded. No guard stopped them once they recognized the missing princess of 3 years. Soon, they stood outside the central hall. Princess Vivi! A sharp cry came from above. They looked up to see a massive falcon swooping down, clad in a white robe and sword at his side. That big bird can talk? Is he an enemy? Luffy readied himself to attack. Don't worry, everyone. Pell is the vice-commander of the Royal Guard, Vivi quickly explained. The great hawk landed and shifted into human form, white headscarf tied tight, purple cross motifs decorating his clothes, twin markings running from his forehead across his eyes downward. Where's father, Pell? Is he all right? Vivi rushed forward in panic. But Pell's face was etched with guilt. He dropped to his knees with a thud. Princess Vivi? His Majesty, he's gone missing. Clawing his hands against the ground, Pell raised his head and cried. Forgive me, Princess. It's all my fault. I failed to protect His Majesty, please forgive me. No, how could this be? Father, Vivi stood stunned, eyes vacant, staring at Pell. She hadn't expected Crocodile to invade the palace itself and strike at the king. Reiner's fears had proven true. Luffy and the others froze, helpless. Fighting, Luffy could handle. But a disappearance? He had no idea what to do. Vivi, they should still be close. Reiner spoke low. Blue Ogre and Red Ogre's observation hockey had sensed several figures nearby, but on a different level from everyone else. They're just west of here, below us. Some kind of underground chamber, maybe? The western side is the funeral hall, but beneath it. I don't know. Then let's smash the floor open and see. Worth a try, right? Yes. If there's even the slightest chance of finding father, then it's worth it. Vivi answered firmly. Yosh. In that case. Before the ogres could move, Luffy leapt forward. His legs stretched skyward, then snapped down like a hammer. Gum gum axe. Boom. The furious strike slammed into the floor, quaking the entire hall. Cracks spiderwebbed outward in all directions, spreading fast. Wait, wait, wait. Luffy, you idiot. Kaboom. The deafening roar of shattering stone drowned their screams. The floor collapsed with a violent quake. Reiner reacted swiftly, snatching Usopp and Nami one-handed, with Chopper leaping onto his shoulder and clinging to his head. Pell shifted back to falcon form and caught Vivi. All of them plummeted downward. Aha! The weakling trio's screams pierced the air. Chopper! My eyes! You're covering my eyes, you idiot! Chapter, so you've wanted me dead all along? At this moment, deep within the damp underground mausoleum, massive stone pillars supported the high ceiling, carved with mysterious ancient patterns and script. The dim and chilling chamber exuded an aura of ancient secrecy. Before a huge, square slab of bluish-gray stone, 3 figures stood, all gazing upward with different expressions. How is it, Nico Robin? The deep voice broke the tense silence. Crocodile's question carried an undeniable tone of authority. The woman at his side, however, looked desolate. She spoke faintly. No. There's nothing about the ancient weapon written here. Her figure was alluring, a white cowboy hat atop her head, a white coat draped over her shoulders. Beneath it, she wore only a cropped camisole that exposed her midriff. A slender waist and short skirt barely covered her thighs, to the point where the skirt seemed to have lost its meaning. The white coat did nothing to conceal her stuffed form, instead adding a hazy sense of allure. Yet the man beside her had no mind to appreciate it. His twisted, gloomy face held a chilling gaze. His voice, low and seething, carried barely restrained fury. "You're saying, there's nothing?" No one answered. The atmosphere thickened into silence, the air itself seeming to congeal. After a while, Crocodile's expression returned to calm. He instead sneered as he looked at Nico Robin. "As long as we obtain its power, together we'll have the strength to oppose the world government. Don't you want revenge against them, Nico Robin?" Crocodile refused to believe the tablet contained no information on the ancient weapon. He couldn't believe it. He had plotted here for so many years, how could it end in nothing? Impossible. He believed Robin was lying to him, that she wanted to claim the ancient weapon for herself. Behind them, Cobra, bound in chains, gave Nico Robin a complicated look. Boom rumble. Suddenly, a tremendous noise came from overhead. A ray of light pierced through the heavy ceiling of the mausoleum, illuminating the darkness. All three before the poneglyph looked up in shock, as large chunks of stone rained down among them several figures. "Straw Hat Boy?" Crocodile instantly recognized one of them. A savage gleam flashed in his eyes. That Dmed brat. He had inexplicably been dragged into Crocodile's grand plan. At first dismissed as some reckless rookie, he had disrupted Crocodile's schemes again and again. Thud. Thud. Stone slammed into the ground, shaking the chamber, raising clouds of choking dust. Cough, cough. Cobra turned his head away, shielding himself from the dust. Then, frantic, he looked toward the smoke, for he had just glimpsed two familiar figures. "Hard pounding," he shouted. "Vivi! Pell! Father!" The response was Vivi's long cry, thick with worry. But Cobra felt no joy at their reunion, only panic. "Stay away! Run, Vivi! Pell! Take Vivi and leave!" As if it were that easy. The deep voice reached Cobra's ears. In the next instant, a black shadow streaked past him. Crocodile's lower body turned to sand, his golden hook gleaming. He plunged straight into the smoke. No greetings. No preamble. He was seething with fury, desperate for a target to unleash it upon. That target could only be. Die. Monkey D. Luffy. Bang. Bang. The violent clash resounded. But instead, Crocodile was sent flying out of the smoke, crashing against the poneglyph stone and spitting blood. What? Crocodile's mind reeled, his hair disheveled in uncharacteristic disarray. The smoke clouded his vision, and the opponent had been too fast to react. He remembered only that as he charged in, something with a shield suddenly blocked his path. Unconcerned, he had gone straight into Logia form, intending to slip past and go for Straw Hat's head. But what he hadn't expected was to be blown away in a single strike? Impossible. Something was very wrong. Armament hockey? Crocodile stared in shock at the dispersing smoke. Several figures stood within. The ones drawing his attention most were, of course, the straw-hatted boy Luffy and two towering figures wielding spears and round shields, swords strapped at their waists. One of them had just blasted him away. As for the others, Princess Vivi, Pell, and three unfamiliar faces. A long-nosed man, an orange-haired girl, and a timid blonde man with a pet on his shoulder. Small fry, Crocodile thought grimly. The only real threats were the first three. Both Cobra and Robin were stunned. The sight of the mighty warlord coughing blood from a single blow? Could these people really defeat him? No, wait. Robin's gaze shifted. Though Crocodile looked battered, he wasn't truly harmed. Her expression grew conflicted. Should she betray him now? She had long been ready to stab Crocodile in the back. A vial of water was hidden inside her coat. She was just waiting for the right moment. Not yet. She needed him vulnerable. "You people, who are you?" Crocodile glared at the two warriors, Blue Ogre and Red Ogre. His intelligence report said nothing about them being with Straw Hat's crew. But the threat radiating from them was undeniable. Every movement radiated explosive power and speed. "They're called Blue Ogre and Red Ogre. They're our strongest fighters. Crocodile, you're finished." From behind a fallen stone, Reiner stuck his head out and shouted. Nami and the others were also hiding, leaving only Pell standing with Luffy and the two warriors. Thus, Luffy, Blue Ogre, Red Ogre, and Pell faced Crocodile head-on, their gazes clashing like sparks. "Nico Robin. Take care of those rats hiding over there." Crocodile's cold eyes turned toward Robin. His voice, low and merciless, brooked no disobedience. A mass of sand spun in his hand. "I understand." Robin answered softly and turned away. Not yet. She would bide her time, playing along for now. Crocodile's true power was far beyond this. but as she turned her back. Too bad, I can't trust you, Ms. All Sunday. Crocodile's eyes hardened. The sand in his hand flared, forming blades that lashed toward Robin. Desert Spada. He didn't intend to kill her outright. But when faced with those who could threaten him, how could he keep around someone he didn't trust? This woman had shown the intent to keep the ancient weapon secrets for herself. You'll just have to stay down for now, Nico Robin. The sand blade formed instantly, vibrating at high speed, buzzing as it tore through the air toward her undefended back. But Robin, as if sensing it, suddenly twisted aside. Did she trust him? Never. Following Crocodile around, she had been on guard constantly. Her childhood had taught her never to trust anyone. She had honed herself to always remain vigilant. Even as he attacked, Robin had already drawn both a vial of water and a dagger. The sand blade tore through her coat and shoulder, blood spilling. But she endured, hurling the vial at him while flinging her dagger like a spear. The suddenness of it shocked everyone present. Even Crocodile was stunned. So, you've wanted me dead all along? Reiner too was dumbfounded. What the hell? They're all backstabbers? DMN, this was insane. No time to think. Blue Ogre and Red Ogre lunged forward with explosive speed, striking at Crocodile while his guard was broken. Reiner knew Crocodile wouldn't fall so easily. But even if they couldn't kill him, at least Robin had to be kept alive. Chapter Fierce Battle Against Crocodile. Reiner knew Crocodile wouldn't go down so easily. Even if they couldn't kill him outright, at the very least they had to protect Robin. His prediction was right. Before the test tube and dagger struck Crocodile, his body had already turned into sand, opening two hollow voids to avoid the water and blade. At the same time, one of his hands turned into a crimson-yellow sand blade. You dare betray me? Crocodile's face twisted hideously, the sand blade in his hand vibrating at high speed, carrying terrifying cutting power capable of slicing solid rock with ease. But then, the test tube and dagger that had passed through Crocodile were suddenly caught by a pair of slender hands. With a squeeze, the test tube shattered, and the water splashed directly onto Crocodile's body. Robin had used her devil fruit power, sprouting arms behind Crocodile. Drenched, Crocodile was forced out of his elemental form, staggering before quickly regaining balance. He turned his head in fury. A delicate hand gripped the dagger, stabbing straight toward a part of his body that could no longer become sand. Pointless tricks. Clang! Crocodile, already familiar with the Hana fruit's weakness, blocked the dagger with his golden hook and activated his power. The swirling sand blades shredded the sprouted arms behind him. Ugh! Robin herself let out a muffled cry, wounds opening across her crossed arms. The pain was transferred to her real body. The Hana fruit's greatest flaw: any damage dealt to sprouted limbs is suffered by the user. Die! Desert Spada. Crocodile roared, sending a thin blade of sand hurtling toward Robin's shoulder rather than a vital point. Even now, he had not given up on using her to obtain the ancient weapon. Robin's eyes widened. She knew she couldn't dodge, a trace of unwillingness flashing on her face. But suddenly, a tall figure appeared before her. The Blue Ogre raised his round shield. At the moment of contact, he tilted it slightly, diverting the force. The sand blade shattered into harmless grains, scattering to the side. Meanwhile, the Red Ogre had already finished charging his spear. With a sharp twist of his fingers, he hurled it like a thunderbolt, then immediately drew his greatsword and charged after it. The spinning spear roared forward, its spiraling tip shaking the air. Crocodile braced himself, trying to block with his golden hook. The impact blasted his arm back, the spear continuing its course. In desperation, Crocodile withdrew his other hand from attacking Robin and unleashed another Desert Spada, deflecting the spear just enough for it to miss. Whistle. The spear shot past him, smashing into the rear stone pillars with a deafening boom, shattering 3 of them outright. Crocodile's pupils narrowed. That power? He retreated into sand, pulling himself back to higher ground. Troublesome pests. Standing atop the broken columns, Crocodile scowled down. These two brutes wielded hockey, with speed and strength beyond his own, and their combat techniques shield deflection, spinning spear throws were formidable. Snarling, Crocodile crouched, pressing one palm against the ground. Instantly, the stone columns and surrounding floor cracked and crumbled into sand. Sable's Rekadu. Against opponents like these, he needed an environment where his powers reigned supreme. His ability spread rapidly, draining the moisture from everything it touched, reducing buildings and the floor alike into a barren desert. Father! Vivi screamed as King Cobra nearly toppled into the spreading wasteland. The two.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.